It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Matt Moore is ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a curveball. The ball game's over. The Rangers win it by the score of 4-2. They get a split in this 4-game series. Their 68th win of the year.
And that is the way the Texas Rangers season ends against the New York Yankees. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. We're on overload today already. Not enough time for this show. Not enough time with all the different storylines and the guests. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell running things as always behind the glass. And you were there in Arlington for the final game. Little Aaron Judge hangover.
Oh, I would say so. He didn't play, so that kind of put a damper on the entire day, I think, for many. The change in atmosphere, holy cow. Total night and day from Monday night. I went on Monday night, and that was a really cool scene. Like, everybody was, on their feet, started the game, ready to go. And then, yesterday, you found out maybe an hour before the game that he wasn't going to play. And, that was like, I wonder how many people decided they were just going to eat the tickets and not bother going. It was still a decent crowd, but it wasn't nearly what it was prior to that. Like, the outfield was not slammed. You could spread out on your seats. I was at the 200 level. You could spread out there. It was like a spring training game.
Aaron Judge, of course, does not end up with the Triple Crown. He was down to, is it Luis
Arias?
Arias had him in batting average by 4 points heading into yesterday, and Arias went 1 for 1 with 2 walks. So his average went from 315 to 316. So that was slim chances anyway for Aaron Judge to beat him in average. He finished the year with 5 more RBIs than Jose Ramirez and 22 more home runs than Mike Trout.
Mike Trout, who missed 40 games this year and still hit 40 home runs. Okay, so when next year rolls around and ESPN is looking for anybody to write an article about that they could say is actually better than Mike Trout, remember that Mike Trout hit 40 home runs when he missed 40 games.
We got to get him out of there, man.
Yeah.
We
have to get him to kidnap.
Ohtani's returning on like a $30 million deal that he worked out over the weekend. But Trout ends the season with a 283 average, 40 home runs, and 80 runs batted in. The OPS was 999.
Oh,
third best in baseball.
That's just so good. A 999 means 1,000 OPS. I mean, anything over 900, it's like, dang, man. And then, so let's see. The other guy, obviously, Judge had a high OPS of over 1,000. Trying to think who would have been the other guy. That was it Goldschmidt?
I don't have it in front.
All right, I'll look it up.
Anyway, Peyton Russell finding this on the internet. Yankee fans were so happy and so respectful of Rangers pitching for throwing to Judge that they opened up basically a fundraising event to donate to the Rangers Baseball Foundation. And Peyton, you said it's getting some money. It says, let's donate to the Rangers Foundation for being a great team and actually pitching to Judge this series and allowing him a chance to break the record. Unlike other teams, click here to donate.
Yeah, so I was looking through the comments, and I was told New Yorkers and people in the Northeast are kind of mean. That doesn't seem real mean gesture to me, but I was looking in the comments, and people were donating like $62.62 for the home runs. So that was kind of a common trend there. But, I mean, it got, 300-400 comments by the time I stopped looking last night. So I think it's going pretty well.
So now the playoffs are set, and we are ready to go tomorrow. Rays Guardians going to start it off at 11 o'clock. Then at 1 o'clock, it's going to be the Phillies at St. Louis. Then at 3 o'clock, the Mariners at Toronto. And then at night, the Padres at the Mets.
Yeah. Yep. So the poor Mets. Not the poor Mets. I love it because I hate the Mets. But they basically led the NL East from like start to finish. And then, the Braves the Braves obviously made it close in the middle of August. And then all of a sudden, they really took control last week. But the Mets, who had a great year, 100 wins, get rewarded with the Dodgers in the second round if they get by the series.
And could be taken out in a best of 3.
The
series I gave you are best of 3.
All played at the park of the team with the better record. Or, in the Guardians' case, the team that won the division. So all 3 games will be in, I guess, they'll be in Cleveland. They'll be in Toronto.
Wait, every game?
Yeah, it's all 3 in that one spot.
So it's no like back and forth like 1-1-1. It's just all 3, one park.
In the one park.
Ugh. I don't know if I love that, but then it's weird to travel back for the second game.
They're trying to get it done in 3 days, right?
American League Division Series, best of 5. The Yankees will get the winner of Rays Guardians. Astros will get the winner of Mariners Blue Jays. Over to the National League, the Braves will get the winner of the Phillies and the Cardinals. The Dodgers will get the winner of the Padres and the Mets.
Yeah, so the Dodgers, who had the best record in baseball, they get rewarded with Scherzer and DeGrom. Now, DeGrom pitches about 8 innings a year, so I don't really think you're not really going to get hurt there. And the poor Astros, who had the best year in the American League, they get rewarded with maybe Toronto, who is, 35-13 over their last 50 games or whatever.
The best lineup in baseball, arguably.
I mean, like, it's yikes.
So the attendance, you had made a note about baseball attendance, the way they were doing everything with the 3 o'clock games, a couple of final baseball notes as we wrap up the season.
So
regular season.
I had seen this yesterday that Major League Baseball had their highest attended Friday, their final Friday of the regular season. So, a couple of days ago or last week. And that was the highest rated one since in 2008. So 14 years. The sport averaged 35,000 people per stadium. The highest single day average on a September Friday since 2008. September and April usually lower attended months because of schools and stuff, right? But now with 12 of the 30 teams making the postseason, there's more juice. You get more teams that are in it late, right?
Careful with that term.
Oh, yeah, right?
Yeah.
So, and then, we get this weekend, which is, you get 4 games on Friday, best of 3. I hate they're not starting on Thursday, though, because if they started on Thursday, they could have ended the game 3 on Saturday instead of completely getting swallowed up by the National Football League. Like, you're going to have maybe Mets Padres or Rays Guardians or whoever Sunday afternoon in the middle of the noon kickoffs, and it's going to get completely lost.
And then last night, you also got the debut of Christian Wood as a Dallas Maverick.
Tried to close the airspace on the shot. Ball pops up right, fires it down inside, and Wood has got himself the slam.
So last night, the Mavericks get the win over OKC 98-96 on ESPN. Christian Wood off the bench, 7 of 13, 13 boards, 16 points. So 16 and 13 for C. Wood. Luka Doncic not in action. Dwight Powell had 13.
I wonder how they're going to use him. Are they going to keep him as a 6th man all year? Can they afford to do that? Are they going to move him and have him be a starter? I mean, how are they going to do that with Christian Wood?
But why? Why is he coming off the bench?
I don't know. Does it make? I mean, I understand the value of having somebody come in after the flow of the game has already been met, and you get somebody who doesn't need. Like Ginobili was great at it, right? Even though Ginobili was a starting player, he was so effective as a 6th man, just because he was able to come off the bench. The game was already in the flow. He didn't need, some guys need the ball early. They need to get involved early. He didn't need to. Maybe Christian Wood's like that. Maybe he's that type of player.
Jaden Hardy, the rookie guard, putting up a team-high 21 on 8 of 16 from the field, including 4 of 10 from deep. So that was 21 points in just 24 minutes off the bench. He scored 16 of the Mavs' final 22 to help seal the win. So that was the Mavs debut last night. Rangers ending their season with a win against the Yankees. Aaron Judge did not play. We have Thursday Night Football and Draymond Green going after someone in practice. This apparently is pretty serious. He got physical, and he went after a guy who put it on the Mavericks in the playoffs last year, and we have a new LeBron James. LeBron James coming up through the ranks, and the hype is going to get out of control. We'll tell you who it is and see if you believe it as the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Just kicking off and getting started on The Fan.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands. Between the Denver Broncos and the Indianapolis Colts. The big news
is Jonathan Taylor is out, screwing my college fantasy team. Who had the number one pick in our league?
It was Joey.
Joey.
And now JoJo's screwed because he doesn't have Jonathan Taylor this week.
Well, 1 week. What's your record there, Mr. Critic?
2-2.
Okay.
Team Amy Lawrence, by the way.
All right, give me her sound effect since you're Team Amy.
Boom!
Say it again, Peyton.
Boom! Nerd alert!
Nerd alert. Does she do a nerd alert still?
I think so.
She still does a nerd alert?
Can you say that? Isn't nerd? I don't think you can say nerd anymore.
You can't?
Is that degrading?
I think it's degrading to smart people or something like that, or nerds. I don't know.
How's your squad looking?
2-2. Started off 0-2.
Ooh,
Nice little comeback.
Nice.
Yeah, you?
I think I'm sitting there around 500.
Yeah.
A lot of 2-2. We're like the AFC West on this show.
Yeah, we really are.
Somewhere
I'm sorry,
around there.
1-3.
Oh,
2-2 in other leagues.
2-2 in the other leagues. Yeah. So Jonathan Taylor is going to miss the first game of his college or pro career. So keep that as a note. Of course, Russell Wilson continues to hold me hostage. He's been banged up throughout the week, but he's going to play. You know, was there a little bit of a bounce back against the Raiders, even though they lost the game? Russ put up better stats. And then you have Mac Jones and Tom Brady banged up this week. Tom missed practice yesterday. I think it may have been a Brady Wednesday. And Mac Jones, of course, dealing with that ankle. But fantasy alert, in case you can go get Nyheim Hines, go pick him up as the backup. Phillip Lindsay has just been forgotten about. I like Phillip Lindsay on Denver back in the day. But Jonathan Taylor is out for Thursday Night Football this evening on Amazon. So late yesterday, Shams broke the story out of Golden State that Draymond Green was involved with a physical altercation. He was involved in a physical altercation with Jordan Poole. Remember Jordan Poole, star six-man for the Warriors. Apparently, they talk smack a lot in practice, but yesterday they got face-to-face again, and Draymond hit him. And this time it crossed the line, and now the Warriors are discussing disciplinary measures for Draymond Green. He hasn't put it on his podcast yet? He didn't pop into his little studio and describe what happened and why he's innocent?
No, we haven't seen that from him yet. I'm sure he'll get to it.
He's such a punk.
Yeah, he is.
God, he's such a punk.
Yeah. But I mean, this is Draymond can come at a lot of people, and he can criticize a lot of people and be sanctimonious about a lot of things. But when he pops off and he knocks somebody out, crickets.
Well, it's not going to be crickets today. Trust me. Not going to be crickets. It's going to be a nationally covered story, I believe. He forcefully struck Poole and needed to be separated quickly. They came chest to chest, both players pushing and shoving. And it was Draymond's escalation of the physical altercation that has Golden State stopping practice, tried to settle things down in the locker room, but it sounds like internal discipline is imminent. So a Draymond Green, a Michael Jordan, Steve Kerr situation for the Golden State Warriors. And then we all need to get on the record and make sure we figure out how to pronounce this guy's name. Are you seeing the hype over this kid? The new LeBron James, he's being called. Victor
Wembanyama.
Wembanyama?
I think it's Wembanyama.
I think that's it. Wembanyama. So the other day, he was taken on. It's going to be 1-2 in the draft. Everyone says it's already done. Wembanyama versus Scoot Henderson. All right, so when's the last time you got this type of game with so much hype? Nobody can name the teams that actually played, but you had the G League Ignite, and that's who Scoot Henderson plays for. Take on Wembanyama's team. Scoot's team won, but this kid is 7'4", Choppy, and I'm just going to read you some of the quotes because his coach is already being asked, why don't you shut him down? Shut him down for his own good because he is going number 1 or number 2. NBA GM. Victor distorts basketball reality. The tank/trade market will really shift after what he did. It feels like last night will start a race to the bottom like we have never seen before. Okay, what else? Oh, here's what he did in the game, by the way, for the Metropolitans. 37 points, 7 threes, and 5 blocks. He's an historic talent, says ESPN. A GM with a chance to contend for the number 1 spot said he's a 7'4" Durant who blocks shots. He's not even close to what he's going to be. He will be the most hyped player since LeBron.
Oh, dear.
I didn't hear of him before this week.
No, I hadn't either.
Not that I'm studying like the minor league basketball circuits like Bassick, but he's the new it.
He's the new it. Look, he's got a better chance of being Porzingis than Kevin Durant. Just by odds, right? I mean, we do this all the time where we find somebody. Oh my God, they're the next big thing, and oftentimes, sometimes they are, but a lot of times they aren't. And someone's gonna tank for this guy, and it's the right move. It's the right move to tank for him. Maybe he is the greatest. Maybe he is the next KD. If he is the next KD, then you absolutely do whatever you can to tank.
Peyton, have you heard of him?
I had not.
Victor,
I have not done my research yet on
Victor
that.
Wembanyama.
Victor W is what I'll call him.
And yeah, we need a cool nickname.
V-Dub.
V-Dub. There you go.
V-Dub. I like that.
Yeah, just kind of think of call him Farfignugan. Isn't that what Volkswagen's slogan was?
And then we got Scoot on the other side.
Scoot.
This kid, Scoot Henderson.
Scoot.
Sounds like a 2K name. My 2K name. Like a my player. Scoot.
Yeah, it does.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. I heard driving in that the Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix has become the most watched show in Netflix history.
Okay. Can I just say, when a show just comes out, you can't just throw memes at us and expect us to know exactly what the hell it is.
Like
the meme.
I mean, with Dahmer, I would think that the memes are pretty obvious. Although I don't know what you're referring to.
So the one, it's like it's either him, the Dahmer character, in front of a computer or TV, and they always put a different movie on there, and it's like, we're gonna watch this movie like right now, and it's like, okay, I get it. It's Jeffrey Dahmer. Like I don't get the reference though. Like I haven't seen the show because nobody's seen the show yet because it just came out a week ago. Like give me a break. Give me a minute here.
Apparently, a lot of people have seen it. If it's the most watched.
Well, it's the most watched over the last how many days, whatever. But it's like not everybody just sits there and watches the show the week it comes out. You gotta give it some time.
What are y'all hearing about this? I heard people say you cannot watch it at night. You better watch it during the day. Obviously, it is beyond disturbing. This is not down my genre or path. I will not click this on whatsoever. People are saying we shouldn't be highlighting a guy like this. I mean,
simmer down.
How many fake characters that go on killing sprees get put on a Netflix show or a miniseries, and we all watch that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like the same people saying this are watching true crime. Okay. Like, spare me this thing. It's a story. It's a historical event. You make a movie out of it because you can make some money. You're not promoting Jeffrey Dahmer by making this movie. You're talking about and you're showing an entertainment feature on a real life happening.
Did we try to cancel Hannibal?
Like we watched Hannibal. Like did you not see a Charles Manson movie at some point?
Is it better because it's a fake clown?
Yeah, it's a fake clown. How many people watched the Night Stalker documentary that was out? I know I did.
Ooh.
It's fantastic.
It? I watched the first season of It. Isn't that about the stalker?
No, It.
Oh, sorry. It's the clown.
It's the clown.
What's the stalker one that you loved and wanted to pattern your life after? The one on Netflix. You.
Oh, You.
Not It, but You.
You. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to pattern my life after Joe Goldberg. That's exactly what I wanted to do. But I watched that. I mean, so you watch all these things, but you draw the line at a biopic of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah. Any interest, Peyton?
I'll wait for y'all to watch it, then I can get some reviews, some feedbacks for it.
Are you kind of scared of that stuff?
Scared? No, I don't think so.
Okay. Then why wouldn't you watch it?
It's just not interesting to me. But I gotta wait for the feedback before I waste my time.
So you're not a horror film?
No, not
scary
really.
movie?
Yeah, not a whole bunch.
Is this like gory, or is it just like?
I don't know how in-depth into the killings they go. You're about to see it on the TruckRack.com text line. See what the Tolos are saying. I guarantee you a ton have already seen it. A ton have already watched it.
Here we go. It's I'm sure 90% of the watchers on Dahmer are women. People watched it twice already. He red dragon them chop. What does that mean, red dragon?
I don't know. Maybe we should look up those terms before we say them. I have no idea.
It's history. Of course it's history. That's why it's okay to put on TV. People are being babies. It's creepy for sure, but it's not near as bad as other stuff of the same genre. Let's see. Good series. Got to have the stomach for it. Really good show. Didn't know he was... Oh. He was gay, so that was a surprise.
I didn't know that either. But that's being thrown into the criticism as well.
What?
So,
They're criticizing that he was gay?
No.
If it's a fact, how are you going to criticize that?
How much of it is being shown or... focused on. I don't know. I'm just telling you what the criticisms are. 877-881-1053. They're flooding in, though, right? Ton of people have seen it.
Dude had a head in his fridge.
Meh.
It shows the human side of Dahmer. Excellent actor, great cast, must see. It's great acting. I could not get past the first 30 minutes.
Ooh.
Last House on the Left was more disturbing. It was trash. Don't waste your time. It's a good show. It's interesting. All right.
Someone says that Cooper Rush is actually going to get paid big time in the offseason, and a former Cowboy troublemaker retires, leaves Tom Brady. What is his football career and legacy going to be? 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ next on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to see if we need to line up some Dallas Cowboy apologies, us included, at 6:20 this morning here on your home of America's team and Texas Rangers baseball that ended yesterday with a win over the Yankees with MLB playoff action starting tomorrow. But we'll go inside the Star at 6:20. Former Cowboy Cole Beasley called it a career yesterday. Cole stepping away. We thought this was going to be a fantastic fit going to help Tom Brady with all of his receivers hurt, but they did get back, obviously, Mike Evans from the suspension, Julio and Chris Godwin playing in their game against Kansas City. But after 11 seasons, the controversial one, Cole Beasley stepping away. His agent said he's ready to be with his family after playing. Is this some of Cole's music? Turn it up a little bit.
Are we gonna hope it's edited?
Is it edited?
Yeah, he doesn't cuss here.
Oh,
Look at Peyton.
Look at Carson Daly over here. He is ready to be with his family after playing 11 seasons, and it's time to be a full-time dad and husband. His wife and kids are still back home in Texas. They came out for the first game, went through the evacuation last week, but he doesn't want to be separated from his family anymore, loves his wife and kids, and wants to be with them. So Cole Beasley, at the age of 33, retires. How are we going to remember the Bees? How are we going to remember Cole on the Truckwreck.com text line?
I don't really want to talk about the Cowboys.
To me, there's really one of two ways you think of Cole Beasley. And that is rap music and Vax music. And that's about it.
No,
like that's what the majority of people remember him by, right? Either rap music or his
I don't know.
vaccine stances.
How about being like he had a very good career.
Absolutely. He had a very good
humongous
career.
Overachiever.
Totally.
But is the first, that's what I want to know, is the first reaction to Cole Beasley going to be about some of the controversy or his career? I know the way the world is today. Those that believed in what Cole was saying and his attack against the National Football League during the pandemic may take it to his career first, and those who hated what he was doing and called him out may think of that first. My first thing was like his retirement from training camp when we were there.
Oh, God, that was a long time ago.
Right?
2012, 2013, something like that. Yeah,
I think I would go, honestly, when I try to think about it, I think I would go first COVID, then career. I don't give a crap about his music. I'd probably go COVID, then career.
Yeah.
Barely.
I will go COVID hero.
Of course.
And then rap music. And then career. And then
rap music and then career.
Dude, this guy flows.
You can't name one of his songs.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm in my feelings.
That's not it.
I don't know the name of the song is, though. But yeah, it's I mean, look, that's what we are. Well, that's what I am. I'm like it's the TMZ stuff.
Of course.
That's what I really like.
Yeah.
Anybody can play wide receiver. Not everybody can rap.
What a career, though. His agent said for a young man that came out of SMU, that not one All-Star game invited to play in, who prepared for his pro day working out by himself on campus, 31 other teams passed on an undrafted free agent, with the Cowboys only offering him a contract. He's had a fantastic career. The Bills had granted Cole permission to seek a trade in early March. They ultimately released him, and he put up some nice numbers, man. Cole Beasley was a very, very good player. I wouldn't have minded if the Cowboys picked him up to start the year until Michael Gallup came back.
Yeah.
Thought he'd be a longer fit with Tom Brady, but here we are, at least for today. He's retired after 11 seasons.
Yeah. I thought he'd be a good fit with Tom, and then he would play longer. But it's quite evident that he saw what was going on with Tom and his house. He's like, that ain't going to happen to me.
Oh, you think players throughout the league are going
Hundo P.
No.
Hundo P. He saw his teammate hire a divorce attorney because he came back and played, and mama was home saying, bro, you don't need to be out there playing. You see Tua get hurt. You may have had a concussion or two in your life. Get home, or I'm leaving.
Yeah, because I'm sure that Tom Brady is the first teammate that Cole Beasley has seen with marriage problems in an NFL locker room. I'm sure this is the first one that blew them all away and stunned them. But who knows? Maybe we'll try to get Cole on, and we'll go ahead and ask him to wrap up the career here in the Metroplex. There's going to be some Cowboy fans who are ticked off at the way he left and the comments he made about Buffalo being all about football and the facilities. So just like fans turned on Randy Gregory, there were those that turned on Cole.
Truckwreck.com text line. Cole's awful. Who believes in my body, my choice anymore? Remember how we all said he'd help the Bucks? I loved him as a player when he was here. Liked him less and less later in his career the more he kept talking. I always remember him because my wife thought we saw him at the mall. Okay. He looked like a generic short white dude with a hat on. He's cool, though. Let's see. I didn't like him when he was when he trashed the Cowboys. I loved him when he stood up for his beliefs. I'll remember him. Let's see. Beasley. Oh, the helmet catch. Decent career. Crappy rap music. Behind the head catch. I'll remember him for the sauce. He was never as good as Welker or Edelman, and he knew it, and that's why his attitude sucked. He definitely wanted watered down his career and image with vaccine takes. The touchdown catch against the Giants, the catch in New York. Other than his vax stance, I remember that one catch in the fourth quarter versus the Giants. Let's see, you remember him because the photobomb he did on Jerry and the time he took, that's that one photobomb behind Jerry. The tooth, the missing tooth.
Yeah. Okay.
That's another one.
So some of the best seasons he had, 52 catches, Cowboys, 75 catches, 65 catches, and then he went to Buffalo, 67, 82, and 82. He finished with back-to-back 82-catch seasons with 34 career touchdowns for Cole Beasley, who is stepping away from the game to be with his family. All right, we need to spend a little bit more time on how Michael Irvin ended his interview with us yesterday. So Michael in the 8 o'clock hour said he heard our exercise where we were trying to figure out how much Mike McDaniel was to blame for the Tua issue. You just referenced the Tua issue in the Cole Beasley decision, a theory that you have. So here's Michael Irvin. We didn't even ask him about the Dolphins. We were running out of time. But this is Michael on his own taking up for the Dolphins and their head coach, something very few have done.
Listen, one last thing, because I heard you also talking about how much responsibility Mike McDaniel have in that situation.
Oh, yeah.
And I know y'all heard me going off on people the other day about that, because I thought we were totally out of line with this. Totally out of line going at that coach about that situation. And I heard you guys talking about, well, at what point does Mike McDaniel step in and just say, no, I saw you stumble, you're not playing. It's so damn easy for all of us that sit in these seats to say those things. It's not dealing with those egos and all those guys in the locker room who's making $40 and $50 and $60 million themselves, who you really can't cut, who you have to partner with. You don't have dominion over. You can't boast these guys because they're not getting going. Tyreek Hill ain't going nowhere. You can't get rid of him no matter what. You know, gave him too much money. So Mike McDaniel's job is now to be partners with these guys, to get the most out of these guys, to sit back in a seat and act as if that call he made when he got that information from the doctors was an easy call, that he could have just said, no, he's not playing no matter what. It ain't that easy. It's not that easy. It's too much at stake. The man has to rely on the professionals in the field, and he relied on the professionals in that field. When guys go get surgeries, we come out, the doctor say he needs surgery. I didn't know my right knee needed surgery until the doctor told me I needed surgery. Am I to say, Doc, forget you and go try to play football on a bum-ass knee? No, I got to take what the doctor say and go get surgery and go get my knee repaired. That's all I'm saying. We were wrong for doing that, man. I don't care, and I thought it came from some jealousy. I used to be there 40 years. 12 years ago, when somebody got hit, knocked out. They went to the bench and put smelling salts under their nose, and we watched them go back in the game. I did it myself. They caught another touchdown after wobbling off the field. So stop saying you never saw it before just to make that man look bad.
Woo!
Man.
I agree with everything that he said except for one thing. When he was talking, it's not that controversial of a disagreement. When Micah was talking about how, did anyone see the clip of Doc Rivers and James Harden the other day? They were mic'd up at Sixers practice, and Doc was trying to talk to him about, passing and being a facilitator, setting an example. But he had to do it in a very sensitive, tiptoey way because you're dealing with a star and you're dealing with a sensitive star in James Harden. So I think Mike trying to say that McDaniel has to think about his relationship with Tua, that, the players have the power and you got to be cognizant of that. I don't think that applies here because it's a concussion worry. If you bench someone, then I think you have to worry about it, right? Jason Kidd may have to worry about that with Christian Wood coming off the bench when Christian Wood is a free agent after the season. But if Mike McDaniel goes, I saw you stumble, I cannot in good faith put you back out there, I don't think that causes Tua or any player to say, I'm holding this against you, and we have a fight. We have an internal fight here. That's the only part I disagree with the playmaker over. All of his other points are fantastic. That's what makes this such a crazy topic.
Yeah, it's like I wonder what the people that are saying that, and there are a lot that say McDaniel should have held him out because they saw him, they saw him stumble. Okay, I get that, but remember, what was he going to do? The doctor told him he was clear, that he did not have a concussion. Now, if you want to say, okay, well then if the doctor told me he had a back injury, you should have not put a player in with a back injury. The other idea is that they assume that he is seeing all the same replays that we're seeing. He's in the middle of a football game. He's not watching this thing 38 times in the next 8 seconds or the next 2 minutes because he's worried about the next play call. So I could never kill Mike McDaniel for it. I get there's a responsibility that he has, that he is the final say. But when it comes to injuries, you're supposed to tell a doctor that he's wrong? Your dad's a physician. You don't say, hey, Dad, what's wrong with my heart? And then he gives you an answer and you're like, nah. Well, I think you're wrong, man. Right. You don't say that. You just go with what the doctor says. That's what I do, at least.
So that's the playmaker. Someone rarely defending the Miami Dolphins for this Tua situation. Of course, he is out for this week. It'll be Teddy Bridgewater starting for the Fins. We're live on the Fan Cam, YouTube, and Twitch. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Would it be a mistake for a team to pay Cooper Rush big money this offseason? Someone says it's going to happen, and I'm going to see how many Dallas Cowboy apologies we need to offer up right here on the home of America's team next.
Well, let's get you over to K-Post.
Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Some responses when I asked the Tolos on Twitter at 1053SS, how are you going to remember the career of Cole Beasley? Tolos. Well, definitely not music. Cole retired yesterday after 11 years in the league, most recently with Tampa Bay. When he told a Twitter follower to eat a blank after he fumbled a punt, the secret sauce, was it a blank or a bag of blank? I can't remember.
It was a bag of
the whole bag?
Ripped off dead ones. 26, I think he said.
Always being open on third down, one of the most dependable receivers we've had. As a complainer, as an annoying little blank with very thin skin, dude would search his name on Twitter and try to argue with fans. The search part, true, very Baker Mayfield-esque. Decent receiver for my Cowboys. Walked out on his team twice, though. Took a stand against the pandemic. So, the plandemic, Eric Harvey tweeted.
I like that.
The plan. I love how you and others love it, but you were the first ones in line to get all the shots. I think Cole at least didn't get the shots, while the rest of you all lined up got
I didn't
them.
say I was stupid.
But you support him. You love his take.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't like the forced. I didn't like the idea that you had to get it. You wanted to get it. I wanted to get it. Yeah, I wanted to get it. But I wouldn't.
Perfect choppyism.
I wouldn't have appreciated the mandate to get it.
Perfect. 877-881-1053. All right, Cooper Rush.
Going
to get a big contract this offseason?
Yes, sir. He is 4-0 over the past 2 years as a starting quarterback. This is from Pro Football Focus. He is set to be an unrestricted free agent. He'll be 30 years old. He ranks 24th of the 30 out of 33 qualified quarterbacks with a PFF grade of 63.6. Okay? But teams value winning quarterbacks who make good decisions, and that has been Rush's MO through 4 starts. These are the list. These are the list?
No.
This is the list.
Yes.
God, it's amazing I made it to 43. Of starting quarterback caliber players set to be free agents this next offseason. Are you ready? Lamar Jackson, Tom Brady, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Jimmy G, Teddy B, Daniel Jones, Jacoby Brissett, Geno, Tyler Huntley, Gardner Minshew, Mason Rudolph, Case Keenum, Joe Flacco, Andy Dalton, Mike White, CJ Beathard, bunch of guys. So how does Rush fit in? According to PFF, if he keeps winning games, he's going to rise near the top.
Okay.
And the Cowboys, well, let's say he beats the Rams.
Okay.
All right, they'll have to decide they want to pay top dollar to keep him around as a backup or let him walk and collect a third-round comp. That's, they would get a compensatory draft pick, assuming they don't really sign anybody else. So we don't know how he's going to do that. Consider the options they have of franchising and trading him like the Patriots did with Matt Castle. Okay? One source points out Teddy Bridgewater signed a 3-year, $60 million deal with Carolina in 2020 after he went 5-0 as a starter with New Orleans as Drew Brees' backup in 2019.
Which was a mistake.
Yes. So, what does that mean?
There's 2 different ways to ask this, right? Will it happen and should it happen? Will Cooper Rush get paid? Let's just say he loses or beats the Rams and then Dak comes back for the Eagles game. Or any scenario you want. Actually, it makes it more fun. If he beats the Rams and the Eagles and then he's done for the year, he gets what? If he loses to both, he gets what? If he wins the next game or loses just the next game, then Dak comes back for filthy, he gets what? I would love to hear the Tolos with those scenarios because I have my own list that I'm about to unveil. What did you say about this? I have these lists.
These lists.
I have these lists to drop on you.
Why am I such a moron?
Anything else from PFF in there? They speculating the money? Are they speculating Teddy's deal?
They did not speculate his deal necessarily, but they did say, the options are for him, like he's going to get a bag of money somewhere from somebody if he keeps winning. Maybe from the Cowboys under their franchise tag and trade. That is a scenario that
I'd love that for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I would love it too. I mean, I think you got to get something for him. He's definitely going to get signed somewhere else next year.
Well, wouldn't you get a comp pick?
Well, you only get a comp pick if you don't sign anybody.
Yeah,
I think it's the way it's very, very weird.
And the certain amount of money. Okay, we're gonna play a game of 1, 2, 3 with RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell.
Right.
I'm gonna name a quarterback.
All right.
1, 2, 3, answer. That's how it's gonna work. It's not
we're not
on
ranking
3.
It. We're not. So it's not on 3.
It's not on 3. It's after 3. You're gonna name the quarterback you would prefer next year. Okay?
Like a Lethal Weapon.
So the first quarterback is going to be Mac Jones. Mac Jones or Cooper Rush after 3.
I'm sorry, who?
Cooper.
Cooper.
And you both are going to answer it. 1, 2, 3.
Cooper.
You did it.
He did do it technically after 3, but
He was quick.
He was real quick.
1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, on
Not
go.
1, 2, 3, go.
Okay,
Like that.
let's try it again.
Okay.
Peyton, 1, 2, 3.
Cooper.
Okay, so you would rather have Cooper Rush over Mac Jones.
Now, I did factor in the injury as well with Mac Jones a little bit, but
Well, he's going to, be able to walk again.
is he?
It's just an
I
ankle.
mean, he was being dragged out of the
Just
field.
an ankle. I'll take Bailey Zappi over both of them.
With Dak, it was just an ankle too.
Whoa!
Oh, man.
Wow.
Peyton showing personality 3 weeks in.
Oh,
Look at that.
I think it's been 5 weeks.
Kid's
but-
got jokes.
All right. Carson Wentz. 1, 2, 3.
Cooper.
Wow.
Oh, that wasn't even close.
All right. Baker Mayfield. 1, 2, 3.
Cooper.
This is amazing. Jared Goff. 1, 2, 3.
Goff.
All right. You're in agreement so far.
I do Dak.
Geno Smith. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, man, that's a tough one.
Oh,
Gino,
I hesitated.
This is
I
tough.
hesitated.
Who was the top-ranked quarterback in Pro Football Focus this year?
Right now,
Geno Smith.
he is?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. So you're
I got to admit, it is making me question.
split
Pro
50
Football Focus a little bit.
I'd go Geno. After thinking about it,
I would go Geno too. Geno and Cooper have had a kind of a similar transition from complete and utter waste to wow, these guys actually they've kind of figured it out.
This is Pro Football Focus saying Cooper Rush is going to get paid, and I want to test that theory on the TruckRate.com text line as well. Trubisky, 1, 2, 3.
Cooper.
Woo!
Although and by the way, did Mitch?
What a rise! What an ascension! What an ascension this is. Jameis, 1, 2, 3.
Jameis. Peyton and I have we're on point here with this.
I'm glad we're agreeing.
Yeah. Is there anyone else on that caliber? All right, I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to challenge you a little bit now, since y'all are rolling. Russell Wilson, 1, 2, 3.
Russell. Whoa.
I'm sorry.
What did RJ say?
You did not just say Cooper Rush over Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson.
Oh no.
Don't give me all your numbers and PFF.
In the words of
Russell Wilson.
In the words of the great Judge Smales, Russell Wilson.
Wow. Tannehill or Cooper? 1, 2, 3.
Tannehill.
Wait. Someone said Cooper.
I did.
Okay. We've officially lost it. This show has gone overboard as well. This is Mike White syndrome hitting the Metroplex. You're going to take Cooper Rush over Ryan Tannehill. Wow. Okay. I mean, I feel like I should test it even more. Garoppolo. 1, 2, 3.
Garoppolo.
Okay. Cousins. 1, 2, 3.
Cousins.
Okay. All right. We're wasted, but we're not blackout drunk yet.
I think we really need to start a list though. Is Cooper Rush a top 20 quarterback? Because after what we've said, he's better than.
Well, this is essentially doing the same thing.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I mean, we're
I wanted a 1 through 20, though.
Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes.
337. I think you both went 100%. This is incredible. I think he's right.
It's not.
He's right. We're 100% here.
You might be 100% stupid. All right. The big one. Don't be a troll. Dak, 1, 2, 3.
Dak.
Okay.
Let's give you your list. Cooper Mack.
Mack.
Okay. Cooper Wentz.
Wentz.
Cooper Baker.
Although, God, Carson Wentz makes me sick. Cooper Baker. I'll go with Rush.
Cooper Goff.
Goff.
Cooper Gino. Cooper Mitch.
Rush.
Jameis Cooper.
Jameis.
Cooper Russ. Wilson.
Russ.
Tanny. Jimmy G.
Jimmy.
Kirk.
Cousins.
All right, very good. You got, let's see. You only got
all of them.
you only got 3 wrong. You only got 3 wrong.
877-881-1053.
Cooper. Matt Ryan.
Cooper, just because I think Matt Ryan's arm is about to fall off like Roethlisberger's.
I agree.
That's it. That's it. But man, look. This is why Jerry Jones's comment was so genius. It was so diabolically brilliant because what quarterback talk does to all of us. Look, it turns us into werewolves. It turns us crazy. Early Halloween costumes. What are they saying real quick on the Truckright.com text line as this exercise got way out of control?
Cooper's very accurate for a backup, better than some starters. It's time to make a list. People loving Wentz still somehow. I don't know. Does Cooper
I don't love Wentz. I keep going back to the ability that's there, but I could very easily pick Rush because he's not going to lose me the games as much as Wentz.
Does Cooper leave and start for Carolina? Russ burnt the dinner, bro. Y'all called me out for this 2 years ago. You called me out for my Stafford take too. Then bam, Stafford's a champ. Russ can't win a game. Cooper or Zach Wilson?
Zach.
Yeah, the upside of Zach is too high. Too high to say no to. Let's see. Rush could win the next 5 games. Our defense is saving him. I would not pay him top dollar.
All right.
Let's see.
Fascinating.
I think Smith is only great with the Seahawks, nowhere else. Are the Seahawks some great organization right now?
DK, lock it. Got some weapons. That's what we kept saying about Russ last year. So there you go. Interesting. Thank you all for the
high five, Peyton.
Participation.
We did it.
In the exercise, it was totally subjective. There's no right or wrong. But congratulations on being on the same page. 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. A humongous fight breaking out over Bonds versus Judge. Not just a fight on this show, but we got to follow up on the all-time home run debate. Choppy was in Arlington for the final Rangers game of the season, and someone says that Jimbo Fisher is in trouble. Next.
Let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford store in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80, located
come.
Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Choppy was in Arlington for the end of the season last night. No Aaron Judge. Rangers get the win. Aaron Judge does not get the Triple Crown.
He does not get the Triple Crown. Misses it by, about 4.5 to 5 percentage points on the batting average, which, I mean, I think if he was within 2 points going into last night, they would have played him, or yesterday afternoon, I should say. But since it was a 4-point swing or difference, that they were going to keep him out, and that's probably what their decision was. There were still a lot of questions about whether they were going to play all the guys in general because they have, a week off. They don't play till Tuesday, and baseball players, man, they have to play every day. They don't want a week off. So there was questions whether they were going to play him or not. But for him, I mean, he had played like 55 or so straight games, and just give him a rest.
So I lost my own poll question yesterday. Who is the home run king? Is it Judge or is it Bonds? I lost this to the Tolos, RJ, Peyton, and Jared Sandler, 70-30. About 1,500 votes at 105.3 SS. There was a divide on television. Man, and thank you personally to Aaron Judge. Just behind the scenes, selfishly, Aaron Judge did and made a lot of news in the middle of the week. It was perfect for us because football dies down a little bit, right? Monday, Tuesday is going to be NFL and college. Thursday, Friday, start ramping it back up. Judge gives us Wednesday to talk about baseball, and that's the day when that's the only day when First Take can actually talk about the sport because no one else in that building besides Tim Kirkjian. Is he the only one left? Tim Kirkjian and Buster Olney. The only ones left over there. They're not on First Take all the time. Mad Dog Chris Russo is, and he and Stephen A. went at it over the home run title.
He is one of the greatest ever. As far as I'm concerned, he is the home run king. And as far as I'm concerned, this man smacked 73 home runs in a season. You can call it what you want.
He cheated!
Oh, whatever.
Oh, come on. He took the steroids forever. His head expanded.
I agree.
He used 24 home runs more than he ever hit in that 1 year.
True.
McGuire picked up the phone and cried his eyes out to Maris's mother. Wife, hey, I'm sorry I cheated after he took everybody's hands. You're nuts. You're crazy. This man is the home run king. Judge hit the 62. And I'll tell you something else.
You say what you want.
Give Maris all the credit in the world. Everybody rooted for Judge. And look how much pressure he had the last 2 weeks. Yeah. He had a lot of trouble. Brutal. Look at Maris. Right. Everybody rooted for Mantle. Right. The Yankee fans wanted Mantle to do it. Everybody loved Ruth. Right. The commissioner put an asterisk next to it. His hair fell out. I have more appreciation now for Maris with the 61 because of Judge.
Well, what drug
Bonds cheated.
Good Lord. What a maniac.
Imagine having that much passion for anything in life, let alone a baseball game.
I don't know if it's passion. I think that's his regular voice.
It might be.
That's his regular tone. You were impersonating him yesterday before they even did that segment.
Stephen A. hit the home runs. I mean, we saw it, Stephen A. He did the steroids in his butt.
So we still don't have an update on what this guy in Arlington is going to do with the baseball. At least I have not seen or heard one. But we do have an update on a gut-wrenching story with Pujols' 703.
Oh, God.
Here's what happened. This will be the final home run of Albert's career.
Pujols swings, and he drives this one. Left field, down the line, and it's a gunner! A gunner for Albert Pujols, and home run 703. 2-0 Cardinals.
Cardinals radio with the call. That ball ended up in the hands of a fan, but he made the one mistake that apparently you cannot make when you catch memorabilia like that.
Yep. First of all, this guy who caught this ball, he exudes the Midwest. All right.
Stereotype him.
He's kind of a larger dude, huge hands. The baseball looks like a
people in the Midwest have huge hands.
I just see these huge sausage fingers. Like their body just smells of bratwurst. They just sweat sausage. Like that's what I'm picturing.
All right.
But Pujols passed Babe Ruth for second all time in RBIs with that home run. It was caught by a fan at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. He was taken back by security. Mr. Pujols wanted the ball back. That's what he was told. So He goes back there, and according to Bally Sports MW, which I assume is Midwest, he caught the home run ball. However, he left the stadium without getting the ball authenticated by MLB.
Oh, man.
Which basically means...
That's like driving the car off the lot. You're done.
Yeah.
The value...
Right.
That's a plummet.
So, Darren Ravel says MLB is willing to authenticate a ball on site if a deal is not struck with a player or the team. They do not authenticate any item after it leaves the ballpark. So the ball left the ballpark. This dude left the ballpark, and he did not get the ball authenticated by Major League Baseball. So now what he basically has is a $22 baseball that may or may not have been the one that Albert Pujols fouled off or hit a home run with.
Even though they have video proof that he caught it.
He could have got it.
He could have.
How do you know it? That's it?
Yeah.
Now,
there has to be another way.
I would assume, so with Aaron Judge's ball, right? That ball has a stamp or some kind of thing on it. Barcode, QR code, whatever it is. That allows them to authenticate the baseball.
Okay.
So if you see him catch it and it's all on TV and you know who the guy who caught it was, he has the ball, you could reasonably assume it's the same baseball.
Yeah.
But you can't prove that it's the baseball. And if you're going to spend $500,000, $2 million, $5 million.
That's Judge's ball. So there's...
Okay, so
there's a letter on it. There's a number on it. There's an emblem on it.
Yes, the emblem is the Rangers' 50th anniversary season emblem.
Right.
The number is that C13?
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that is. But does everyone know? Like, I'm surprised you didn't pull an RJ Choppy the other day when we had the Tolo on who should have caught it, who got bodied out of the way. He said, like, security made him go. What if this is how you've infiltrated my mind over the last decade. What if I wanted to stay and watch the game? Why do I have to go with you as security? They're like, they gave him no choice. I paid for my ticket. I caught a ball. I'm in my seat. Now, can you argue and counter that it's a security issue?
Yes, that's what they would say. They would say it's a safety issue for you.
So my point is, if that fan stays there for like 3 or 4 more innings, right? Or 2 more innings, whatever, the end of the game, they don't swoop him up and get him out, and you don't think or know that you have to stay there to get the ball authenticated, you're screwed. You're
screwed.
Done.
You're screwed. You don't know. You don't know.
I would like to know from a collector's point of view that reasonable assumption. Right now, it's a gamble. It's a calculated gamble. So say that ball is worth, let's just say $1 million for argument's sake. Can I now get that thing like for $650? And I have the ball.
The Pujols ball?
The Pujols ball.
Oh, yeah. If
you tell me no collector is going to make a bid or an offer up on that, I guess the question is, how much did it drop?
You still would. I mean, but yeah, it probably dropped 30, 40%.
Woo!
But, I mean, look, if you're, and by the way, I heard last night, is it true the memorabilia taxes is 44%?
Is it?
That's what I was told last night, which seems extremely high. Because, like, I don't even think your capital gains tax is that high.
It's not.
44%. Why is it so high?
Right.
Why is my voice cracking? Why am I drooling?
877-881-1053. That sucks. I feel bad for that guy.
I do too, man. I mean, how do you know that you've got to get it authenticated? Like, how many people who are...
Did they if they don't immediately go to you, and I don't know whether that's the ballpark's responsibility or not. Whose responsibility is it, right? Is it your responsibility? Should you know the rules? And you walk out of the park and they're like, ha, you just lost $1 million.
Yeah. Like, do you know how many people don't know about the memorabilia market?
Right.
Like, well, say, just because you go to a sporting event doesn't mean you follow Darren Bell on Twitter to know what to do.
Right.
I wouldn't have known that you had to get it authenticated before you leave the stadium. I would have asked, like, hey, what do I do here?
Yeah.
And I would have hoped they said something. But if they didn't, I mean...
You're screwed. You're done. Meanwhile, this final at-bat was really, really cool. Stephen Vogt, right? Oakland Athletics.
Yeah.
He's going up for his final at-bat of his career, and his kids got on the loudspeaker to introduce him, and here is how the final AB went.
How batting! Our dad! The number 21, Steven Vogt!
Vogt drives one, right field. Did he do it? He did. Are you kidding me? Let's go!
That's awesome.
That's very cool.
The kids introed. You took your kids to the final game yesterday, and Vogt goes up there and hits the home run on NBC Bay Area.
That's going to be really cool to homer in your final career at bat.
He was like skipping around the bases.
Yeah, he was. It was awesome. Very awesome to see. I got goosies.
Oh, goosebumps. They're freaking called goosebumps.
Say goosies?
Yeah, I just made that up. That was organic right there, man.
I'm going to steal that. Can I steal that?
Yeah, of course
I like
you can.
it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Peyton, do you want this job permanently?
Yeah, he does.
Because you're going down the wrong path.
Yeah, he does.
Sean's right.
You're on the wrong path.
Yeah, he does.
Sean and RJ here on all this vibing in the first hour of this show. You're about to become his
Look
Chiafalo.
at you. Using the word vibe.
Vibing?
That's so Gen Z, man.
No, it is.
Yes,
no,
it
Sean's
is.
right, RJ. Sean's right.
That's
here.
it's so Gen Z.
I didn't say vib or however
Oh,
you
no. You got
Vibby,
it, man. Look at
vibey,
that.
vibey,
Look
however
at that.
vibing. It's been around for a while. It has. It's been around for a long time. All right, Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, is going to join us at 7:20 this morning. The Rams are talking. Draymond Green may be suspended for a fight at Warriors practice. How are you going to remember the career of Cole Beasley? Plus, we got Thursday night football, and the Shark is playing chess while the PGA is playing checkers. Headlines on a Thursday with Sean and RJ next.
Stick around. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition on DFW Sports Station with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. Going to try to get you to your Friday and your weekend as quickly as possible. Cowboys, Rams, 3:30 right here on your home of America's team. Bobby Belt Cowboys Insider will join us at 7:20. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 to preview the game. And the spread is 5.5. So seems like it moved a little bit. 4.5 to 5.5, depending on what you get at different sports books. But of course, the Rams are favored at home, coming off their loss against San Fran.
Yeah, that was to be expected. I think going into the year, even if Dak were to play, I think many of us expected the Rams to be the favorite in this game. And then obviously when you have Cooper, it was going to be kind of exacerbated a little bit. So not really surprising.
Bobby Wagner was asked about all this Cooper Rush craze. And Bobby tried to put the fire out a little bit by saying, what you did previously, not a concern.
I mean, just because a guy's been good at the blitz so far doesn't mean that he'll be good, on that Sunday. Everybody, we do our blitzes differently and things of that nature. So, he's done a really good job of just picking, where the blitz is coming from. I think he's an older guy, so he's been in the league for a little bit, so he's able to kind of recognize some of the blitzes. And so, you never want to stay away from running those things, but, you just be smart when you use them, how you use them, and just understand as the coverage side that, if he does recognize it, he's going to try to throw it to most quarterbacks replace the blitz. So he's going to try to do that and just make the tackle.
I wanted to insult Bobby Wagner, but I go to his PFF grade. It's an 86.7. Unfortunate. 86, Choppy. You told us we shouldn't want him in this offseason. We should stay away.
Yeah. What are we giving up, 10 points a game without him? I think we're okay.
Only team, along with San Francisco, allowing less than 20 a game.
Yeah. This defense is just fine the way it is. Will Bobby Wagner be a good player? Yeah, of course he'd be a good player. But, did they really need him? Did they need to spend $18 million a year on him or whatever he wanted?
So no Wagner or Vaughn regret so far for this defense.
None. What am I regretful for? 17 a game or 18 a game?
We could have gone from
could have gone from 14.
Great to elite special.
Yeah,
could have just being good to great to elite.
Could have.
If Catboy would have spent the money.
Yeah, Bobby Wagner goes to L.A. and they're allowing more points a game than they were last year.
I think you put way too much onus on one individual player that you blame always for the defense.
Actually, I think I put no onus on the player. Right?
Not right.
No, because
you said when Seattle was giving up points, so then you're like, why would I want Bobby Wagner? Look at Seattle's defense. Like one player can control the whole thing.
Right, but on the flip side, people think one player would improve things that much drastically. So it's kind of a yin and yang. Like Von Miller's not making Bobby Wagner's not making the Rams defense better, is he?
Well, they might be really bad without him.
Maybe they would be.
So there's my counter.
They're already worse than they were last year.
So Bobby Wagner talking about Cooper Rush. The Bobby Wagner story in the news. The idiot fan who went on the field for the baby reveal with the pink smoke. He's pressing charges against Wagner and the Rams for lighting him up for the sideline incident Monday Night Football.
So let me just clarify this one. I trespass onto your property. You get mad about it and do something, and now you're at fault.
Let me be RJ Choppy here.
Yeah.
Was that field Bobby Wagner's property?
Well, it wasn't his.
Well, then he shouldn't have assaulted me.
He didn't.
He didn't hit me?
That's not assault.
What do you mean? He tackled him.
If you're trespassing onto,
what I'm trying to say is the RJ loophole. Did that give Bobby Wagner the right to hit him? It's different on my property. You step into my house, I'm going to shoot you. But if you sit there and step onto the football field, can Bobby Wagner? I wonder if that's the way they're going to argue it legally.
So if I'm over at your house, there's an intruder, and I take care of the intruder, am I at fault?
Right.
I would say no.
There you go. I just out-choppied you.
I'm in the castle. I'm in the castle. I can't be at fault, right?
Hopefully, for the sake of humanity, this idiot, loser, attention whore doesn't have a case.
Yeah, so like
Bobby Wagner put out a possible threat to the rest of the players on that field.
Okay, so question. Why did everybody think this was a baby reveal?
Because of the pink smoke.
Is that what we've gotten to? We're in such a TikTok world that pink smoke, you just instantly think baby reveal?
Yep. And blue smoke would mean it's a boy.
Yeah.
Wow, Peyton.
Look at that.
We're breaking news over here.
But there's gender-specific color Peyton Russell.
There's some other articles saying that
he's like an animal rights activist or something.
Right. Animal rights activist. And look, TV, some people are arguing that TV should start showing it again.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, for our purposes, but then it would encourage many more of these losers.
Truckwreck.com text line. Wagner said he felt threatened in post-game interview. He'll be fine since he claimed he felt threatened. Wagner is authorized to be there. The fan is not. It's California. The guy will win and get millions. He didn't assault him. He stopped a crime in progress. Ooh,
I
vigilante
like that.
Justice.
I'm not trying to defend the guy. I was just being BS defense attorney. Yeah. Michael Gallup. Speaking of Bobby Wagner talking about Cooper Rush, Michael Gallup had comments on his new quarterback after they had a great debut together.
I knew what I was going to get out of it. And I've, been with Coop for the last 5 years. So, I know what he's going to do. He's going to throw the ball up there, let us go play. So, I enjoyed it.
There's Michael Gallup. And Mike, one more question. How are you feeling after your first game in action after all that time off?
Not too bad. I thought it was going to be a little bit worse, but wasn't that bad at all. Came in here, iced it up, got in the hot tub, so it was good.
How's your confidence level increase after having a game like that?
Oh, yeah, big boost. Got in there, got my feet wet. Now you just keep stacking days.
So there's Michael Gallup and your Cowboys update. Bobby Belt will join us at 7:20 this morning. Thursday night football, Broncos, Colts, no Jonathan Taylor. Adjust your fantasy lineups accordingly. Nyheim Hines, other backup running backs, but Jonathan Taylor missing his first ever pro or college game. And Russell Wilson says that he's good to go. Cole Beasley retires after 11 seasons in the NFL. The majority of Tolos saying they will remember Beasley. How? Choppy. Playing career, COVID, rap music.
Rap music was third.
Okay.
A lot of people said they'll remember him for the fourth quarter catch against the Giants. A lot saying, though, they'll remember him for his stance on vaccines. Either they were supportive of him or they were against him and what he had to say.
All right, Choppy was in Arlington for the final game of the Rangers season, heard right here on DFW Sports Station.
Matt Moore is ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a curveball. The ball game's over. The Rangers win it by the score of 4-2. They get a split in this 4-game series. Their 68th win of the year.
This was a how do I put this? This felt like a lot like a spring training game, to be honest with you. After being out there on Monday with the atmosphere and then watching the games on the doubleheader on Tuesday, it was a completely different atmosphere than it was.
When did you get these tickets?
I don't know, either Friday or Monday.
Okay, with the assumption that Judge would play.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, at what point did it start to set into you that this thing would be a snooze fest?
When I was driving to the stadium and I realized that he wasn't playing.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we were, my kids, they were excited. They wanted to see it. Hey, it's C63.
Sure.
Let's see a new record. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, of course.
So let's see that or whatever. But this had a very spring training-like atmosphere to it. It was, I call it a Bopsa crowd. Bunch of people sitting around, just kind of watching the game.
Let's summarize the Rangers season. Whether y'all want to do it in one sentence, you want to do it in a longer tweet or text, summarize this Texas Rangers season. 68-94.
I would say if I had to summarize this season, I would summarize it by saying I was excited that they signed guys but I'm starting to fear that they signed the wrong ones.
Ooh. Why? Yesterday, Jared Sandler was giving us all these nice Corey Seager numbers.
Yeah.
Simeon not going to have as bad a start next year as he did this year.
It appears that Corey Seager is going to have more hits than high fives of teammates when his career is over as a Texas Ranger.
It had potential to be a nice improvement, and that was lost after Woody got fired. I'm not saying it's because Woody got fired, but it felt like an outright plummet. If you could sit when Pat Doney was filling in for you, and we were talking about finishing so many more games better than last year, that's something you could build off of.
Oh, you mean Pat Doney thought they were going to have a better season than they did the previous year?
Well, they were currently, I think, 18 games better than last year. Yeah, if you say we're gonna have an 18-game improvement,
that's great.
That's fantastic.
Oh, that's tremendous.
And then all of a sudden, all that fell off the deep end. Peyton, you have a Rangers summary?
I would say, in one sentence, there's hope for the future. You saw a lot of young talent, Bubba Thompson, Josh Young, Josh Smith out there, Glenn Otto. Not to mention the minor league team, Frisco Rough Riders, won the Texas League. So there's some talent right there in the future. And I think Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, they started off slow, but once the season ended, you could tell they had a pretty nice season.
We finished 8 games better than the year before.
It's a good improvement.
From 60 to 68.
If they finish 8 games better, each of the next 2 years, they'll wind up with 84 wins. And the problem is the American League, you got to win 90 games.
Let me give you the numbers for the big two. Marcus Semien, 248, 26 home runs, 83 runs batted in.
Semien, so 248?
Yep. 248, 26 home runs, 83 runs batted in. His WAR was a 5.7.
That's fantastic. That's a good WAR.
A 5.7.
It's not MVP. You got to get 9-10 to get that, 11-12, but it's 5.7. Yes.
Corey Seager hit 245 with 33 home runs. Same amount of runs batted in as Semien. His WAR was a 4.1.
Yeah, it's because he can't play defense. That's why.
But we're disappointed overall. Right? Everyone is disappointed overall.
But next year when they ban the shift, Corey Seager, 300 hitter.
When they ban the shift, Joey Gallo had fewer hits than Aaron Judge had home runs this year.
What?
He had 56. Judge had 62 homers. When they ban the shift, a lot of guys, a lot of lefties are going to see their batting average. That is the biggest injustice. Both my kids are left-handed batters.
Well,
I would be thinking to myself, if I could go back 5 years, would I tell them to be a righty with the shifts the way it was? But now obviously worry about that. When my kids made the major leagues, they won't have to worry about the shift.
Yes. Rangers also blew over 30 saves, so improved that in the offseason. That from the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle, who sent us some good Stars news as well.
Yes, there is some good Stars news here. It's Jason Robertson. He is signed 4 years, $7.75 million per year. He'll still be a restricted free agent at the end of the contract. He'll have another year to go before unrestricted free agency, but this is really good news. He is a fantastic player, so it was good for the Stars to lock him up a little bit.
All right, and then Draymond Green is supposed to be disciplined by the Golden State Warriors. He hit Jordan Poole in practice, according to Shams. And Greg Norman, with a Liv move.
Yeah, Liv has. Have you heard of the MENA Tour?
No.
MENA. It stands for Middle East, Northern Africa. Okay.
Wow, okay.
So that is a very small, and I do mean very small, professional tour in the Middle East and Northern Africa called the MENA Tour. And the MENA Tour somehow has official world golf ranking points. So the Live Golf Tour has teamed up. By the way, they haven't played since the pandemic, the MENA Tour. They're basically now defunct. So what the Live Tour has done is they've basically joined forces, and now they're going to get points for their players, world ranking points. Now, they're not going to be as many as the PGA Tour. PGA Tour, you win a tournament, you get 500 FedEx points or whatever it is. You're going to get official world golf. It's not going to be as many.
But he found a loophole.
He found a loophole. they're basically going to take over the Men at Tour's points. A lot of the players, too, in the Live Tour are playing Asian Tour events as well. Asian Tour gets official World Golf Ranking points. They have found it. They have found this loophole. Wow. By the way, the average total purse on the Men at Tour is $75,000. The leader, the money leader of the last year of the Men at Tour was $45,000. $45,000. At a PGA Tour event, $45,000 is like last place.
But this is the way to get the points.
This is the way to get some points. You're not going to get them all points. You're not going to get all the points.
All the points.
You're not going to get all the points. Okay? These aren't going to be the best points that I've ever had. Okay? People are not going to be raving about these points from countries away. But you're going to get some points.
Headlines on a Thursday with Sean and RJ. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Let's start talking about this Rams game. They are talking in L.A. Let's give him the Cooper Rush quarterback test. How is he going to remember Cole Beasley? Our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt starts previewing the Rams next. But first, and Peyton Russell, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Let's do it up with Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Bobby. What was happening? Well, was the wife of the Rangers judge ball catcher out there covering the team yesterday? Was she the most famous person inside the Star?
Bree was not there. No.
How do you pronounce her last name?
Amaranthus.
Amaranthus.
Yeah, so Bree was not out there yesterday. She was. I'm sure she was. She
already
dealing with
quit.
some other things. And no, I don't think it was quit. I think it was just probably getting swamped. Because you hear like that collector talking about, I'm blowing up his phone trying to get stuff and yada yada yada, and it looked like the internet was trying to trace backgrounds for both of them pretty heavily. So I think she was probably just, laying low. I wouldn't be surprised if she's out there today, but she wasn't out there yesterday.
What were both sides saying yesterday as we get ready for the Rams on the Cowboys and the LA side?
The Cowboys are all, I love going to locker room and listening to the Cowboys talk about opponents because everybody sounds like, they're the Patriots from the mid-2000s. Yeah, it's everybody's like
the same way I do. It's amazing.
Yeah, they're so nobody wants to just say like, yeah, Matt Stafford can't make a decision to save his life. Like that's nobody will just come right out and say that. And I get it, they're not going to say that. But I do respect a little bit more like the Bobby Wagner take where it's like, yeah, just because the guy's been good at, facing the blitz before doesn't mean he's going to be good this Sunday. We do things different, and you got to stick to your game plan and still approach the game the same way. Or when Jamar Chase even says flat out, like, look, Trayvon Diggs isn't always technique sound. Like I like when teams will talk direct like that. But I understand teams want to avoid bulletin board material. Mike McCarthy definitely seems to be one of those coaches who doesn't like his team to do that.
Yeah.
And so I understand why they don't. But yeah, just a lot of discussion about how Aaron Donald, they're going to have to focus a lot to stop him and slow him down. Although, Aaron Donald, although he's a beast, he's not so far through 4 games looked as good as he has in the past. That defense in general has had some struggles. Guys on that team have not looked as good. I don't think that Jalen Ramsey's been as good. On the offensive side of the ball, they can't seem to get Allen Robinson the ball.
Yeah.
Matt Stafford, who, people want to say, oh, it's an elbow injury. No, it's like, this is what happens when a ton of pressure meets already, risky decision making. It gets even worse. That's what happens. And so, the Rams aren't in a great spot right now. I understand why they're the favorite and everything else, but it's one of those things where this is a game that I think is definitely for the taking. There are a lot of vulnerabilities for the Rams right now.
So the entire Super Bowl hangover, is that what this is?
I don't know. I don't think
or
so.
Or Super Bowl fluke. Sorry, Bobby, for the interruption.
They were
but
great last year.
But last year we were all kind of on the same level. It was Cowboys, Cardinals for a while, Rams, and then as you have to have during a championship run, some fluky things took place.
They win 3 games by 9 points total.
Yeah,
which you run it back.
Now they deserved it. They kicked Tampa's ass. Tampa got lucky to get back in that game. But then, the big throw against San Francisco.
They got the interception that was dropped. And
Tart dropped that one in San Francisco, and then they got the awful BS flag on Logan Wilson in the red zone to save him at the end of the game.
Yep, and then the fact that San Fran upsets Green Bay, so they don't have to go to Green Bay for the NFC Championship game; they get to host it. A lot of things had to fall their way.
Bobby, what is the best idea that you think they'll throw out there to defend Cooper Kupp?
Oh man, I kind of wonder if it's the approach is almost kind of going to be like he's going to get his, and so just don't let you get beat by anybody else. It's one of those like the approach of where it used to be like let Jordan score 60 and nobody else score at all.
Luka.
Like I just wonder. Yeah, I wonder if that kind of ends up being the approach because it's just really tough to take him away because he's such a good route runner and he's so good at finding soft spots in zone defense and the Cowboys like to drop in zone a lot. But I'd probably just have Trayvon Diggs on him. I know that they probably won't do that. They haven't been traveling Diggs a lot. They've been keeping him more to one side or just kind of playing it by ear who he's matched up against. They haven't had him travel as much as they did last year, but I would probably travel Diggs with Kupp. I just think that they'll I don't know how much Kupp is even going to be the focus for the Rams on Sunday, because as much as they've had trouble running the ball, I think they're going to see on tape the struggles Dallas has had defending the run, and they're going to start trying to test the edges there. And so, because it's like, Broadus has talked about this week that, when you're scouting an opponent and you look at them struggling with something, it's like, it doesn't matter that we're not good at it. We got to try it because it's clearly working for other people. And I think that's what the Rams are going to try to run the ball. But they've been a little stubborn at times. I mean, they can't, like I said, they can't get Allen Robinson the ball. And Sean McVay keeps getting asked about it every week by reporters out there. And he just kind of goes, yeah, we got to do a better job of doing that. And they're not. I think that there's a little bit of, stuck in their ways out there with the Rams.
Are you more worried about this game or the Eagle game?
The Eagles game by far. Like this one, even if you lose it, it's the least consequential to your playoff positioning at the end of the year between this and the Eagles, because the Rams aren't even a common opponent. The Eagles don't play the Rams, so that's not going to factor into the tiebreaker of record versus common opponent. The Eagles already have a leg up in the division. You don't want to fall back 2 games. I just think that Philadelphia is probably the best team in the NFC right now. And the NFC is not nearly as good as I think we all expected it to be, at least one quarter of the way through the season. But Philly is one that I think could be much bigger if you could go on the road and get that victory. This one would be nice to have, but I don't think it kills you in tiebreakers or anything else at the end of the year.
How is the Jason Peters rotation evolving?
That's an interesting question, because I'm honestly stunned that this has kept up for 2 weeks, that they're willing to just rotate guys, because this is the same, this is the same staff that a couple of years ago was talking about they didn't want to just bounce a guard out to tackle. That they talked about that was fantasy football nonsense, and now we're doing full rotations, which runs counter to a lot of the thinking in the NFL for years and years and years. And so, they've had success with it to this point, as much as you can have. I mean, Tyler Smith was asked about it yesterday and talked about how he doesn't think it's given them any problems at all. He doesn't think it's presented any challenges to have the rotation. That he thinks they're really all pretty assignment sound, and Jeff Blasco, the assistant offensive line coach, does a good job of helping to prepare them with those rotations and everything else during the week. And so if the players and the coaching staff doesn't think there's a drop off, then I don't know that they see any reason to stop the rotation right now. So I mean, at least now when you hear the guys talking, it sounds like they're still planning on doing some of that rotating heading into this game. But personally, I mean, I'd like to see more Jason Peters and that power inside against Aaron Donald. I don't necessarily want Connor McGovern out there, especially with how much he struggled against Jonathan Allen.
So you don't think this is just a result of Jason Peters still being 40 years old and just ramping up?
It very well could be, but typically you just get somebody ramped up, and when they're ready to play, they're ready to play. And you start them and put them in there. You wouldn't necessarily, well, let's get him some game reps and just swap him out in the middle of, close ball games,
right,
like they were doing. That's just a little odd or just a little bit of different thinking than we've seen a lot of NFL teams approach it. Not saying it's wrong. I mean, it hasn't burned them totally yet, so I guess they can't be blamed for it, but it's just a wildly different line of thinking teams have approached offensive lines.
Bobby Belt Cowboys insider here on Sean and RJ via the Diamond Factory hotline. You sent out a Dak Prescott video the other day that has about 100,000 views on it. What was that video about?
So here's the problem, Sean. I hadn't taken my Adderall in about 4 weeks, and I took it that morning, and I got the wrong reply in my mentions that morning.
No. Oh no!
And so I was like, I got time today, cuz. And so I went in there, and somebody just was saying Cooper Rush throws better slant routes. It's guys in stride. We'd never see Dak do it. I'm like, I'm literally just going to go pull up a couple clips of him throwing these type of routes and show you he does it pretty consistently. And so I went and did that. And then, of course, somebody had to come back and go, these are old clips. And it's like, all right, here's a collection of throws that are literally from last year. Here they are, each single one, literally from last year, literally from last year. And then, of course, it comes back to, yeah, but show it in the second half of next year. And it's like, okay, just why don't you list every single concern you have? We'll pretend I gave you an answer for each one of those because I'm going to find the videos. And then whatever your last one is, then I'll present an actual video of like, okay, here it is. And just assume I knocked out your arguments on the other because they're paper thin arguments all the time. It's just people who are bitter that old 9 God lost his job 6 years ago. I'm sorry. Get over it.
Bobby, did you hear our Cooper Rush exercise this morning?
I didn't hear it, but I heard about it, and so I know the premise because I woke up at 6:40 this morning. But I heard about it, so I'm ready to play. It sounds like you guys, a couple of y'all, not you, Sean. It sounded more like Peyton and Choppy were picking some crazy ones. I think.
It sounds like me and Peyton were actually 100% on par with what the reality is.
All right. This is Pro Football Focus saying that Cooper Rush. Now, hell of a caveat. If he keeps winning like this, I don't know, undefeated, Cooper Rush is going to get paid next offseason. So I just wanted these guys to give me the 1, 2, 3 answer on this quarterback or Cooper Rush that they would prefer to have next year. And I'm just going to go through a few of these names with you, okay?
Okay, let's go.
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
Carson Wentz.
Cooper Rush.
Baker Mayfield.
Cooper Rush.
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields.
Ooh.
There's an unknown.
Okay.
I would take him
It's been 1 year. I'm gonna take every first round quarterback from last year over Cooper.
Jared Goff. Davis Mills.
Davis Mills probably.
Oh God.
Geno Smith.
Right.
You just said that's right? Are you agreeing with that one? Yeah. Okay, Mitch Trubisky.
Man, before the year I probably would have said Trubisky. Now it's Rush.
Jameis. Russell Wilson.
Choppy, you got to slow down with that one a little bit. Dude, I understand. He's not who he used to be. I understand he's not who he used to be.
All right,
but I mean,
let me ask you this.
All right.
Russell Wilson or Geno Smith?
Right now, Geno.
There you go. That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah.
That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah, but still Russell over Rush.
I bet you Denver would not sign him to that deal right now.
Daniel Jones.
Rush.
Yep.
Okay. Kirk Cousins. Garoppolo.
Tannehill.
Okay. Peyton said Cooper Rush over Ryan Tannehill.
So far, I think
Peyton. Man, he's really filling in for Troy Hughes now, isn't he?
He really is.
Derrick Henry's carrying that offense. Come on.
Okay.
Bobby, you agreed with you disagreed with. I only disagreed with you twice. Sean got 3 times.
Okay.
On this one.
Oh, okay. All right.
So you're right. You're more right than Sean. You watch for football.
Okay.
I'm gonna start let Rush cook. I'm gonna start that social media push.
Let Rush cook. Okay. Before we let you go, my poll question of the morning is: so Zeke was asked why he didn't join up with Michael Gallup, Micah Parsons, and Dak to watch Aaron Judge hit number 62. In fact, here is Michael Gallup talking about being in attendance for Judge's historic home run.
It was definitely fun, getting out there, have a little camaraderie with the boys. Got to witness some history, so it was a good game. He was out there chilling. Dak hit me up, I was like, I'll pull up. I ain't doing nothing.
What was Micah's reaction? He looked like he was a little kid out there, right?
Yeah, facts. He kind of is a little kid, though, except for when he's on the field. But, he just has a blast. He had a good time. We all did, so it was fun.
All right, Zeke, why weren't you there? Quote, I hate driving all the way to Arlington. I respect Aaron Judge. I respect his game. I'm not a big fan of that ride to Arlington from Frisco, so I asked everybody to fill in the blank. The Metroplex blank. I'm not making that drive to where in DFW and why. What is Bobby Belt's fill in the blank?
Rockwall. And I love you people of Rockwall, but that is a literal bridge too far. I'm not for nothing. I'm driving out to Rockwall. I mean, it's 2 hours. It's a road trip. Like, you got to stop for bathroom breaks and, pick up candy for the trip and everything. It's just like, it's so damn far.
Got a bathroom break, man.
I can't do it. Although I will say, if Zeke didn't want to make the drive, if he was still putting up 1,500-yard seasons, he may have been able to use the helicopter. But that's not happening.
Thank you, Bobby.
Love you all.
Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory hotline. So I just want to know, what's the Metroplex drive you're not making and why? So Michael on Twitter, I'm in Fort Worth. I think it's very important to specify, where you are. I'm in Fort Worth. I'm not driving to Frisco without a plan for the day. I'm not driving to see someone finish 7th. Little shot at our local teams from RageBot.
That was Judge.
Oh, finished 7th in the all-time chase?
Yeah.
Good Lord. Wow. Steroid support. Bond support. Drew, I'm not driving anywhere off 635. R2, yeah, that drive sucks even on the tollway. Zeke can watch it on his TV without leaving his house and gets a better view. Jared, I'm not driving to Frisco, and I live in Arlington. I'm not making that drive, says Snoopaloop, to Unpleasant Grove. A-Rod, I'm not making that drive to Mesquite. Siggy, not going to Houston. Oak Cliff from Big Chris. That's where my wife is from. Come on, Chris. Mike Jones, Fort Worth. Ooh. From home in Fate. And then Southlake from Ranchero. Not making that drive to Southlake. What's yours, Choppy? Dallas?
I told you.
yeah, you're answering the commercial break. This is amazing.
I was in my 20s. I got offered to come join 2 girls at night. It was in Saxy, so I guess my answer is I would go to Saxy. Still haven't lived it down, but whatever.
Wow. So how far would the drive have been?
Man, this was before 121 was a highway. 121 had stoplights back then, okay? Once you got past about Grapevine Mills Mall, 121 getting from Grapevine to Saxy was a nightmare. It would have been a 90-minute drive almost. So my answer is I'm not driving to Saxy.
Peyton, what's yours and why?
It's definitely McKinney. McKinney, you get about 35 minutes up north, and then you still got 35 more minutes. Driving through Allen, Plano, and then wherever else you're driving through, it's just such a long drive.
Alec Medford, Frisco, broke college student who refuses to take tolls. So there you go. What's on the truckwreck.com text line?
Let's see. Royce City, anywhere along 380. Arlington to Garland. I'm not going to Texas Motor Speedway. You're weak if you're not driving anywhere. It's what DFW is all about. I live in Justin. I drive to Frisco for work every day. I drive from Frisco to Grand Prairie Monday through Friday, 50 minutes of the fan each way.
You're appreciated.
McKinney to Denton. Weatherford to Frisco costs $15 in tolls. $15? Woo! Man, these tolls, dude, they're getting out of hand. I don't mind the tolls. I like it. Okay, I like it.
You like it?
If I choose to get a faster route, I can.
Right.
Man, I was driving yesterday during rush hour, and it was $20 to get on the toll because it goes to peak time, right? So, the more traffic, the higher the toll. It was like $22. It's very, very high.
Now, real quick with the tolls, is it per exit that it charges you,
I don't
or is it the
know.
whole? Because I've never got that. Because I've been on it for a long time. I'm like, okay, this whole trip, I'm going 20 miles for $1.50.
Yeah,
or is it per exit?
I have no idea. I could have got on yesterday at 121 and 183, right there by Euless West Park, and that would have taken me all the way. Theoretically, it's taken me all the way to 35. I wanted to go that route. Is it $20 from there till I get off? Or is it $20 until the next thing, the next toll plaza? They don't have plazas anymore, but that camera.
Well, I guess you're going to find out.
I'll find out. No, I won't. Oh, well, I don't even look at it.
Brandon,
I'll never know.
I live in Aledo. Going west of 35 is a no-go for me. Jonathan agreeing with Bobby. You ain't lying, Bobby. I'm sitting in traffic still on Lake Ray Hubbard and Rockwall, leaving from Fate. Left 30 minutes ago. I have gone 8 miles. So that's Zeke saying, I am not going. Man, I love the old man Sharif approach from Zeke. I'm not traveling. Dad vibes
right there.
I'm not going from Frisco to Arlington to watch 62 in the suite with Micah, Gallup, and Dak.
Truth be told, Man, I ain't driving anywhere at 5 o'clock. I don't see if I know.
I feel like you're always out at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. You're always out.
I mean, like on highways and stuff, where like if I don't have to, right? If I don't have to go somewhere, like if I'm gonna go to a sporting event, then you got to deal with it. But like other than that, I'm staying close to home during traffic. I don't do stoplights and traffic and stuff like that. I don't wait.
All right, since we have Thursday night football tonight, Jonathan Taylor is out. He was universally drafted as the number 1 player, but Choppy, you say the numbers are coming in and fantasy running backs being the most important are not a thing?
Yeah.
They're being phased out just like in real life?
Yep.
In fantasy? Peyton?
Yes, sir.
The running back maybe shouldn't be drafted ahead of the quarterback after you gave Chiafalo crap for Josh Allen?
I mean, it's a freak injury. You know, you pick Jonathan Taylor 9 times out of 9 out of
9 times out of 9.
I was gonna say 10, but then I realized I should have gone there. 10
9
times
out of 9.
So, if you look at the top 50 fantasy football players through, the first 4 weeks of the season, running backs are as dead as they are on the field. If Lamar Jackson keeps up this same pace,
which is probably impossible,
right? He would win you about 5 games more than you started a baseline league average quarterback. Okay? Meanwhile, running backs have completely taken a dive. The top drafted running backs, aside from Nick Chubb and Saquon Barkley, are nowhere to be found on the top 50.
Yes. Kamara has screwed me. Awful pick that I made in Kamara over Tyreek Hill. And Jonathan Taylor, outside of game 1, has done nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. The top 10 players on Yahoo for the season, all quarterbacks in order. Lamar, Josh Allen, Mahomes, Goff, who I picked up, Hurts, damn it, Herbert, Joe Burrow, Kyler, Wentz, Geno Smith. It's not even a running back after that. It's Cooper Kupp, then Tua, then our first running back at 13 in Nick Chubb, then Stephon Diggs, Trevor Lawrence, Saquon, Derek Carr, Tyreek Hill, Russell Wilson, Tom Brady, Justin Jefferson, Cousins, Daniel Jones, and then Jamal Williams. Like, there's no running backs to be found.
Yeah. So if you go and look at this, this is the top fantasy war performers over the first quarter of the season.
Wow, we have fantasy war now. What a world.
Lamar, Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp, Josh Allen, Mark Andrews, Jalen Hurts, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Travis Kelce. You don't get to your first running back till Saquon at 10. Christian Kirk, Nick Chubb at 12. And those are the only 2 that were highly drafted. James Robinson was not highly drafted. He's at 18. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, not highly drafted. He's at 27. And then you have, DeAndre Swift. Guys, there are 2 kickers in the top 50.
Who? Who are the kickers?
Young Ho Koo and Riley Patterson. So what you're seeing here is the idea of drafting a running back high in fantasy football is no longer something that you should do.
Wow.
The zero running back theory is winning so far 2022 fantasy football.
Who did you say the kicker was in Atlanta?
Young Ho Koo.
Oh, I thought you were referring to that basketball clip.
Hassan curling off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a 3. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me. I don't want to tweet from anybody. That's the man.
Come on, man.
It's real.
Ho, you fat.
Steve. I think his name is Steve. I'm not saying just Steve like that.
Whose name?
Ho, you fat.
How's his name Steve?
Steeeev. It's like 3 E's.
I'm not understanding. What does Steve have to do with Ho You Fat?
That's his first name.
Steve Ho You Fat?
Yeah.
Steve and the rest of his name is Ho You Fat?
Yeah.
And his first name is Steve.
No, his first name is Steve. because he's got an extra E.
Okay.
So his name is Steve Ho You Fat. This is not a joke.
The first name is Steve.
Steve.
That's like me.
Steve Ho You Fat.
Ho You Fat. French
How
basketball.
many E's are in there? Or is it like 4 or 5?
It's like 2 or 3 E's.
Yeah, there's 2.
And Steve is just Steve.
French basketball player. Did he change this name? Obviously. He had to have changed it, right? Like, he hate me. There's no way the first name is Steve and then this.
Oh, you fat.
His Wikipedia page does not say.
Okay.
His paternal ancestry is from China.
Steve Ho You Fat.
Ho You Fat. His family controls shipping at the Port of Cayenne.
What?
In French Guiana.
Wow. Okay. So there's the basketball clip that went viral with this announcer saying, "Don't at me." That is this guy's actual name.
Ho You Fat went viral due to his last name, which resembles an insulting slang phrase in English.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
is it insulting?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
Say it to your girlfriend or your mom.
Oh, you fat.
Record your mama tonight and say that and see what she says. All right, set us up for Channing Crowder because this makes me very uncomfortable.
What do you do when you go to the bathroom, Sean?
1 or 2.
Let's say you're doing. Let's say you're number 1.
Okay.
Number 1. You go.
I walk into the fan bathroom. And I go to one of the 2 urinals on the wall.
Yep, and you spread your legs out because of the urine that is on the floor.
Yes, I try to stand like 2 or 3 feet back.
Yep, and then
there's a splash pad,
and there's a splash guard between the 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you peek at the man next to you?
Well, like I couldn't even if I wanted to. There's a guard up.
Yeah, but like, do you look them in the eye? Do you make eye contact?
No.
Do you speak?
No eye contact. Sometimes speak.
Sometimes speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes check the phone while there, which is obviously disgusting. But every person in there next to me, sometimes they're looking at their phone as well. But no, that's a strict rule in the bathroom. Definitely no eye contact next to the urinal.
So
that's man code.
Yeah, he'll occasionally make an appearance on the Pivot podcast.
Channing Crowder.
Yep, Channing Crowder,
former NFL player,
and he was discussing what he does in the bathroom that some are calling him out for a man card violation, and I hope that Peyton found the bleep button.
Yo, but let's get into it. I feel like that's
I talk to a nigga in the bathroom.
You would?
Yeah. I do it all the time.
That's weird.
But
bro.
I just like to look at people like you
holding
your shit, and I'm looking over. I don't want to look at your shit. But just to look at a man next to me and be like, bro, how you doing? You okay?
You like a man in that vulnerable space.
I just want to see what you about.
Wait, what?
I just want to see what you about.
That's some next level down south.
If you can have a conversation with me holding your dick and I'm holding my dick and we can look each other in the eyes and talk, that means that you an alpha male. That means you a lion. That means you a lion. Like lions. Oh my God. When's the last time you saw 4-5 male lions sitting around in the same area? It doesn't happen because they have territories. The thing that makes this shit run is when you have an alpha male, you got a lion that can sit and talk to another lion and just be comfortable with it.
Bobby Belt, I hope you're listening. I gave you the subject of the lime green Gatorade that blew up in the Cowboys locker room. You take that clip to Micah Parsons today and you talk to him about staring him in the eyes while peeing. Because Channing Crowder just said that's the way you identify an alpha lion. You take that to Micah Parsons and try not to get punched in the face, Bobby. Wow.
I could see how his thought process is. Like the weak would be scared and insecure about what they've got, and they don't say a word, they look straight ahead or whatever, and that the ones who are just totally cool and totally secure themselves will look anywhere.
Okay.
Making eye contact and gazing into another man's eyes while I've got my hand.
Yo, man, that gets you a black eye and a lot of
Well,
bathrooms.
if you look down.
Black
if you look
eye.
Down, yeah, if you look down for sure, it'll get you a black eye. Don't look down.
Yeah. No, but having a conversation. You're at AT&T, and you go into the restroom, and you're like, oh, what a play. Hell yeah. You can say that, and the person next to you reacts. Or you go up to the sink, or like, we're getting cheated. You know, you can make that type of comment, but, hey, man, how's your day going? Yeah. No. That's man card violation.
But you look forward, right? Even though there's nothing in front of you but a wall, you look forward, right?
Yeah, you can move to the side a little bit, but you can't look like look like you're down. You can look up, over, around. I get on my phone a lot. I'll just look down at my phone. And then if you want to really screw some people up, because sometimes it feels good. Oh, like that, it feels great to pee.
Right.
And then they wonder what you're doing, and then.
Oh no, I don't even react to that because that's a common reaction.
I think it's a totally common reaction.
Yeah, but like, you turn your head a little bit, I think that's grounds for getting punched in the face. I think that's the way it is, man. Keep your head forward. We can have some words.
Yeah.
Don't turn your head.
Truckwreck.com.
Either of them.
Text line. Nothing like Johnson & Johnson bathroom talk.
Yeah.
This is hilarious. Never make eye contact.
No.
Only, let's see, when you're drunk, conversations can go on for 3 minutes. Look forward and ask how it's hanging.
Nope.
Bathrooms with troughs are the worst. Dude,
yeah.
Those are the absolute worst.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't care who you are. That is, by the way, did you know 25% of the people out there suffer from bladder shyness?
Like, you can't
go with people waiting or near you.
I've had that before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's always the first time, though. Once the seal's broken, you can go in front of anyone at any spot.
This is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Babe Laufenberg, 1 hour from now, Cowboys analysts to start previewing the Rams. But is Cooper Rush finally going to throw an interception? Where are the Cowboys now in the NFC East? How does Vegas think about them as a Super Bowl contender? The experts on everything sports-related in the Metroplex, what Vegas thinks about DFW and the Cowboys, next.
FitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour kicking off here on DFW Sports Station. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Cowboys analyst Babe Laufenberg will join us at 8:40 to preview Sunday. And you got a guess for the 9 o'clock hour, 9:20.
DeMarco Farr, Rams sideline and color analyst on their radio broadcast. So he is going to join us at 9:20.
Former defensive lineman himself, played D-tackle for the Rams from 94 to 2000, 36 and a half career sacks. Very good on the air. So we are all over this huge game on Sunday. Let's see what Vegas thinks about the Cowboys and everything else sports related. We got wild card round series. We can get to that tomorrow, so that's when baseball is going to kick it off. But odds to win the Super Bowl. Let's see how the Cowboys have moved and who is the favorite as of today from Bet Online in Vegas. Just took their first loss of the NFL season last weekend, so they are the true experts. Who's the favorite?
Favorite to win the Super Bowl today? I'm going to say Buffalo still.
It is Buffalo. Well done.
Vegas doesn't usually overreact the way the public does. They're much more measured. They do things much more based on computers than most, so that's not surprising.
And you and I putting the Bills number 2. Did you put them 2 in your power rankings? We both had Kansas City number 1.
I believe I had Philly number 2.
Okay, so did you? We changed from Buffalo 1 to Kansas City number 1.
I had Philly 2.
Okay, Kansas City and Philly are tied for second best odds to win it all at 7-1. Then Green Bay and Tampa Bay, 12-1. Baltimore and San Francisco, 16-1. Chargers and Rams, 18-1. I'm going to cut it off there. Where do you think the Cowboys are? What do you think their number is if Chargers and Rams are 18-1?
33-1.
28-1.
Okay.
Here are the teams above us. Stop me when you hear great value. Cincy, Miami, and Minnesota are 22-1. A little disrespectful to Cincy or the Dolphins to put them with Minnesota, or the AFC is just that much tougher to get through?
Well, the AFC is that much tougher. Minnesota's good. They're a solid team, right?
No, I don't think so. I just hate. I hate them. They're so unpredictable. I guess they're solid. I guess, but you wouldn't pick Minnesota against Miami straight up or Cincinnati straight up, would you? People were putting Miami in the Super Bowl after the first 3 weeks.
What time is this game?
Daytime.
I picked Minnesota over Cincinnati.
Nighttime.
I picked Cincinnati.
Kirk Cousins loses. Cowboys are 28-1. They were 50-1 mid-September, and they've creeped back up because of Cooper Rush. 28-1 to win it all. Then Denver at 33-1. Then the Colts. Peyton Russell stepped to the microphone. Who has the worst odds in the National Football League to win it all?
That would be the Houston Texans.
Good job.
Yes.
1,000-1. The next worst team is Seattle at 300-1. What about just winning the NFC? The Eagles are the favorites at 3-1 to win the conference. Green Bay, 4-1. Then Tampa Bay. Then San Fran. Then the Rams. Then the Vikings. Then the Cowboys. And then it plummets to Arizona. Cowboys, if you just think they can still win the NFC title, 12-1. Arizona, 28-1. Give me the order, RJ, of the NFC East.
Philly, Dallas, Giants, whatever they are.
Yes. Philly is 5-14 to win it.
See,
what does that say? The Cowboys are 18-5.
Basically 1-3. And the Cowboys
a heavy favorite.
And the Cowboys are basically 3.5-1. Yeah, they're a heavy favorite. I think you can get some really sound value there on the Cowboys at 3.5-1. Because yeah, the Eagles are in the driver's seat. Yeah, they are undefeated. But You could get if the Cowboys beat the Rams, that is not going to be the same odds next week. They'd be 4-1 right before Philadelphia. Who knows what the Eagles are going to do this week? But if the Cowboys beat the Rams, I think you're going to see that number jump down to Cowboys closer to 2-1, more 1.5-1, where the Eagles would be a little bit closer to even. Still a favorite, but closer to even.
Any other divisions that you are interested in from Vegas before we move on to the award winners?
Okay, I'm interested in seeing how they have the NFC West.
NFC West, guess the order.
San Fran, Rams, Cardinals, Seahawks.
No, Rams, then San Fran.
And then Cardinals, Seahawks.
Well, basically the Rams and the 49ers are tied.
Okay.
All right, so Rams, San Fran, coin flip, then Arizona, then Seattle. So that's where we stand with the division interest. MVP favorite. Peyton, you can guess first. Who is the MVP favorite as of today in Vegas?
I would go with Mahomes.
No. Choppy.
Jalen Hurts.
He's second.
Oh, what am I, an idiot? It's Lamar.
You are an idiot.
I was going to say that, yeah. Wait.
Oh, you're an idiot too.
It's not Lamar?
No, it's not Lamar.
It's not Josh, is it?
It's Josh Allen.
No.
What?
Josh Allen is
wrong.
Josh Allen is 3-1. Hurts and Lamar, along with Mahomes, are all 5-1. 5-1 versus 3-1. Okay? I think they're gambling on Lamar not keeping up this pace. The pace is unsustainable.
Your mom's unsustainable.
If you think no, she can never mind.
Hey.
Never mind. The non-brisket cutting Justin Herbert 14-1.
What did you think of that, by the way? Did you see that story?
I know.
Okay.
You describe it, and I'll give the brisket analysis.
All right, I'll describe it. I'll describe it like this. It looked like he had a very dull knife.
Okay.
It looked like he just kind of pulled it apart.
Okay.
Which I suppose you could do that, right?
Yeah, man.
If it's good enough.
You're not expected. Cutting. Your theory about brisket overall is correct. It is a tremendous, can be overrated pain in the ass. It's the challenge of it, right? Like, you got to learn, you got to invest all the time, and then you got to sit there and deal with the dry. Half of the thing is dry. That's part of the challenge, but you're still eating, like, dry meat.
Yeah, because you got to overcook. You're cooking it well done, basically.
Well,
right?
one side is like it has fat and the other side doesn't have fat.
Yeah.
But you cook the whole thing together and one side's going to be drier. And then you got to slice it against the grain. These meats in life that you have to slice against the grain, otherwise they come out tough and chewy.
Is it fajita like that? You got to
yes,
cut fajita?
skirt steak.
Yeah, skirt steak. So like when
Yeah.
you bite into it, it's easier
Yeah, you
to
got to
pull
cut
apart.
it against the grain, so you got to find the grain and follow the grain. It's a tremendous headache. So Justin Herbert is in California. That's tri-tip. That's their brisket. He ain't supposed to know how to cut a brisket. I can barely cut a brisket after all these years. So I'm going to defend Justin Herbert in his brisket slicing.
I was wondering about how you were going to judge this.
I can't judge him, man. That's like us figuring out tri-tip. There's like 2 different grains in the tri-tip. We're brisket. California's tri-tip. That's my reaction to it. But Josh Allen is the MVP favorite. And then you have Hurts, Lamar, Mahomes, Herbert, Rodgers, Burrow, Kyler, and then Stafford. Defensive Player of the Year favorite. RJ Choppy.
It's Micah.
It is Micah. 2-1. He's got a good lead on Nick Bosa and Rashawn Gary. Who he play for, Peyton?
The Ravens. I don't know.
Is it the Bears?
Yes.
Rashawn Gary. Do we know?
He sounds like he plays for the Bears.
No, he plays for the Packers. But I also had no idea. I had to look it up. Linebacker for the Green Bay Packers. I'm just being honest. So it's Micah with the big lead on Bosa and Rashawn Gary. Coach of the Year. Ralph?
I'll tell you who it should be.
I like this music.
I do too. It should be Mike McCarthy.
That's what Mike Greenberg said on Get Up.
Well, then I retract my statement. I don't want to agree with Greeny. But no, he's right. It should be Mike McCarthy. But it's not going to be.
It is not Mike McCarthy in Vegas.
Is it Nick Sirianni?
It is.
Ooh.
Heavy favorite. Even money. Give me the coaches before we get to McCarthy.
McDaniel.
Yes.
McDermott.
Yes.
Dan Campbell.
No.
Okay.
John Harbaugh.
No. They're talking about firing him.
Oh.
Is it O'Connell?
Yes. Good job.
Is LaFleur on the list?
No, the other names are Doug Peterson.
Oh, yeah, Dougie.
Doug Peterson and Mike McDaniel tied for second. Then McDermott. Then O'Connell in Minnesota. And then Dayball, Shanahan, McCarthy tied.
Man.
20-1 for Mike McCarthy. He was 66-1 in the middle of September.
We should have placed a bet on Mike McCarthy 2 weeks ago.
Our Friday best friend. I mean, we didn't see Cooper Rush doing this. Nobody
No,
did.
that's in fact. I'm gonna ask him that tomorrow.
What?
Have you put any money down on yourself to win Coach of the Year?
Get him eliminated from his profession and create a huge gambling scandal.
You can't bet on yourself to win Coach of the Year?
I don't think you can bet, period. These people at DallasCowboys.com, I don't think they're allowed to go in a casino and pull a slot machine. Or they can't play fantasy football.
What happened to Calvin Ridley?
Yeah, he bet on his own team.
It doesn't matter. You cannot place a bet within your sport, I don't think.
Bobby Belt can't because he's NFL Network.
Right. Well,
He can't?
No, Bobby Belt
No,
can't
he
play
can't.
fantasy football.
Not for money.
Because of the NFL rules. How
That's why he's
stupid.
not in our league.
He's not in our league because we didn't invite him.
Oh.
He's not in our league because what would have happened is he would have said to us, "No, I don't really want to go because I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
I don't want to meet everybody for the first time while playing fantasy football."
Nobody shames social anxiety like the Sean and RJ show.
I don't want to play fantasy football. I don't want to go
Urgent.
to the Jerry party.
When they told me he was in urgent care, you know, I clearly like Bobby, but they told me he was in urgent care for Corey and I's appearance at Terry Black's. I didn't even send him a message. I was so disgusted.
Because you knew.
I was so, and he knew not even to. He sent Corey Venmo money, $50 to buy drinks for the Tolos. Like I would have assumed he would regularly send that to me, you know. But
he didn't want to send it to you.
He didn't want to send it to me, and I didn't even communicate. I was so disgusted. Urgent care. Give me a break. I ate something.
Oh, I ate something. Oh, it hurts. Oh, my stomach. Oh.
Dad, give me CPR. Comeback player of the year.
He would love that one.
Comeback player of the year favorite. Saquon.
Yeah.
I'll just stop ruining it. How's McCaffrey been in fantasy?
Is he even playing?
McCaffrey tied with J.K. Dobbins and Lamar Jackson for comeback player of the year. Right now it is Saquon. Yes, he is playing. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Chris Olave in New Orleans, and Defensive Rookie of the Year, Devin Lloyd. So that is the way Vegas is looking at the Cowboys and the National Football League as of today, if you feel like betting. Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Did we get an answer from the commissioner on the Home Run King? Just yes or no for the tease?
No. Well, we're still listening.
Okay.
Use that.
Okay.
Did he not give an answer? He was on television like 30 minutes ago. I haven't seen it on Twitter, but we need to get an actual answer from baseball on who the home run king is. And Choppy has his Rangers questions after he saw the season end yesterday in Arlington. That's all next, along with Babe Laufenberg right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Dealing with arthritis, bone-on-bone pain.
Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them at 214-333-3333.
Matt Moore is ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a curveball. The ball game's over. The Rangers win it by the score of 4-2. They get a split in this 4-game series. Their 68th win of the year.
Eric Nadel with the call of the final Rangers game of the year. They beat the Yankees. They end up 68-94. RJ Choppy was there. Babe Laufenberg is coming up at 8:40 to preview Cowboys Rams. Let's get into your Rangers questions for the offseason.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. Like, what is the biggest question mark this Ranger team has, or biggest two that they have going into this offseason? And I think, ESPN did an article on the teams that did not make the playoffs on what the biggest offseason question is. And they wrote, will next year finally be the year we turn the corner? It's been a while. And the write-up is, fundamental question for the new front office must answer honestly when the season concludes. After last year's heavy payroll investment, and with the minor league system that's been building up over the past few years, it feels like it's time to field its first contending team in the new ballpark, which, by the way, has seen just about every milestone in Major League Baseball be hit in the 3 years that it's been here, except for any of them have been anything to do with the Rangers positively.
That was a sad post on your Instagram story.
So it's had the World Series. Now, it did have the first American sellout in post-COVID. That's good. It had 2 no-hitters and the 62nd home run, so an American League record. So it says it's feel like time to build a contending team. Assuming that's the conclusion that him and his staff reach, how do they get from here to there? Can they get there anyway? Contention-worthy set of position players mostly already in hand. That's a key thing to hear. A contention set of position players already in hand. They've got to find the pitching side of the organization.
That was going to be my point.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Where's the pitching going to come from? How are you going to find it? They were 22nd.
They were 22nd.
They were 22nd in ERA this year.
Leave out Josh Young, who came up late. Low. I'm gonna say it. I almost said it again. Simeon and Seager.
Did he get G-Bag of the Day for that yesterday? Was that even nominated?
G-Bag didn't have a show yesterday.
Oh, right.
Here we go.
Sorry, I forgot.
Simeon, Seager, and Lowe were all in the top 50 of offensive infielders this year. They've got a solid offensive infield. And that's good. And then obviously you throw Josh Young in there, who they hope progresses into being one of those guys as well. You know, I think you could reasonably say that Seager and Simeon and Lowe is a playoff caliber infield.
Yeah.
I think you could safely say that. But there's the problem is we've seen this with the Angels. 2 guys do not a team make. Or in this case, 3. So one of them is, personnel-wise, can they develop their own? Like, do they know what they're doing? That's a serious question. Do they know what they're doing?
Right.
Kumar Rocker is in the Arizona Fall League. He's thrown like 30 innings in like 2 years-ish. Probably a little more than that. The highest level of baseball outside the major leagues is the Arizona Fall League. He threw 9 strikes and 28 pitches the other day. He can't find the plate, or he's scared to find the plate. And that's not a knock on Kumar. I don't believe this is putting him in a position to succeed. You want your talent to be able to visualize and see the success they need to have. Like, do you want to throw them into the Arizona Fall League?
You've always said throw a rookie quarterback in. You don't believe in getting scarred.
I don't
Confidence.
I don't believe in getting scarred. I don't believe believe this is going to scar him. I don't believe this is going to scar him. I just wonder how this is going to help him. You know, I don't know. I wonder how it's going to help him. One more question that I think they're going to have. Last year they spent big on offense. Are they going to spend big again? Are they going to go the pitching route this year? Like, you know, if they do, I would say, you know, give me old Carlos Rodon with the Giants. He had a fantastic year. Bet on himself, took a 1-year deal. I would throw a bag of money at him.
Yesterday, Sandler brought up Kershaw again.
Kershaw had a great year. I'll tell you, there's a couple other guys and these are a little bit more low money dudes. Not low money, but you're not breaking like Nathan Eovaldi, who's a Texas guy. He's got big arm. Now
Rodon is 30.
Yeah, but I mean, look, you would sign him for 4 years, 5 years.
Yeah,
you're not gonna give him 10.
2023 player option, $22.5 million. DeGrom's 34.
By the way,
that's a shame. I want to see this guy for much longer.
Can we stop with the Jake DeGrom as some all-time great pitcher?
What?
The dude pitches like 6 games a year. Like, throw 150 innings every now and then, and I'll call you great. We got a part-time pitcher in Shohei who's actually doing things that Jake DeGrom can't even dream of.
Wow. Hot take.
Get DeGrom off my screen.
Wow. Innings pitched. Let's see. Okay. Oof. He hasn't thrown 93 innings in 3 years.
The difference between him and Noah Syndergaard is what? That when DeGrom actually pitches, he pitches well?
Now, he threw 200 innings for 3 straight years before that.
Yeah.
And then he's gone 68, 92, 64.
Now, the 68 was in 2020, right?
Yes.
So,
COVID.
60-game season.
Right.
But, dude, the guy's always hurt. He's always hurt.
Verlander's on this list for pitching. Kershaw, Chris Bassett, Severino, Wainwright. Wainwright and Verlander. I guess DeGrom can still keep pitching. They're 40 and 41.
Wainwright's 40. I'm not touching him. I would touch Sean Manaea. I shouldn't have said it like that. I would go after
Sean Sharif.
I would go after Sean Manaea. I would go after Michael Wacha. I think you can get him at a good rate. I think you get Eovaldi at a good rate. But there's plenty of high-dollar guys out there that you can go get. You know, just do they want to spend all that kind of cash? I mean, pitching is – you spend a lot of money on pitching. They get hurt. I mean, you're screwed. You are really screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but missed me with all that Jake DeGrom love.
Man, you do hate the Mets.
You know, I love Scherzer. I love Alonso. I love Lindor. Why is my voice cracking? I love Edwin Diaz. Boy, you want to fix your 30 blown saves this year? Go sign him in the offseason. He's available.
877-881-1053 for the Ranger questions of this offseason. So Rob Manfred was on Get Up, and I was assuming they were going to ask him who is the home run king, but I can't find the Twitter answer to it. Peyton can't find the audio, so apparently Rob Manfred has said a big bag of nothing on there. And speaking of Aaron Judge, I lost the poll question. The Tolos and the rest of you said Bonds is the home run king, 70%. I said it was Judge. I lost the poll question at 30%. But you had a little Aaron Judge, Corey Seager comparison.
So a lot of people there's been whispers about Corey Seager. And is he...
Our report. Our exclusive fan report.
Is he all in?
Now, you talk about Cowboy versus a baseball town in coverage. What I said about Corey Seager and Simeon didn't even create a blip. If I said that about
could you imagine
Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs, that they weren't team leaders or they did their own thing or the team was disappointed in their character, it'd be all over national TV.
Oh, yeah.
No one wrote an article about it.
So could you imagine if you said Dak Prescott isn't all in on this team? He has his own quarterback coach.
Which he does.
So,
which everyone does.
Yeah. So there's been whispers about Seager not being the best teammate. He's not even in the dugout when he's not playing, or he's not high fiving guys. Yada yada yada.
Right.
But then the other part is that he's not in the offensive. He's not he has his own hitting coach.
Right. He's not in the team meetings.
He has his own hitting coach, and they're down the right field line doing drills, and that's not showing that you're a team player. Well, before the Tuesday night game between the doubleheaders, Aaron Judge was in a bit of a slump. He was pressing. He texted and had a video call with his personal hitting coach. And his first at bat, he goes out there and he hits a home run.
Yeah.
So people are all getting all over Seager quietly. And meanwhile, a lot of other guys around the sport have their own hitting coaches.
Yeah.
I think that was an unfair knock at Seager.
I think it has to do with how else do you socialize with the team?
I think so.
Right? Like Dak Prescott can work with Tom House, but we know that Dak is the man inside the locker room.
Sure.
It sounds like Corey Seager and Simeon don't have that connection with teammates as the big money faces of the franchise. But I think you can have your own hitting coach and your own instructor, but can you participate? Like, can you come to the team event? Can you act like you care a little bit and participate in the off the field activities? I think that's the difference. I don't know what Judge's reputation is in New York.
I mean, everything I've heard, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
He's the face of the team. The fans love him. The team loves him.
He doesn't isolate himself.
No.
Like Kobe.
Apparently they had a little party at the Four Seasons 2 nights ago for him. I guess they're staying there.
Yeah.
They were. So it's like.
But it's like a Kobe Bryant thing, right? You have this documentary out on the Lakers from the Lakers' point of view, but Kobe sitting in the back of the team bus with headphones in. There's nothing in the headphones. He wanted to hear what everyone was saying about him. Not going out with them, not socializing, speaking Italian instead of English. That type of stuff is what I think of with the Seager and Simeon rumors.
Yeah. I assume most players who come from other organizations they want to keep. If Corey Seager signed a 10-year deal, signed over for over $300 million, I think you would want to keep the guy that helped get you the $300 million as your hitting coach.
Sure.
I think you would want to keep him.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a problem to want to keep him. I think it's a problem if you're not in team meetings.
I agree.
I think it's a problem if you're not socializing and interacting with the players.
Agree.
These are your teammates. These are your brothers.
Yep.
But I don't care if he doesn't have the same hitting coach or if he has his own private one.
I totally agree.
I think, look, Mike Bassick had pitching coaches. He also had his dad. He also could go to his dad. Is that a problem? If one of his pitching coaches tells him to do one thing and his dad, who knows him better than anybody, was like, nah, that's not going to work for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't kill him if he listens to his old man.
Let's get to someone who's a personalized coach. That's an interesting question. Babe Laufenberg coaches up quarterbacks. Like, do these teams get upset or differ with Babe's youth quarterback advice? Let's start previewing the Rams with the Cowboys color analyst, Babe Laufenberg, next.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, is CeeDee Lamb now being used the way Cowboys fans have wanted all along? Plus, which surprising NFL narrative is most likely to continue furthest in the season? Join
It's Babe Laufenberg, who, of course, will be on the call for Cowboys-Rams Sunday right here on this radio station. Babe joins us every single Thursday at this time on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Babe Laufenberg. How are you?
Good morning. Great. Been ready to roll.
What's wrong with the L.A. Rams?
We'll let Sean McVay figure that out, right? He's doing a pretty good job of it. Yeah, they're just, their offensive line is obviously just so beat up. That's been a struggle. They can't run the ball. They're a running team. Everybody looks at McVay and all the gadgets and the motion and all that, and Cooper Kupp and Stafford, and they're a running team, and they're averaging 3.3 a carry. Their long run this season is 20 yards. They're struggling running the ball, and I think that's hurt them as much as anything, because so much of what they do comes off that running game and the play action, and so they've not been good there. And a big part of that is obviously their offensive line, just been in such flux with injuries.
Will you think of Matt Stafford, when it's all said and done, more as an NFL or a high school quarterback?
Well, NFL, because there's a bigger sample size, right? But I do remember I went to see him play when he was at Highland Park, and I try to get out for some of the phenoms. One guy I didn't see was Quinn Ewers, but I always wanted to kind of watch him. But then, of course, he skipped his senior year. But I saw Kyler Murray, and I will tell you, I didn't look at Kyler Murray and say, wow, there goes an NFL quarterback, just because of his size.
Right.
We hadn't seen that. Still have only seen it with one guy, really. But I remember seeing Stafford, and I said, wow. I said, if somebody doesn't screw this guy up, he's going to be a heck of a quarterback. And I did not know he'd be the number one pick in the draft and all the things that have happened in the Super Bowl winner. But just as far as talent, he was about as good as I've seen.
Where is he in your Texas or just quarterbacking high school hierarchy for QBs?
That's a good question. There've been a lot of good QBs come out of Texas, right? Drew Brees, who obviously he was down in Austin. I didn't see him in high school. And quite honestly, I don't know if you saw Drew Brees in high school, if you would have said, wow, there goes,
or
he
college.
Physical guy. Or college. Yeah, he wasn't that guy. But obviously he has done okay. But I just love Stafford, too. One, I think everybody appreciates the guy who throws 100 miles an hour in baseball, right? So he's that guy that throws 100 miles an hour with a football. So he makes some crazy throws just with his arm. I hate the word arm talent, but
I hate it too. Why?
Do you?
Yeah.
I hate it because Roger Staubach was never. We just. I think we need to sound like we're smarter than everybody, so we use the word arm talent. Hey, the guy has a good arm, right? Now we have to use the word arm talent. Well, does a guy that runs 4.3 have leg talent? Technically, he does, right? But so I hate the old arm talent thing. It's now something we just use so we sound a little smarter, in my opinion.
Okay. Babe Laufenberg joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Do you think that I had a quick coaching question while we're talking about youth quarterbacks, because we're talking about having your own hitting coach with Aaron Judge and Corey Seager. When you or Charles Haley does this, right? He goes out to Cowboys practice and he's showing Randy Gregory his moves. When you're teaching youth quarterbacks, just out of curiosity, side note, how do you factor in those teachings being in line with what the high school wants?
Well, it's a great question. Usually I tell them, look at some film of me, and then everything I do the
opposite.
But hey, one thing, it's a great question. One thing I tell them is, I'm going to tell you this, but if your coach tells you something different, may not be right.
Right.
I say, you got to do what your coach tells you.
Okay.
So don't say, oh, well, Coach Babe said this. They're not going to like that, number one.
Yeah, right.
Number two, if that's the way they do it and that's the way they want you to do it, you've got to do it that way.
Do you find that some of your basic fundamental teachings are way different than what schools are, or they're mostly in line?
I would say different, because this will sound a little self-aggrandizing. These kids don't get coached. I apologize, but I go out with receivers, right? Varsity high school receivers, college receivers. They don't even know how to get in a stance. And I look at them and I say, what is that stance? And stance is the first thing you do, right? As a receiver, first thing you do. And I see these college kids, big time schools, and it just amazes me. And I will say, having coached quarterbacks and getting a few into the college game and all that, a lot of these college coaches, they don't know what they're looking at. And if you ever watch a game and you see that head coach grab his quarterback by the jersey, and we've all seen it, right?
Yeah.
And they start screaming at him. It's because they don't know how to coach. They don't know how to coach the guy, so they scream at him. Is any of that beratement of your quarterback coming off the field, is that helping him? Is it helping his team? Is it helping any part? No, it's just you're losing your cool. Great example. I'm watching the USC game this past weekend. Gosh, Chop, you probably had money on it. Who did they play?
USC?
ASU, man.
USC played Arizona State, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And Caleb throws an interception, fantastic quarterback. He comes over at the goal line. He throws an interception on a fade, and he didn't quite see the safety and all that. Lincoln Riley is just standing there talking to him. And I could see the hand gestures from Lincoln Riley saying, hey, safety moved over. He's talking to him. He's coaching him because he knows how to coach him. So anytime you see a coach, any level, screaming at his quarterback and grabbing him by the jersey, he doesn't know how to coach.
But don't we think of that? Don't we think of Saban doing that sometimes?
Yeah, yes, but does he do it with the quarterbacks all the time? And
right.
I will grant a few guys.
Okay.
Hey, I can't remember Bill Belichick. Seriously, I can't remember him, screaming at Brady.
Right.
Not to say that they don't get into their, Parcells and Phil Simms were famous for their shouting matches. but
Phil, I'll call the plays.
Right. Yes. But Phil will get right back in Bill's grill, and it was great. And then they both calmed down. But anyway, that's my take on it.
That's great. I love hearing that stuff. Babe Laufenberg, Diamond Factory Hotline. Does Cooper Kupp remind you of anybody?
Wow. I've said it before, but all these quarterbacks, they come in different packages. Even the guys we just mentioned, right? I went to saw Kyler Murray and I saw Matthew Stafford, and you couldn't get two more dissimilar guys, and yet they both were fantastic and they both got the job done. So Cooper, hey, he's doing a great job, and he really is. And here's the thing that I have seen, and you guys have too. You've watched the games, but I don't know that anybody has really kind of pointed this out. He has not missed throws. When he's had that open guy where you say, oh, there's a big play, he's hit it. And the old saying is you can't miss touchdowns. Great example, C.D. Lamb ran the little double move post on the right side against Washington. Wide open, but could not have thrown a better ball to him. C.D. dropped the ball in New York. Perfect pass. So, go through your little mental Rolodex, and you can't remember, oh, man, he had him open for a touchdown, whoever he was, and missed him. When the opportunity has presented itself, Cooper has nailed it. He's been just fantastic from that regard. Obviously, he's only turned it over once, hasn't fumbled, had the one interception. So he's just been solid. But in answer to your question, who does he remind me of? I really couldn't answer that.
I think I may have misspoke. I meant to ask Cooper Kupp, but I'm glad you broke down Cooper Rush.
Oh, did you say Cooper Kupp?
I don't know. I thought I did, but
I've been the whole week like Cooper Rush, Cooper Kupp. Let me ask you this right now.
Okay.
If tomorrow, if the Rams said we'll trade you Cooper Rush or Cooper Kupp for Cooper Rush, would you do it?
If I was the Cowboys or by the Rams?
Either.
Cooper Kupp.
I'll take Cooper Kupp.
Do you
for
think
one game?
For one game? Oh, for this?
They said, hey, we'll set our Cooper down if you set your Cooper down for this week.
Oh, no. You know what? I wouldn't.
No.
Because of the quarterback, the importance of the position.
No, you tell Sean McVay, hey, keep that guy over there.
Now,
let him catch 10 balls for 84 yards.
Let me ask you this about Cooper Rush.
Yes. Okay.
Is he a top 20 quarterback in the NFL right now?
Oh, that's a good question, too.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, Is he a top 20? Are there 12 other teams that would take him over their guy? Yeah, the way he's playing, I would say yes. I mean, if you told me you're going to get this out of your quarterback this week, I'll tell you this much: the Giants wish they had him.
Yeah.
The Giants wish they had kept him.
So he's going to get $100 million this offseason.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he'll be that guy. But now, there's no question, he has made some money. What's interesting, Cooper has made, or will make, with this contract in his career, right? And this is his 6th year, I believe. $4 million. 4.
Wow.
Dak's is going to make 40 this year. I mean, it's crazy. But no, I don't know where he'll go. I don't know what he'll do, but he has made himself some money. There's no doubt about that.
What do you admire or like about Mike McCarthy's coaching style or just his personality?
Well, I think a little bit that he's been able to go through everything that he's done here. I think, too, he couldn't have been – there are 32 NFL teams, right? 32 teams do it differently. If you go to – I don't care where you go, they're going to be different than the place you came from, right?
Yeah.
But you couldn't get 2 more dissimilar places than where he was in Green Bay and where he is here.
Right.
You just couldn't.
Right.
For better or worse, right? They're just could not be more dissimilar. Not exactly sure he really knew how dissimilar it was here, but he has weathered the COVID, the 2020 year, obviously playing without his starting quarterback for 2 of the 3 seasons he's been here for at least some period of time. I do think he's kept a real even keel. I notice, and this is just me, right, armchair psychologist, he just seems to be more relaxed this year, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just seems to be more relaxed. And that's a positive, not a negative, by the way. It's not like he's disinterested in what's going on. He just seems to be, you know what, okay, here it is. Here's what we've got. Let's go.
Be armchair doctor. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Be armchair doctor real quick. I'm dying to know your thoughts on the Tua situation.
Well, it's one of 2 things, and we've all seen it, right? It's either they didn't follow protocols or you need to get new protocols. I think we all look at it and say, okay, there's no way the guy should have been on the field. So where did they fail Tua and, by extension, the rest of the NFL players? Do we not have the proper protocols in place, or did we not follow the proper protocols? So one of the 2 has to be addressed.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much, brother. Have a good trip, and we'll hear you Sunday.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Babe Laufenberg, Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Vegas on whether Cooper Rush is going to stay perfect. How are we going to remember Cole Beasley's career after he has stepped away from the game? And is Jimbo Fisher in trouble? Ooh. One college football insider says yes. Final hour, Thursday edition, next. But first, let me tell you about
It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, YouTube, Twitch, in your car, on the treadmill, wherever you're listening, at the office. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. You are appreciated. Appreciated. Sean and RJ, Peyton Russell running things here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. I don't know what they're sipping on that TV show over there with Mike Greenberg and company, but the amount of Dallas Cowboys love that they are throwing out, my Lord. They're probably just following the same old pattern that everyone else in the country does on TV. Talk about the Cowboys and boost your ratings. Dominique Foxworth on ESPN put the Cowboys number 5 in his power rankings. Mike Greenberg voted Cooper Rush for his MVP. Sounded like Michael Irvin. Cooper Rush as an MVP? Dominique Foxworth voted Micah Parsons. I think someone got to Foxworth and said, step on it. Step on, because every show has their Cowboy presence, whether it's a lover or a hater. We got Dave Hellman now to be the Cowboy lover on FS1. He's supposed to be their representation. I'm not saying that Hellman is being fake. You got Bayless. You have Stephen A. as the Cowboy hater. And now it's Dominique Foxworth. They told him, yo, step on it. Love the star. Micah as his MVP, and Mike Greenberg going Cooper Rush with Mike McCarthy as his coach of the year. Wow.
Yeah, wow is right.
Cooper Rush, MVP. Come on, that's ignorant.
He would have to play the rest of the games. He would have to play the rest of the games.
I don't care what he plays. Up until this point, you cannot make the argument that he's the most valuable player in the National Football League based upon the way that he has played. Period.
No, you're right. Although I will say Dak should have won it in 2016.
Why?
He led the 1 seed. There was the surprise element plays into it, no doubt. And the definition of value is what he was. I mean, he came in there as a backup and went 13-3. I mean, that's...
Well, you got to look at his numbers, too. I mean, 23-4. That's not MVP worthy. 23 touchdowns.
No, but
I think it was 23-4.
It was 23.
Matt Ryan won it that year.
Yeah, Matt Ryan won it that year, and I can't argue with that. Matt Ryan had, I'm not joking, one of the 5 greatest quarterback seasons in the league history.
He had 25 votes for MVP. Brady finished second with 10. So that's the way that went. But Cooper Rush, and see, the problem is the way they've labeled it. MVP is stupid. It should be just like best season, best player, that most valuable, because the value that he's brought, it's best season, best year. You know, and then value always makes it a quarterback award as well.
Well, as it should be, because nobody else matters. But, you know, this is the problem.
I know, but I'd like to see other people recognized once in a while for, like, having a great season, you know?
Yeah, like
best season. Yes, no one is more valuable than the quarterback.
Like, baseball's going to run into this problem. Like, you know.
No one can be more valuable than Shohei Ohtani. No one.
Right, but Shohei's not valuable either because he hasn't played a meaningful baseball game all year. He pitches, he's one of the 10 best pitchers and hitters in the league, and they're like 40 games under 500.
Well, that's not his fault.
No, it's not. But I don't know. I have a problem giving it to.
All right, if I could tell you, you have a problem giving it what?
To a guy in a last place team.
You're a Mr. What is wrong with you in the past 2 weeks? You're flipping everything. You were Mr. Wins and losses don't count. Like wins for a pitcher.
I don't look at wins for a pitcher at all. I'm just saying.
If I told you can have any player in baseball, but the salary is the same, all the money's the same for the next 3 or 5 years, who would you pick?
Trout.
Okay, and I would pick Ohtani.
Okay,
just because of what he does on the mound.
No, I get it.
Trout's a better hitter.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, but the value of Ohtani is uncomparable. Can't be compared.
Can't be compared.
Can't be. It's
incomparable. I'm not saying he's not. You don't make a strong case. You do absolutely.
Why is Trout more valuable than Shohei Ohtani? Same money. I'm getting a pitcher and a hitter
because I believe he's the best.
And I'm getting an outstanding pitcher and hitter.
I think he's the best position player the game's ever seen. And that's
who's going to be hurt.
He is. Yeah. He's definitely going to be hurt. There's no doubt.
And I'm not
about
saying
that.
Shohei's not going to get hurt either, but 15-9 with a 2.33, 6 in the league in strikeouts.
Well, he threw 161 innings, I think.
I mean, what did he do at the plate this season?
270 or 265, 275. 30 homers.
It's a pain in the ass to even look up his stats because he's so.
You got to go to different pages.
You got to go to different. You got to go to different pages. But I mean, so the point is MVP, the value of it, and how it gets mixed up in these discussions. But there's Cooper Rush. Vegas has the stat out there. Will Cooper Rush throw an interception this week? He has not thrown one so far. Will he throw one against the Rams? What do you think the favorite is? Yes or no?
Yes.
It is yes.
Yeah.
Minus 130, no, plus 110. We'll continue to preview this with former NFL player and Ram, DeMarco Farr. He will join us at 9:20 this morning, and then we'll crosstalk at 9:40 with KMC. Cole Beasley stepping away. 11 years in the National Football League. I thought he was going to stick around longer with the Buccaneers and be Tom Brady's substitute for Godwin, Antonio Brown, Julio Jones banged up to start the season, but Cole Beasley stepping away. We'll ask KMC how they are going to remember Cole's career between the actual career, the drama with COVID, pandemic, maybe a little bit music, going back and forth with people on social media. I wonder what his next career path is. Music. Has he succeeded enough? I don't know. Has he succeeded enough that he could have a path in music?
That's a good question. I have no idea. Let's look at his Spotify. I wonder. I mean, I think.
What would the Spotify number have to be to make you think, oh, this could go somewhere?
Man, what does Spotify give you? Like a third of a penny per download or something like that?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
So we'll ask KMC. Look, I didn't like Cole too much on Twitter, social media wise. Hell of a career. I mean, this guy overachieved for what he should have been. SMU, undrafted, stepped away from training camp, came back. I would have happily put him on the Cowboys roster to start off this season when we were waiting for Michael Gallup to return. So, fantastic career for Cole Beasley. Congratulations to him for that. Someone else who gets irritated, goes back and forth with people, Baker Mayfield. So, a problem that people thought Baker would have in the league, and it's been true, batted balls. Had a couple in their last game against Arizona. So, a reporter asked him, is there any type of drill, any way you can, kind of combat and get over or around this issue?
If you have a drill for me, you can let me know.
Coaches haven't given you any suggestions for something like that?
I mean, it's like staying in the pocket. It's finding windows to throw, getting their hands out. I mean, it's the same things I keep saying.
If you play the beginning of it, if you have a drill for it, let me know.
If you have a drill for me, you can let me know.
I love it.
He's such a little smart ass.
He is, man.
God.
So good.
Gosh. Would you rather see Baker Mayfield get well, we already saw him on the sidewalk, but him or one of the Paul boys just get cracked? Is there anyone else that irritates you? Like one punch or just one hit?
Oh, man, I'm sure there's plenty.
Draymond Green.
Oh,
man.
And Draymond ends up hitting Jordan Poole yesterday in practice. He's going to get disciplined apparently by the Warriors for striking his teammate. Draymond's a good one.
You know, I like the Paul brothers.
You do?
I do. I like the fact I like heels. They're heels.
Yeah.
It might be Baker. Baker needs, it might be him.
KD, Kyrie. I'd take Draymond. I'd rather see Draymond get some than even those two.
Look, Kyrie, are we surprised? He's a flat earther, man. Are we surprised that he's got weird stances on things?
No. But does he irritate you enough to want to see a pop?
It irritates me how everything has to be perfect for him to play in his life. That irritates me.
Yes. All right. Paul Feinbaum College Football Insider on ESPN. Is Jimbo Fisher in trouble at A&M?
You can be on the hot seat and not be in danger of losing your job, if there's some sense to that, which I'm not sure there is. But he is the most talked about coach in college football right now because he's vastly and woefully underperforming. And yes, it costs $85 million to buy him out. What a great deal that was by the athletic director at Texas A&M. But I still think it's possible. I don't think it's possible this year, Greeny, no matter what happens, and this is not going to be a successful season. But next year, the pressure is on. Don't forget, A&M started this season number 6 in the country, and they're going to struggle the rest of the way, especially Saturday night. Next year, if Jimbo Fisher doesn't win, that $85 million won't be tough for those Texas oil tycoons to come up with.
Whoa.
This is interesting. So he's on the same career trajectory as Kevin Sumlin without a 10-win season to his credit. Kevin Sumlin at least had a 10-win season. I don't think he's on the hot seat, but I do think that
Should he be?
I mean, for the money they're giving him, yeah. But I think that, look, he is one more 8-win season away from having the discussion. Now, Paul Feinbaum could say that the buyout.
How does Feinbaum, by the way, get away with
wearing a suit?
No, he gets away with destroying coaches, and no one ever fires back or goes for his throat. He got this nerd, potato head.
He does have a very small neck
in his seat, calling for jobs and destroying people, and he's an authority. He owns the South on his radio show, if it still exists. He did own it. And now he's sitting here as a presence on TV, and no one says anything back to him after he goes for people.
Yeah, he still's got it. It's on SEC Network every day. It's still there.
What's her name? Phyllis from
in Mulga, Alabama.
Get me those drops, Peyton. God, I love that woman. Hey, you cow turd. Roll, game, tide. Roll, damn tide.
His buyout is $88 million. Woo! A&M would have to cut a check for $88 million to fire him today. Do you really think they're going to hand over a check to get rid of the recruiting mastermind?
No, but he said, what about next year?
Well, it would go down. His buyout would go down next year a little bit, or quite a bit. But they're already paying $30 million for recruiting classes. They've already given up $30 million away. Now they're going to give another $88 million away. I know money grows on trees for these boosters, but those trees ain't that big. He's got to develop a quarterback. There was a time where he had
It kind of feels like a Harbaugh situation.
It kind of does.
It felt like Harbaugh didn't have that quarterback answer for a long time.
Which is stunning considering Jim Harbaugh. What was he, a tight end in the NFL? What was he? He was a quarterback.
Did he have a guy at Stanford that went to the league?
Yeah, he did. He had a guy named Andrew.
Yeah.
Andy Luck. Andy Luck, man. So you're gonna sit here and Jimbo, who had he recruited he had Jameis. He recruited the number 1 pick in the draft at quarterback, and he can't find one at A&M.
There it is. Around the rest of the NFL and the sports world here on Sean and RJ. There you go. God, what a sweet, soothing sound to enter your ears right here on this Thursday morning. We're going to bring you another one. This guy's fantastic on air. He's a former Rams player, and now he's an insider. DeMarco Farr joins us to preview Cowboys Rams next on Sean and RJ. But first, let me get you on over. Man, how cool is it to have a team of attorneys? It's like you're sitting there in some of the most famous trials of all time that you see on TV when the rich person walks into the
Lawyers Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Huge game Sunday afternoon right here on this radio station. We are your home of the Dallas Cowboys here on Sean and RJ. Let's preview Cowboys-Rams with former NFL defensive lineman, Pro Bowler, Super Bowl champion, and sideline reporter / analyst DeMarco Farr here on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, man. Thanks for waking up with us.
Good morning. What was that insurance company you just advertised? Maybe Matthew Stafford could use it.
Oh
no. Does he need one?
Who would have thought that the Dallas Cowboys offensive line would be in a better shape than Tampa Bay, who we've played, Washington, who we played, Cincinnati, and now maybe even you guys? How bad is it up front?
You know, it's funny. I mean, teams around the league, you don't really laugh, but you kind of laugh at other teams' misfortune. And then here you are as the Rams, you're starting third stringers as a center, as both guards are basically third stringers. And your left tackle is new. He's new to the job. So, yeah, it's pretty daunting right now. It got really crazy in San Francisco. Watching Matthew Stafford take that beating up there on Monday night, I was thinking, man, thank God this is on grass. You know, grass leaves stains. If it's on AstroTurf, it leaves parts of you on the field. So just punishing. But, yeah, I mean, you've got to find a way to, coach around this. I'm not sure if you can if you're Sean McVay, but you have to find a way because no one's going to feel sorry for you.
Okay, so the O-line should be getting more blame than Stafford, who is always a polarizing guy, played his high school football around here, but there's a lot of people who think that he got overrated after the Super Bowl win, but you're blaming the offensive line more.
Well, it's Nick Bosa just absolutely, just ripped them a new one. I mean, I think they had 11 pressures and 7 sacks. I mean, that's how can you blame Matthew Stafford? He's not blocking, but the blame goes all around, coaching staff included. But, Matthew Stafford gets a little gunslinger. He gets a little happy, but he's super aggressive trying to put the ball in the box. So I would never begrudge a quarterback throwing picks like that. I worry about the guys who are just throwing picks, just trying to chuck and duck. This guy's at least trying to score touchdowns.
DeMarco Farr joining us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Is Jalen Ramsey's career on the downturn?
Wow. You know what? I think he was a little banged up. And it's hard. It's hard to get a read on Jalen because he's so private until he gets on the field, and then he lets, himself go. But I think he was battling an injury to begin the year. And in the Super Bowl, I mean, Mike Evans will take anybody deep. That was in the playoffs. In the Super Bowl, I don't think he got any help from the officials. And then to start the year, didn't have a lot of preseason, and he was coming off a shoulder surgery. So it took him a little bit to I guess, work himself into game shape. Against Arizona, looked great. He was his normal, violent, physical self, plus he was a, top-flight cover guy. So a little bit weird, not a lot of pressure outside of Aaron Donald. So I don't care who you are. You could be Deion Sanders. If a quarterback has all day to throw, eventually they're going to find some dead spots. But if the Rams can find a way to generate pressure, then I think we can get back to seeing the Jalen Ramsey that we're used to seeing because that guy still exists.
Is Donald having a slow start to his year?
No, I think Aaron Donald's doing all he can. Maybe he's getting a little long in the tooth. Everybody does at some point, but he's still a one-on-one matchup nightmare. But the problem is, outside of him, who's getting to the quarterback? The next guy on the list, when you talk about sacks and pressures, is Bobby Wagner. That's an inside linebacker, not an outside linebacker. So there's just no heat coming from anywhere else outside of Aaron. And teams do a pretty good job of running 2 or 3 guys at Aaron to slow him down. So Again, same with Sean McVay on the offensive side. Raheem Morris has got to find a way to coach around this and manufacture some pressure. If not, Jimmy Garoppolo and everyone else, Cooper Rush, will find dead spots in the zone or versus man coverage and make you pay for it.
DeMarco, Aaron Donald doing all this at his size still doesn't make any sense to me. Was there a guy when you played where it just didn't make any sense? They played so much bigger than they looked or that they were listed and you were just wowed by it? Or is it Donald by a mile?
He still amazes me, man. I mean, I was thinking about this the other day. The guy someday that will make me forget about Aaron Donald is going to be something special, because I never thought there'd be a guy on this planet that would make me kind of forget about Reggie White and what he could do strength-wise.
Well, we have him. You're gonna see him on Sunday.
Who's that guy?
Micah Parsons.
Oh, Micah Parsons. I mean, that's an outside linebacker. That's a different deal. You know what I mean? That's just special all the way around.
I know. I was just trying to troll you.
No, I got you. I mean, look, he's a mobile DJ party. You can set him up anywhere and have a block party. But I mean, just strength-wise, what he can do, talking about Aaron, is unbelievable. And then you realize he's not the biggest guy in the world, but when you see the guy work out, when you see him go against other guys that are at least 50, 60 pounds heavier, and he's still moving them or damn near throwing them, it still makes you go, wow.
Does Matt Stafford not like Allen Robinson? Like, why is he not throwing to him?
Man, great question. We usually do the coaches show on Mondays after Sunday's games. On short weeks, we have the GM. So Les Snead made a great point, and it's basic football. You know, Allen Robinson is a deep threat. He's a one-on-one problem for any cornerback outside the numbers, and you need to drop back to 7 to get him the football. To make him effective. Well, if you can't protect that long, then you may as well not have him on the field. But I think that's the issue. And Matthew Stafford gave him some chances. There were some slants he missed versus Arizona that it should have been walk-in touchdowns, or the game last week where you have to have a first down. Stafford laid one in, and he came up just a yard short. You've got to find a way to get that first down. So if there's blame to be had, it's blame all around. It's not one guy not looking for the other. He has. You've got to take advantage of your opportunities when they come to you.
Is there a better receiver in the league than Cooper Kupp?
Man, that's a great question. You know, I'm sure there are some faster guys, and in the traditional sense of outside the numbers, Randy Moss, let me go up and catch it, there might be some better athletic guys. But as far as an all-around, you can hand it to him. He's a factor in the run game because he blocks. He's letter perfect in route running. No. For what Cooper Kupp does, I don't think there's anyone better in the National Football League. The problem is, I said this to Les Snead, the GM, just this Tuesday. Great. Cooper Kupp had 14 catches. Wait a minute. Cooper Kupp had 14 catches. Where's everyone else?
Yeah.
So at some point, you're going to wear this kid out. So you've got to support him so he can continue to do these things on into December.
You be Dan Quinn. You're a defensive guy. Is it the old Luka Doncic MJ strategy of let him get his and limit everyone else, or are we going to Belichick him with 2 or 3 people and take him out?
You know, right now, I mean, if I was playing the other side and looking at what DeMeco Ryans just did is you just call your stuff. I think your game plan is to get after the quarterback. If he can get it out, get it off to Cooper Kupp, then so be it. Run him down, make a tackle. If not, there's a good chance you're going to get there and disrupt. And once you start tagging quarterbacks, eventually, and Matthew Stafford's no different from any other quarterbacks, once he starts getting hit, he may start to release a little bit early, and then you're subject for a pick six or an interception or a turnover. So I would say play your stuff if you're Dan Quinn. And I remember when he was here with Atlanta, he did the same thing to Sean McVay. Nothing tricky with the Falcons defense. He just made the Rams run a slalom course through his defense to make plays, and they wound up winning the football game. So, yeah, I would say just call your stuff and see what you can do.
Former NFL player, you can hear why he's an analyst. DeMarco Farr here on Sean and RJ previewing Sunday with the Cowboys and the Rams. Where are you on the Cooper Rush respect level, and how much scarier is this game today than you thought it was going to be a few weeks ago?
This might be taking it a step too far, but he does remind me, or the situation reminds me of Kurt Warner. because when you watch Cooper Rush and Dallas on tape, it looks like he's been the starter since August. There's no fear. They run their stuff. Everyone has a role in the offense, and he delivers the football. If you can protect him, you've got problems. If you get Zeke going, you've got some serious issues. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a tough situation when Dak is ready to go because, I hope that the Rams win this week, but there's a good chance that this guy might be undefeated by the time Dak is ready.
Would you think twice if you were Mike McCarthy?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? If you have a quarterback that's winning for you, I don't care who's on the bench.
But doesn't it matter how he's winning, DeMarco? Dak led an offense that was scoring the most in the league last year. The defense is kind of carrying them still.
Oh, no doubt. Same with Garoppolo in San Francisco. But the one thing I learned from the movie Major League is you don't mess with a win streak.
I learned a lot of things from Major League. I don't know if I learned that one.
What is the crowd disparity going to be Sunday?
Wow. It's always a factor here. And I've said this before, the Rams have some what do you call it? It's a deep fan base. There's a deep love of the Rams here in Los Angeles. But in Los Angeles, there are a lot of people out there that are in business. So if they can sell that ticket for more than they bought the season tickets, they will do it. So you just have to understand what's coming. San Francisco travels well. Buffalo travels well. Dallas definitely travels well. So you'd be fooling yourself if you didn't think there's not going to be a lot of Cowboys fans in SoFi this weekend.
Does it go Rams, Raiders, Chargers? Is that sort of the
Lakers?
No. I'm talking about just for football teams.
Oh, football-wise?
Yeah.
Right now, Rams, Raiders, Chargers, because the Rams just won the Super Bowl. Any average year, you'd say the Raiders would creep right back up there. Some of these people are just not going to let go of their silver and black, and I get that. I grew up a Raider fan, so they're just not going to let it go. But as long as the Rams keep winning and keep giving them reasons to cheer on their own LA football team, then you'll start to grow that fan base a little bit more.
Man, dude, an interview with you gets our phone lighting up. DallasCowboys.com texted, that's Bull Durham, not Major League, but I respect it. And then the Playmaker just texted saying, tell D what's up. I did a show with him, so hello from Michael Irvin.
My man. I love Mike. I miss Mike. Good to hear from you, bro. Can't wait to see you.
Give us a good Irvin story that you can tell on the radio.
I can't. You know what? I'll tell you this. Michael is polarizing. You know this, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very.
Okay. So my family is on the opposite side. So when I told them I'm doing a show with Michael Irvin, they're giving me all this negative stuff. So that's what my head was full of until I met him and rode in a limo with him from San Diego to Los Angeles because we were doing that show together. And as we talked, I realized this dude loves football. He loves competing. He has a deep love of this game. So you might miss that if you're just watching Michael Irvin, the TV guy. But if you get in the same room and talk about how he loves the game, the passion of the game, yeah, it's really, really inspiring.
Hey, man, this was fantastic. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Keep up the great work and career, and enjoy the game on Sunday.
Okay, man. Talk to you guys soon.
Wow. What a great guest.
Fantastic.
DeMarco Farr covering the Rams, former NFL D lineman on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Sean and RJ coming at you Thursday edition. Mike Bassick. Do you think Mike is already Maverick crazy after last night? What do you think?
I think he probably watched the entire game last night.
How many Jaden Hardy mentions? I wonder. How crazy will Mike be over the Mavs rookie Christian Wood coming off the bench? Do they believe in the next LeBron James? And how do we remember Cole Beasley's career? All that crosstalk with KMC after this.
Well, let's get you over. Holy cow, I can't talk. My goodness. Boomer Jacks, you're a fit. I'm just so excited.
pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a curveball. The ball game's over. The Rangers win it by the score of 4-2. They get a split in this 4-game series. Their 68th win of the year.
And Mike Bassett can finally go on vacay. Oh, no, he's in here with us. It's Crosstalk with KMC as the Rangers have their season end yesterday. They did beat the Yankees. RJ was there.
Yeah.
Rob Manfred saying that fans this morning should use their own judgment to place historical context on records like the single-season home run mark. That's the wrong answer from Manfred.
Yes. You think Jared gives the wrong answer too, right?
Jared Sandler?
Yeah.
Yes, he and Rob Manfred are wrong. Because Manfred's answer should be that Barry Bonds is the home run king.
Yeah, he should pick one. Absolutely. Pick one and say this
is a weird take. He's like, I don't know.
This defines our history. You know?
Right.
This defines what
He's like, aren't you the guy who runs baseball? And he's like, baseball.
We'll let everybody else choose what they want to. We'll just leave it out there. So
we got a month of playing
argue.
for a stupid ass trophy.
Yeah, he said it's a piece of metal. Don't forget, Rob Manfred hates baseball.
That's right. Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Guys, my buddy's an idiot at 10:20. I've been waiting to call out a bunch of idiots this week. Oh my gosh, there are so many idiots out there. And then at 10 o'clock, my favorite segment is CeeDee Lamb now being used the way the Cowboys fans have wanted.
Okay. Mike?
All right, I'm going to tease baseball nuggets, but I'm going to give away a little bit right here. I'm going to have you guys guess. In the last 5 years.
I'm sure you know what a tease is. I'm just kidding, Mike. I'm just kidding.
Kevin square in the jaw.
10:45.
No, I'm kidding.
Mike,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
In the last 5 years, this season, 68-94. Rank it in the last 5 years.
For the Rangers.
In terms of
success, like where is it in their
success.
best records?
Yeah.
Well, it's better than last year.
True.
It's 8 games better.
So I would say this is
I'll say it's 3.
I was going to say 3, so I'll go 2 now.
Yeah, it's their second best season in the last 5 years.
What?
So did you enjoy this one?
68-94. That's their second best.
Wow.
Ready for their win
JD
percentages here? Their win percentage this year was 420, won 42%.
Yeah, all right.
Last year, they won 37% of the time. In the COVID year, they won 36% of the time. In 2019, they won 48% of the time.
That's
Damn
almost
right.
500.
Who is our manager then? We should bring him back.
Woody?
Oh, no.
No, it's Banny. Sorry, Banny, right? And he got.
Bring
No,
him
it was
back.
Woody.
It
That
was
was
Woody.
Woody's
bring him
first
back.
year. And then
Bring
the
them
year
both
that
back.
Banny got fired, they only won 41.5% of the time. So this was the second best season in the last 5 years.
We'll be in the playoffs next year, though. Told.
They're actually really, really lucky. I know we have this baseball town fun. They're really, really lucky with this attendance that it's even this high.
2 million.
They were 18th this year. Last year, they were 5th. Now,
because we opened the doors.
It was first year. By
First
the way,
year.
well, they were 5th because they were
other
the
teams,
only
other teams weren't allowing
stadium
seats to be sold.
allowing seats
that's
to start
right.
the year. Like when the
I
Rangers
forgot about
the Rangers had to
that.
sell out for the home
Yeah.
opener last year or close
I
to it.
forgot about that.
And we were the only place to allow people outside of maybe there's a couple that had 7,000.
yeah. But even 2019, we were 18th. Like, we're not bottom 5, bottom 10, despite all that suckage.
There is a built-in 2 to 2.5 million every year, regardless of how hot it is, regardless of what stadium it is, or how good or bad the team is. You're going to get 2 million fans here.
I was
Michael,
surprised.
let me ask you something real quick. No, stop.
Well, I was surprised.
No. I'm going to overpower you. I'm going to overpower you on this one.
Okay.
If you can answer it.
All right.
This, in terms of TV enjoyment over the past few years for you. Like, does it all just hit a certain point with them in the second half of...
I guess there was more enjoyment this year than last year because Josh Young came up late. And so you had a little bit of excitement there. Obviously, Seager and Simeon starting the year had you kind of excited to see what they could do for the Texas Rangers, that you added 2 veteran all-star players to your team. So I'd say more excitement, but at the end of this year, I'm as concerned about the future of the Texas Rangers as I was last year.
So you don't have this new Chris Young hope compared to JD?
Chris Young, from when I listened to him on G-Bag, is concerning me. I think he's really smart and could really turn this franchise around. And I don't know if he's just saying this publicly, but it seems like he's saying we're sticking with the plan that was in place when John Daniels was in charge. And
well,
so
it's the plan. Yeah, the plan could be though. That plan could be simple as we're going to
draft and develop.
Draft and develop. That could be the plan.
They just need
I
to
mean,
do
as long as they do
differently.
the same process.
Yeah,
they
get
are.
rid of the person who
But,
drafts
like,
and develop.
Someone told me that Chris Young told them that it's going to be a minimum of 2 years before it even starts to look better.
Right.
And that's so now we're halfway through that.
I know who told you that.
Yeah.
Well,
but
I told him.
Here's the thing, like,
source revealed.
Well,
it's not you.
They got
confirmed.
They have a good infield offensively. It's a really good infield
Offensively.
Offensively.
Make sure you don't add.
Keyword.
Yeah.
Offensively, it's very good. Probably one of the, I don't know. It's probably a playoff caliber offensive infield.
Are you bummed at all that one of the infielders doesn't really care one way or
Yeah,
another?
did that infielder have more hits or high fives of teammates this year?
I am
his for sure,
Mike, because we've heard this too, and I heard Sean talking about it this morning a little bit with Simeon and Seager. Is that one of the biggest concerns about the future? Is those two guys, or because it could be one player that comes in and changes, like he becomes the guy, but you've already spent $500 million on two. Can another guy come in and say, I got this clubhouse?
I don't think you have to worry about them producing offensively. I think Seager and Simeon are actually going to have better years offensively next year than they did this year. But I do think that your leadership, from what I've heard from multiple people, is obviously there's a lack there in the clubhouse. And it's really tough to ask a guy like Josh Young to come in and be Derek Jeter in 1996. Like, that's probably not going to happen. So your leadership situation needs to improve. Obviously, the pitching situation needs to improve. And then I think there's just a lot that has to improve. When you only win 68 games, you have to win 20 more games next year. You have to have a 20-game turnaround to have a chance to be a wild card
You
team.
got a real. I know Tampa got there with like 86 wins. You really got to get to 90 wins in the American League,
right?
Because Boston will be back.
The other thing, too, is the last week of the season, somewhat luckily, Seattle, Toronto, and Tampa were only competing for positioning. They weren't competing. Baltimore had fallen off the last 2 weeks of the season, so you didn't have to compete for your playoff spot. You only had to compete for the spot position-wise you were in. So that kind of maybe pushed a couple teams these last 3 or 4 days to get their rotation set up for the 3-game series in the playoffs, rather than we have to win these last 3 or 4 games to make it.
Kevin, first thought or word to remember Cole Beasley's 11-year career?
Oh, yes, the wrong guy.
Kevin?
Yeah.
Don't
Go ahead. Be
don't
honest, dude.
scared.
Be
Yeah,
honest.
what's wrong with you?
Say the words you want to say.
Come on.
Do sure. You said say the words that were in my mind.
I'm happy you said it.
Wouldn't you change it to D-bag? Because didn't he want to hand out those bags to people on social media?
Yeah, and he made up insults that
bags of
never
D.
happened.
Yeah.
And-
That's right. Corey, what's yours?
Dead ones.
I mean, unfulfilled, like most of the Cowboys that have played in the last 27 years.
Wow.
That's your memory of Cole Beasley's unfulfilled?
I mean, it's overfulfilled.
Mine's that he's a Vax hero.
Quit on the team a couple times.
That's
he
more
just,
than one word.
He had some things that, the team never really did anything because of him. He was a third receiver.
No, but don't you think he got as much or more
Probably.
out of his career?
No, for sure.
He had a fantastic career for him, right?
For him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, especially when,
undrafted, undersized SMU.
and he quit. He quit
he
before
quit.
he even started playing, and then he was like, you know what, I'm
think-
coming back. So you're right. From
To
that
your
perspective,
point,
absolutely.
Noah Brown would dream of having his career.
Absolutely. How Mavs heavy are you going to go today? Are you?
I don't think
Is
we're
it a
gonna-
Hardy party?
I've watched him enough. I've watched him play for the G League team like 5 or 6 times, and I've talked about this. And I'm sorry I'm drawing I know it's not Scoop, but
Scoot Henderson.
Scoot Henderson's a superstar. He is a 17-year-old superstar. When he was the point guard on the G League team and Hardy played off the ball, like last night, Hardy shows signs of being Jordan Poole-like. So we have
Without
the
the
Mavericks
punching.
have right. So the Mavericks have a guy who's like Jordan Poole from Michigan on their hands. He's not going to help this year. Poole And he was on a crappy Golden State team his rookie year. He didn't really help his rookie year. His second year, he started showing signs. His third year's in the breakout. As long as you get him more in kind of that shooting guard type of thing than leading your offense with the ball in his hands, he can be a premium three-point shooter and a premium scorer in this league off of Luka. Just don't ask him to then start handling the ball, because his downfall was in the minor leagues when he had to be a point guard. It was pathetic.
Someone give me the last name of Victor, the next LeBron.
Wembanyama.
Well done.
Wouldn't you say like the next like Greek freak or the next like, because he's like
LeBron hype. That's what they're all saying.
LeBron quote on that?
No.
Everybody's been a unicorn over the last few years, but he's more like an alien.
He said that about this kid?
He's for sure a generational talent. That's what he said about this kid.
Oh, like Baby Jordan?
Mike, are you buying?
Yes, but not to the 7'3" guys seem to struggle to stay healthy, right? So, like, I'll put it this way. I know it goes. Ask Rick Carlisle about how unbelievable the next greatest player in the history of the NBA was that he played with in college. Nobody could have told you in 1982 or 1985 Ralph Sampson wasn't going to be the next Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah. It was that spectacular. But at 7'4" now, Yao Ming comes into league. And Yao Ming was built different. He wasn't thin. Now we have Chet Holmgren, who's already broke his foot. The one thing, Porzingis, built very much like this kid. I'm not saying it means he's not going to be unbelievably great, but man, there's a lot of guys that are like of this height that seem to really struggle. Bill Walton before kind of our time.
Was it a foot with him, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It just seems like I would take him number one. I see all the traits.
Over Scoot.
Yeah, because
that's a hell of a 1-2 punch.
I think it's going to be 1-2 easy. I don't think anybody can compete with those guys as the top two picks, but it worries me when you take a 7'4" guy or 7'3" guy, how healthy that guy's career can be.
We're back tomorrow morning with Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. Our new bestie. It's the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Often imitated, never duplicated.
Facts.
Thank you guys for rolling with us. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation.
You don't know what that means?
I have no clue what you're talking about, Mike.
You never gone to a Dallas Cowboy game? When they introduce the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, the main thing they say is often imitated, never duplicated, or whatever they say.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think
Help
I heard
me
it
out
from
here,
like
Cowboy fans that go to games. I went to them a lot when I was a kid. What do they say about the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders when they come out? What did you say?
Often imitated, never duplicated.
That's what they say.
Okay. So
I slept from 11 p.m. to 2:45 a.m. and then I woke up and I couldn't go back to sleep.
Why? Because the Mavs.
What'd you do at that time?
Nothing's
Hit
wrong.
NBA
Usually, like
Real
something's
GM?
wrong. Like my kids played bad at sports, and I want to like go out there and teach them for 74 straight hours on how to do it right
At 3 a.m.
Yeah,
Okay.
but like that's usually when I don't sleep, or like Bishop Dunn has driven me insane again. But
Driven.
yeah, and that's probably why. But so, anyways, like I don't know. I only slept like 3 hours, so deal with it.
Okay.
Good luck.
Somebody asked, are y'all going to be positive and upbeat, y'all, and brighten my day?
Is that what we need to do today? Because I can do that.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm a beacon of light.
All right, I
That's
like
true.
sarcasm. Here we go.
That's
Oh, man.
okay. I don't actually think, I'm hoping that this first topic does not lend itself to that level of sarcasm. Is CeeDee Lamb now being used the way that Cowboys fans have wanted?
No.
No?
But close.
Okay. All right.
We're getting there.
So, check this out. I decided to do a little digging, a little researching.
I want to make an addendum to what I just said.
Okay.
He's still working on it, on the execution of it. I think that actually the Cowboys are making an effort to say, let's give you all the volume of targets.
Okay.
You're going to be the focal point.
Okay.
You got to still earn that title though. But I think the Cowboys are there. But man, I'm thinking a lot of Cowboys fans are like, no, I need 2 touchdowns a game, 130 yards a game. Like I need big time numbers. And he's not quite there yet.
Okay. 98 catches, 1,224 yards, 9 touchdowns. Let's say that's the outcome because that's what he's on pace for right now. 98 catches, 1,224 yards, 9 touchdowns.
It's a good season.
All would be career highs for him, but
that'd be awesome.
Does that fall short of expectations for some?
Yeah, and I mean, like you're signing the contract for him, Kevin. You're getting ready to make this new, hey, you're our number one wide receiver.
Right.
Are you giving him $20 million for those stats? Because I think that falls more closer to the 16 range.
Yeah, and that's what's tough about it because then he'll get that money elsewhere.
Exactly, and you also have to sit back and say, we had a backup quarterback this year, and you know what is he like with Dak? If he's putting up 2 touchdowns with Dak,
right,
you're like, oh, this is different. So yeah, Kevin, I think, and a lot of people because of fantasy also get it wrapped up in, hey man, we need 2,000 yards. You know, we need record-breaking season out of what we're told is going to be the best wide receiver the Cowboys have ever had.
Right.
Which Mike, I did not disagree with you whenever I saw like what the Cowboys could do. Could potentially do.
Well, if that's the case, then I got good news. We're moving in the right direction. Okay. So it's only 4 games, and I get that, and that's what goes along with all of these discussions. But last year, how many times do you think CeeDee Lamb was targeted? Like, what percentage do you think CeeDee Lamb was targeted when the Cowboys threw the ball?
Percentage of the time that CeeDee Lamb was targeted when the Cowboys threw the ball, I would say probably in the 20% range.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Maybe 18.
18.8.
There you go.
And so what's been one of the biggest frustrations about the Cowboys personnel in the offseason? Letting CeeDee Lamb go, right?
Letting Amari Cooper go, yes.
Excuse me. Yes.
What the hell just happened this offseason?
Mike's like, hold on.
How did we get him back?
I missed this one.
I saw
How?
him play last week.
What a shocking turn of events to start this. No, yeah. Yep. Thank you. Letting Amari Cooper go. And one of the things they talked about is the Cowboys wanted to see the elevation of CeeDee Lamb and therefore the elevation of Michael Gallup. You're starting to see the elevation of Noah Brown and on and on.
And you are seeing that.
Exactly. What do you think is the percentage that CeeDee Lamb is being targeted this year? Last year's 18.8.
37%.
Wow. So double. Okay. 32.1%.
Okay.
That's the third highest in the league. Cooper Kupp, 36. Drake London, interestingly enough, with the Falcons. So they're getting right to work with that, which I appreciate, is second. But 32.1% for CeeDee Lamb. So one of the things that we talked about with, this time I'll get it right, Amari Cooper before and CeeDee Lamb now is if you feel like you have a number one wide receiver or you have an advantageous matchup, force the ball to that player.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing now.
Dak's probably never going to force the ball.
So you think that's going to... Okay.
But it does seem like Cooper Rush is trusting it more.
You know what's really interesting about that? In the 3 Cooper Rush starts, it's 34.8% that he's being targeted. So even higher. And guess what?
And in all the Dak starts, it's lower. All right, that makes sense.
And
because Dak's afraid.
Well, that was not
We
necessarily...
only played one game with him, Kevin. Come on.
I was like,
He went
that was
2
not,
of 11 to
Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
So that was
CeeDee
not
Lamb.
great. But
Very Joey Gallo of him.
we joke and we use the Chris Chambers as the bar of mediocrity for catching passes.
About half.
But on those 34.8% of targets that go to Cooper Rush or from Cooper Rush to CeeDee Lamb, he's catching 68% of them.
Okay.
So like that's a more elite or sustainable level of awesomeness.
From the 214, he's getting more targets.
Yep.
That fact?
Yep.
But he's a rat guy, run after catch.
Yep.
And they never throw him screen balls. Kevin, would you like to know
I think that started to change.
where he ranks in the top 20 in the NFL
Okay.
in yards after catch?
Ooh, well, you just said the top 20.
Where he ranks in the top 20.
13.
He's not in the top 20, guys.
Oh!
So I wanted to just let
come
y'all know that
on.
he's not in the top 20. Do you want to know where he ranks in the top 20 in the NFC?
I feel like he does not rank in the top.
But he ranks in the top 20 in the NFC East.
I'll say no based on the way
He's
looking.
tied for 18th.
Okay.
Okay, he has 99 yards after catch. Would you like to know who leads?
I mean,
This is gonna. We can go through this list. It's
Debo
kinda interesting.
Samuel, I'm just throwing
He's
out
second.
That's a
Debo
good
Samuel's
guess.
second with 201 yards.
Who
Dallas
is? DK
Goddard.
Metcalf. Okay.
Dallas Goddard is
Oh,
207. Tyler Higbee 175. AJ Brown 171. Like the list. Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp. Those are the guys, Kevin. Even St. Brown. Those are the guys that we are saying. You get yards after catch, we set you up for plays, you go make big plays. Debo Samuel, we just saw it. He ran past the entire Rams defense the other night on a touchdown pass because he got the ball, and they had scheme designed downfield so that when he got the ball, he makes an explosive play for a touchdown.
Right.
The Cowboys, for some reason, and I feel like this is the way in the run game too, once you get to the hole, congratulations, that's all we needed from the play. That's how I feel the Cowboys scheme is set up a lot of times. And that's why Zeke's and Tony Pollard are like, why aren't we getting anything downfield after they break through the line?
Okay.
'Cause I don't think they have any. They're like, oh, you made it through. It's good.
Okay, is it possible then that they've sort of changed their philosophy to a certain extent about CeeDee Lamb, and maybe that's an error? Because I'm really interested in that stat. So he's not getting a lot of yards after catch.
And even on the screen plays, doesn't it feel like he gets tackled immediately?
Yeah, I could see that. But here's the stat that makes that like all the more confusing. Most 15-plus yard receptions in the NFL. Tyreek Hill and A.J. Brown lead the way with 11.
That makes sense.
Okay, so that does make sense. And they're also tied with CeeDee Lamb.
Okay, good.
So, like, that seems odd to me that
he can't break it open on these the
but they're
underneath
going,
stuff.
Yeah, but they're
do
going
get find him
further
vertically.
with him in regular pass routes. So
How many did you say he has?
11.
11
in 4
15
games.
plus. Which is kind of what we discussed, Mike, about the Cowboys offense. There is a 15 to 20 yard range that Kellen Moore loves designing routes on. He loves to put the range right there, and Dak likes to throw those passes. And if the Cowboys don't show that they can strike any deeper, if they don't do other things, then defenses can say, we can just keep you underneath all day and we're fine. But to hear that they are doing that pretty consistently, that's a great thing to hear.
If that's the case,
now add the element of being able to take the short routes for big yards.
That was going to be my question. Do you think they will scheme up? Maybe they're blocking a little bit differently for some of those plays, or that will potentially spring him a little bit more for like some of that open field that we all want so much with CD.
I don't know. When I watch San Francisco and I watch Miami, like it seems like those guys do those things very naturally.
So they don't have to scheme up the blocks.
Well, I mean, they scheme it, but the guys understand what their roles are downfield and they can execute it very well. And I have not seen it work enough here in Dallas to know that it's going to. So, and there are things downfield that they gotta figure out and play with. But Deebo Samuel understands exactly what he's supposed to do. I get the ball here. Here's where the space should be that I need to run to. And when he sees it, he goes and he's gone. I think CD can find those spaces. I just don't know that. Based on what I've seen, it just seems like when they decide they're going to do that, it's in press coverage, and the guy's a yard and a half across from CeeDee Lamb, and that wasn't quite the play that you wanted to get off.
Okay, then my question for all of y'all, because I also see the text, and from the 682, the touchdowns are too low. From the 469, that's not good enough for a true number one. And that's why I wanted to give you the projected stat line, because I kind of thought that might be the outcome, is are you encouraged by the movement in the right direction in terms of increased explosive plays, increased targeting, increased catches, and all of the stats that lead to it? Or are you like, I would have thought the progress would be a little further?
By this point in year 3?
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That would be really cool if you were
yeah.
kind of really, instead of having, we've had to grow over this time, and you could say that Amari Cooper was holding him back because Amari Cooper was catching 10% more of the balls thrown his direction.
Right.
I told you that yesterday. People were like, well, Dak Prescott's still throwing him the football. I mean, Amari was catching 10% more of the passes. Right. Why? What's the difference? Because CeeDee Lamb sometimes drops balls.
How many yards is CD averaging per game?
Let's
82, 83.
Yeah.
All right. How about this percentage? You can work this one out, Kevin. The Cowboys are 22nd in passing yards per game at 208.
Which I can't say surprises me that much.
I feel like,
they're playing your game, Mike. Game you predicted before the season they play.
But I'm looking at the Chargers, for example, right? 307 yards. Buffalo Bills, 297. Miami Dolphins, 292. So if you're in kind of that top 3 to top 5 team throwing for 300 yards and you're catching 80 yards per game. 72 yards per game. You go, gosh, oh man, there's a lot of yards there that aren't going to CeeDee Lamb.
But in this one,
if you're only throwing for 208 yards because of your offensive situation right now, quarterback being hurt and some other things, is he's getting a lot of yards for what you're throwing in the air.
He's getting like 35-ish% of the yards in the air, and I told you he's being targeted about 32% of the time.
Yeah.
So
a lot of people. And
by the way, do you know how many yards per game the Bears are throwing for? This doesn't look right. This looks like a
28.
Team.
Oh wait, I might know this. I think because it went up.
Okay,
I'm gonna say 110.
Is it under 100?
It's under 100. It's 97.5 yards a game.
Holy cow.
In 4 games, they're averaging 97.5 yards a game passing the football. That's impossible.
Yeah. I like Justin Fields with this not going well.
This text came in, Kevin, and I think it sticks with you a lot. I still can't look past the drops. And I want to be positive about CD because I think that there's still room to grow here.
That's fair.
But how many fans will look at Dak and say, I still can't look past the fact that sometimes he misses throws.
Sure.
Even if Bobby goes out there and shows you every throw that he made where he leads a receiver, you're still going to go, yeah, there are other ones out there where he does not.
Sure.
And is that something, how do you outgrow that?
And that's the thing. I don't think a highlight reel proves people's points the way they think it does. And that's about anybody.
It makes you go, well, you committed the time to go find all of those. If I commit the time to go find all the ones I'm talking about.
A highlight reel of me to look like I have a 2 ERA in the major leagues. It ain't going to happen in real life.
So I don't think that proves people's points as much, and I promise I'm not trying to be a jerk when I answer the question like this. Stop making those drops with as much frequency.
And I think Kevin, after that game in New York,
it's been better.
I think that after that moment in New York, I'm thinking his focus has changed. I really do.
I mean, you saw it all play out in one game, right?
Yeah.
Where he dropped a surefire at least to the 1 or 2 yard line, if not a touchdown, and everyone's like, I'm so effing done. But what happened by the end of the game? He caught a touchdown, and everyone was like, you know what, maybe things are going to be okay. Yeah, and that fourth down play, and like maybe things are going to be okay. So that's the thing, is like, I know it sounds simplistic, but stop dropping the ball, and that will break that narrative. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? It's time from My Buddy's an Idiot, 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do they not like to drive across the Metroplex? 877-881-1053. It's a question to start off with this for My Buddy's an Idiot, but I do think it's intriguing. Is Zeke was invited to go out to the Rangers game on Tuesday night, which Micah Parsons got an actual ticket signed from Aaron Judge from that 62 game.
Tickets. Like you had to have the app or whatever.
I think for instances like this, it was probably wise to make a change. And Zeke said, I hate driving all the way to Arlington. I respect Aaron Judge and I respect his game. I'm not a big fan of that ride from Arlington to Frisco. So here's my question for everybody. Where do you live, and what is the destination in the Metroplex that would beat you down?
Driving to work.
What?
From Plano. It is terrible.
Okay.
Every morning it's an hour and a half. And I'm like, this is a 30-minute drive, guys.
Would that drive beat you down if it was just like regular, not traffic-y time of day? Because like when we drive into work, it's definitely like still in the midst of rush hour.
No, it wouldn't be that bad. But there's no, like, Kevin.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Because every time I drive down 75, it seems like some idiot got in a wreck and his car stalled in the second lane to the left. It's just irritating. So maybe it's just driving in general, but that's the one that really hurts me. But Mike, I'm gonna be rude to Zeke here, but I'm also gonna be nice. Okay. You get on the toll road and you fly all the way to Arlington. Now, driving around the Arlington area, getting to the stadium, I know that can be a little stressful. And that might stress you out because
they started that construction before AT&T Stadium was built. What the crap, Arlington?
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Throw
some cement down or concrete, whichever one you want to call it. Make the road and then be done with it.
It hardens.
But driving there is not that difficult. Now, I understand a lot of people out there get into like they're in their bubble and they don't, maybe that's where they feel safe and secure and they don't want to get out of their bubble and they just don't like getting out and driving and go and do things. Maybe that's something that's going on. Or maybe he's changing his lifestyle, Kevin. Maybe he knows if I go to the stadium, I'm going to have 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then I'm going to party. It's better for me to stay here during the season and not get in trouble.
I think you might be right about that, but I think for everybody, there's this drive, perceived or not, that's too far. But it all depends on, because we get this all the time with events. Is like, why don't you, that's too far away from me. And I'm like, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not trying to like say too bad.
But if you really loved me, you'd come find me.
I mean, that's true also. But like every event we move elsewhere, then that's too far or like perceived to be too far from a different Tolo.
Yeah.
So like
if you're in Dallas, the people in Fort Worth are like, I'm not driving to Dallas.
Yeah.
And if you're in Fort Worth, the people in Dallas are like, I'm not driving to Fort Worth.
Yeah. And I'm just, sometimes I'm kind of like, I mean, I'm sorry, but like also we have fans all across the Metroplex. And so we try to like get to as many spots as possible because you will have, Plano, Mansfield, Weatherford, Fort Worth. Like we just had an event in actual Dallas City. And so we try to move all the way. So what's the drive that like kind of breaks you down?
Rockwall seems further away than it should.
Is it because of the bridge? Because I'll tell you this, because I saw Bobby say something about this. Here's what
Rockwall definitely seems further away than it should.
So
I've been thinking about moving to Puerto Rico because of this traffic.
Okay, I like it.
I don't think he's kidding
You
about
do the
that
show from
either.
here?
I think I'll retire.
Okay.
Mike.
We got some time. So I used to live off of Bobtown in Garland, which is just a couple exits from the bridge. And I get it because they'll be like, hey, did you want free birds? It's 12 minutes away. Probably. And so like
once you're on the bridge, you're stuck.
Yeah.
If anything happens.
Before you open that app, and if it says like, if you open your traffic app and it says 12 minutes, but it's offline, you're like, oh, please, 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 please. And you're like, oh my God, 37 minutes. Because that bridge, I don't know what happens there. I don't know if people think about giving up and jumping into the lake and leaving their car on the side of the road because traffic beats them down so much. But people just stop whatever they're doing on the bridge.
If I became governor of Texas,
Oh,
You
there
gonna
is
do
an
the slide
election.
thing that Dawson
Pray for
said?
us all.
There is an election coming up.
But here's what I do, just to try to stop this. First wreck is a freebie. All right? It happens. It can happen to anybody. To your point, Corey, there's too many people that shouldn't have driver's license that are driving.
Fair.
Your second wreck, if you're the one who caused it.
Okay.
That's it. You're suspended for 6 months. You do not have a driver's license and you can't drive. Figure out public transportation, take Ubers, whatever it is. You get your license back after 6 months.
I support
This is very much like steroids in Major League Baseball, okay? Doing steroids and wrecking on our highways and ruining everybody's lives trying to get places really stinks. So then, if you get in another wreck, it's a 1-year driver's license suspension. And then, if you get in the next wreck, your fourth wreck, you now have a lifetime ban, which you can come back after 2 years.
Hold on, that's weird.
Yeah, this is like
This is
steroids.
Roy Tarpley,
Yeah, it's
lifetime
Roy Tarpley.
ban. He got
a
banned from the
lifetime ban,
NBA
but after
forever.
2 years, we can review the case and see if you can drive or if you should never have a
You know
driver's
what?
license again because you keep ruining our highways.
I like this.
I support this.
I do too.
Thank you.
Because
It's a real punishment.
Yeah.
For
can I ask a question?
Yeah, if you run out of gas, I'll give you 2 runs out of gas.
Mm-hmm.
If you're too dumb to realize when your car's running out of gas and then you stall out on the highway, third time, 6 months
What
suspension.
about your car? Like your transmission drops. Like, hold on.
There's nothing you can do about that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I got
That's
a couple.
the- that's
I got
the
a couple
person
of
who made it.
questions.
Yeah.
because I think this might not go far enough. Can there be mitigating circumstances that your wreck was so bad that first time that they might be put in driver jail?
Maybe like a 3 month.
Okay,
It could be reviewed.
Okay, let's say for example you're driving in Austin, and you're so much not paying attention to the road that you plow through a motorcyclist, send them to the hospital, and then smash into someone's SUV who has a 1 month old baby in the car.
That person's
Okay.
probably
Okay.
an alcoholic or a drug addict.
That is 100% what happened. Also, can we put any kind of mechanism in all cars produced going forward that if you see an accident, you drive on, go, golly, there's an accident. I better slow my car down to 2 miles an hour.
It's on the other
Can
side
they
of the
be
highway.
penalized?
I
as
feel
well?
like we should have police officers with paint guns.
No,
and so if you slow down, you just pepper their car. If it breaks a window or dents the car,
That's too far.
Now they have to go get their car washed, and you're like, yeah,
Joey
if you'd
just
have,
said
if you'd
thumbs
have
up.
driven faster, then you wouldn't have had this issue.
No, I here's what I suggest instead. This is going to cost us some money.
I didn't say real gun.
Not as much as the paintball guns.
See, I'm for the
We
Democrats.
build
Oh
a
my
wall.
God. Stop it. What are you doing?
But the wall only
This
goes
is
up.
supposed to be a fun topic.
This is fun. The wall only goes up next to the wreck. So, like, what happens is if you get in that wreck on the other side
I
of the
like it.
highway.
I'll trump this.
Yeah,
Okay.
this
It's
little-
like a dead horse. It's like a horse that
God.
isn't dead at the Grand Prairie racetrack, and you're like, let's just kill it. And they put a sheet over it to make sure nobody sees it. So this is what we do with wrecks. We put sheets over it.
Yeah, we just put it up so people can't slow
See,
down and look.
In my mind,
I like
it was
this.
going to be somebody going, man, if I ever have to drive from Plano to this place, it's too far. But instead, I don't even totally understand how we got here.
And I know, like, there's in my mind, I'm going to tell you how my mind works. Every time that there's a slowdown and I'm going 5 to 10 miles an hour for 15 to 20 minutes, I want to slow down where the wreck was, roll down my car, and just scream cuss words at those people for ruining my day in traffic. But then I don't know whose fault it is. I don't know exactly how it all
Or if
happened.
somebody's dead,
But in my
you know?
mind, I wanna just scream at those people. Learn how to drive, you nimrods. Except I want to say a lot more words than that.
There's a shocking amount of people who are now going to write in Mike for governor or for president in 2024.
His on-air personality is fantastic. I have concerns, though. All right, Mike, I
Because you
love
think he
dude.
wants to do all of
But
this.
I know there are multiple mics in there. You know
Here's
what I mean?
the deal. I'll be honest.
God help us.
Yeah. I would say, guess what?
I thought he had
this
something
would
beyond
work.
that.
I screwed it up. Name the last human being who's been in political office who said, I made a mistake.
Yeah.
No, they all turn into God once they get elected.
All right, so while we continue, my buddy's an idiot, And I am shocked at the amount of people who are on board with certain elements.
You realize
of this.
people drive with suspended licenses all the time, right?
Yeah.
So how are we going to stop?
Or
you gonna
no
boot their car?
licenses. I don't have a good solution. Oh, my goodness.
Make him go fight for Ukraine.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So, hey, did you see the
I
thing
bet they stopped doing it.
that happened? Probably so. Did you see the thing that happened with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole? My buddy's an idiot. I don't know how we got here. Is Draymond Green threw a punch at Jordan Poole, which seems not cool. But then you're also hearing that there have been some verbal sparring, and this has been building up throughout the week because maybe some Warriors players thought Jordan Poole was acting like he was a little better than he was because he's about to get a big-time contract extension. And the rest of the Warriors guys are like, you've been here for 5 seconds. We won championships before you were here. Why don't you calm down?
But Mike, Magic Johnson told guys, not until you're a champion can you ride on this bus. He's a champion now. Like he's done it. So what's he doing that's that y'all need to keep holding him back?
Jordan Poole jokes because he's getting a pool. And then he's like, we're going to have a Jordan Poole party. And then
that's irritating Draymond?
Yeah, Draymond Green is like, come up with better material and new material. We're tired of this.
Is that it might just make that up?
Yes.
Okay.
But also, I could see Mike punching somebody. What?
I did read that.
Where did you read that from a legitimate source, Mike, or did you get?
I don't know.
Like
okay, I don't know if I believe
but seriously,
that.
he's won a championship.
No, that's right.
And I know he was a bench guy, but do you think he could play starter minutes and be a good enough guy to get back to that championship?
No, I do think
with that team.
And that's the thing is like
I don't think he needs to be put back in his place right now. You won a championship.
I agree. But what if what he was saying was, come on, guys, feed me the ball. I got us a championship. Like, wouldn't that rub you the wrong way? I'm not saying he needs to be put in his place. I have no idea what they said to one another. And it seems like punching a teammate is an extreme outcome. But I'm just saying.
But doesn't Draymond seem like an extreme outcome kind of guy?
You know what?
I also see nothing
That's
wrong
fair.
with it. I've seen plenty of teammates punch each other.
And it usually worked out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you hate each other for a while, and then you're like, well, you're going to have to make up because we're going to have to live with each other for 7 months.
And
so guess what? Deal with it.
So, and that's pretty much what the Warriors have said. Is
We
they
need a deal with it shirt.
Yeah, they said they're investigating right now. They're
Okay.
like, well, we're looking into it, and I feel like they'll be like, Draymond has to sit out of practice, and he'll be like, oh no.
I really did read that thing about.
Okay, I was just curious
And I was like,
where
this
that
is-
came from.
And I'm like, I read it as real, but it had to be fake, right?
Like the Onion.
Yes, I feel
Keeps making
like
Jordan
that is
Poole jokes.
Yes,
We're gonna have a Jordan Poole
I
party.
don't think that is what led to the punch. But to be fair, like I said, I wasn't there.
Have you signed up for the Jordan Pool when will he win his championship?
You know what? I'm starting to understand why this happened. But also, Jordan Poole did the good move is he kept practicing. And he's like, I'm fine. So even if you were hurt, he's like, I'm going to keep practicing to be like, nothing.
Oh, I like that.
Nothing.
You want to go to the billiard hall and play some Jordan Poole tonight? I can see how I would punch that guy. I definitely understand.
I also understand. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we'll be giving away Royal Rumble tickets today. But coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, let's talk about the Rangers, their end of the season stats. How do they match up against the Astros and the Mariners next?
Texas, when you choose Medicare.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so the Rangers season comes to a close. I'm probably going to get more into playoff baseball, into Mike likes it. Obviously, it doesn't start till tomorrow, but really fun day tomorrow of baseball. Saturday also, 4 games where I know Saturday is pretty much college football for a lot of people.
Sure.
But for me, it will be playoff baseball.
Okay.
I'm not much into college football. But I wanted to look at the Rangers and their 68-94 season. First of all, those last 2 games that they won actually gave them, we talked about it during Crosstalk, but if you weren't listening during Crosstalk, please Tolo more. It helps us out. That gave them their second best record in their last 5 years.
That is depressing.
Very sad.
So their winning percentage by year in 2022, 42%. So a 420 winning percentage. The year before, 370. The year before that, COVID year, a little bit difficult because it's only 60 games. They went 22-38. That was a 367 winning percentage. 2019, their best year in the last 5 years, 78-84. That is a 481 winning percentage. And then 2018, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18. Is a 41-4. That was 67-95. So the win yesterday, the win the night before on Aaron Judge home run night, put them at 420, which beats one of their best seasons in the last 5 years. So it's been a really rough 5 years of baseball for the Texas Rangers. What I wanted to do, though, is I wanted to look at the improvement from 2021 to 2022, or lack of improvement.
Yeah.
I wanted to look this up this morning and see where did we go. So the Texas Rangers batting average in 2021 was 232. This year it was 239. So it was a 7-point increase in batting average. In their OPS, which I think people care about a lot more nowadays, even though Luis Ariz had a tear in his eye. He won the batting title. Freddie Freeman needed to go 4 for 4 to have a chance to win the batting title. People really care about, players really care about batting average. I guess if you're good at batting average, if you're not good at it, then I guess they don't care about it.
Can I ask a question about that, though?
Yeah.
Why in the world did Aaron Judge sit out yesterday when he still had a shot at winning the batting title and the Triple Crown?
I wonder how fatigued he is.
Okay, yeah.
And because he does have 6 days off. You have today off, you have Friday through Monday off, and then you could play Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not sure what day the Yankees will start their playoffs, but they're not going to play again until Tuesday or Wednesday. But maybe he was just I'm so fried that I just can't do it.
That was the part I was like, you could still win the Triple Crown, dude.
So OPS, 670 last year. This year, 696. Last year, runs 625. This year, 707.
Oh, that feels like a discernible improvement.
I think when we talk about the hitting, even though those numbers don't sound good, when you look at around Major League Baseball, those aren't bad numbers overall. Just to give you an idea, the Major League average for those things, I'm clicking on another page here. It's taking a while to load, but your average for batting average this year was 243, and the Rangers were at 239. By the way, it's really bad around baseball. That taking the glue off of pitchers' fingers didn't really help. You know how they go to the umpires have to check every inning, and they thought, look, this is really going to help offense. Yeah. Last year, the batting average in Major League Baseball was 244. This year, 243. Your slugging this year, your OPS, I'll just go to OPS, 728 last year, 706 this year. So numbers actually went down. It didn't go up offensively. So now let's look at the Rangers.
So you're saying pitchers found a new way to cheat the system. God.
I'm just not. I know the sticky stuff helps. You can talk to Derek Holland. You can talk to pitchers that have pitched the last, let's say, 3 to 5 years in Major League Baseball. And the sticky stuff, they say, does help. But it looks like pitchers figured out really quickly how to either use another substance that wasn't considered illegal, or like, we're going to be just fine. We'll still get the hitters out more than we've ever seen hitters get out in Major League Baseball. All right.
Because the hitters suck right now, right? Isn't that why? Like, hitters don't. They take one approach.
Kind of.
I will say this. The changing of the swing by people who've never swung a bat at a major league level or a minor league level has not helped at all. It's actually hurt. So I want launch angle. You got to get off your best swing. So most teams, research and development team and analytics, they're all the same, as in like they all are teaching the same thing. Right. There's very little difference in different analytic teams. Is take strike 3. I don't care if you take strike 3 because I don't want you swinging bad.
Is it really that extreme?
Yes, it's
I'm
that
seriously
extreme.
asking.
Do not swing if you can't get off your best swing. It
seems like a terrible philosophy.
And you see guys like Nate Lowe, who did bat 300 this year, and that a couple of his hits were just check swings to the left side. That nobody's over there. If I can just put the bat on the ball with 2 strikes and hit it where they're not, I'm on base.
What a novel concept.
It's a weird deal. It's weird, but I don't want to get off on a tangent there. I want to talk about team ERA. This year, the Rangers team ERA was 4.22. Last year in 2021, it was 4.79. So as bad as we feel like the pitching was this year, it got considerably better if you look at overall. Now, if you look at WHIP, which is runners on base, it didn't get better. 1.344 in 2021. This year, 1.342. So really no change at all when it comes to runners being on base. And that's because the walks were up this year.
Okay.
So walks went from 513 to 581.
A quick question about that then, because we focus so much on hitting in these perspectives. How impactful is analytics then for the pitching aspect of it, where I feel like it's like spin rate, like how much is that crept through to that part of the game?
A lot. And the thing that's weird is we're not seeing it help at all. And it's going to be another topic for another day because I can't get into all of it in 3 to 4 minutes. But if you look at league year by year batting averages, runs per game, hits, if you look at, I talk to David Murphy a lot because I get to do the games with him a lot. So I just go to 2011, which they were still teaching what you'd consider, I guess, old school hitting. Okay. Well, league batting average that year was 255. If you look at runs per game, it was 428. Now, a lot of analytic people started getting into the game around then and really changed the game about 5-6 years ago, where they're like, look, we're going to go all analytics swing, get off your best swing, pull the ball as much as you can, hit the ball as high and as far as you can, pulling the ball. Remember, 4.28 runs per game?
Yeah.
In 2011, this year, 4.28 runs per game. Now, batting average is down.
Right back
OPS is down. So you kind of look at it and you're going, okay, well, what is up? Well, walks are about the same. It's weird because David Murphy said the other day watching the game on Tuesday, I thought he had a great comment. He said, nobody goes up to the plate to draw a walk. Walks just happen. It's good plate discipline. The pitcher isn't throwing strikes, so you don't swing at his balls. But nobody can go up to the batter's box and go, I'm going to draw a walk here. If he's throwing strikes, I can't draw a walk. I have to get on base by hitting the ball. So like a walk, nobody steps into the batter's box going, I'm going to get a walk here. So we look at the walk as such a positive thing, and it's good. It's not bad.
Right.
But no human being in the major leagues goes into the batter's box going, I hope I get a walk here, because your ass is going back to the dugout if that's your hope.
Right. Hey, you're going up trying to get a hit.
So real quick, guys, I just wanted to compare this to the good teams in the American League West. Houston Astros go 106-56. Their runs per game were 4.55. The Rangers were 4.36. Their team their batting average was 248. The Rangers were 239. Their OPS was 743. The Rangers were 696. And their runs were 30 more runs this season than the Texas Rangers. So, yes, they had better numbers offensively, but not a lot.
Yeah.
Here's where it gets to be a lot. Team ERA for the Houston Astros was 2.9. 2.9 is like,
holy cow,
Cy Youngish.
Yeah.
And that was their team. The Rangers was 4.22. WHIP 1.092 for the Astros, 1.342 for the Rangers. That's a major difference. And runs per game given up, 4.59 for the Rangers, 3.2 for the Astros. So there is a major difference, which is going to be tough to catch them next year on how big of a difference. Not as big of a difference offensively, so you can kind of compete there offensively. You can't compete there pitching-wise. There has to be a whole bunch of change and a whole bunch of things happen with the Rangers to compete with those numbers.
That probably, I'm just going to speak for myself, do not seem particularly viable in 1 year.
No, not at all.
Like whenever, and I appreciate
Astros have 6 starting pitchers coming back. They will probably keep Verlander in the offseason, which means they have 7 quality starting pitchers coming back. That's very tough. Mariners went 90-72. Just real quick, pitching-wise, this is where you have to get if you want to win 90 games. Mariners ERA 3.59. Rangers was 4.22. Their WHIP was 1.191. Rangers was 1.342. And they allowed 3.85 runs per game. The Rangers 4.59. So just to give you an idea on how far away the Rangers are,
from a pitching perspective,
offensively, they're actually a little bit better than the Mariners in quite a few stats.
Yeah.
So offensively, they're right there with the Mariners. You could even say they were a little bit better offensively than the Mariners, but pitching-wise, they're pretty far away. So I just wanted to look at those stats. There's a lot more to break down throughout the offseason with the Texas Rangers, but real quickly, their second best year in the last 5 years for the Rangers, but it doesn't feel like a positive year.
Yeah, that part still feels really sad to me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will go back to football and talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Now, let me ask you a question. This could dictate where this segment goes.
Uh-oh.
Should I allow Mike to ask questions when he said, I'm going to ask all the questions? We're going to talk about Tommy La Russa. Should I, Tony La Russa, should I be concerned at the direction that Mike is going to take this?
We'll just go all baseball instead of Cowboys football.
Or
what position do you think Luis Robert would be best at on the Dallas Cowboys? How about that? Combines them both. Is that guy ever going to be healthy for the White Sox?
Yeah,
or is he just a walking injury?
I don't think he would make it in football, right, with his health problems. Maybe, what do you think, tight end?
I could see that.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'd be a good safety because he's a center fielder.
Yeah.
Tracks the ball.
Ooh, could he be a long snapper? Because I know that we've been working on that.
Give him a tryout.
Yeah. So, did we just pick the people with the coolest
6'3",
last
220,
names?
So, maybe a good line.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we picked Tucker Addington and Matt Overton. Did we just pick the people with the best last names, or did you think these are the right choices?
Well, I have no idea what the other two guys look like, right?
Fair.
So, I think they went with, at least from what I can, from their history, at least Overton has been with like 6 other teams in the NFL. I mean, he's like 37 years old, so he's got some experience. Hasn't stuck with anybody for more than a year or so, although the Chargers brought him back, so he's had two stays with the Chargers. And then Addington, snapped for a season in the USFL most recently this spring. So I don't know if those two factors had anything to do with those guys making the cut so far. And then I guess we'll see a little bit more. We get to watch the first few minutes of practice today, and he said that they would go live in special teams. So we mightn't be able to actually watch them snap and see what their accuracy is, right?
All right, so Mickey, I have a real Cowboys question.
All right.
And I don't know the answer. I'm asking you because I'm just throwing out this strategy, but I don't know. When you struggle to block and when a team has such a great pass rush like the Dallas Cowboys, how much can screens help you slow down guys from attacking the quarterback?
Oh, I think immensely.
Do you think like Sean McVay is trying to figure out some way, since he can't run, at least they struggle to run the ball, that maybe doing a whole bunch of screen stuff could be a way to throw the Cowboys off?
I think more so than struggling to run the ball, they're struggling to protect the quarterback.
Yeah.
And that's one way to slow not only the pass rush down, but you can catch teams if you call it right or recognize it. If they're blitzing like an extra guy or two, then you can really slow it down if you hurt them with a bunch of screens. And then the other thing is just continue when you get some one-on-one coverage to the outside and they're not on the line of scrimmage. I've always been a fan of just throwing that smoke shot to the outside. It doesn't have to be a screen. Just get me CeeDee Lamb, for example, one-on-one with the cornerback, and I'll take my chances for at least a 5-yard gain. If you're struggling to run the ball, if the guy's playing off, he's usually playing off 5 yards. So if I take a shot to the outside, I can get 5, and who knows if that guy misses and the safety's nowhere in sight, I get a big gain. So I think that's another way to counter a severe pass rush, which I'm sure the Cowboys are, ready to, crank it up. Looking at, what happened last week with Matthew Stafford. It's really weird. I think of the Cowboys, now counting the Rams' last 4 opponents, the week before, they've had trouble protecting their quarterback immensely.
Right.
Right? With the exception of the Giants. I think the game before they played the Cowboys, Daniel Jones only got sacked 3. I'm saying only got sacked 3 times because the other guys either had been sacked 7 times or 9 times going into the Cowboys game.
We discussed in our first segment this morning the usage of CeeDee Lamb.
Uh-huh.
And I wanted to kind of gauge your feelings on, are they using him the way that they wanted to in the grand, or maybe even the way that Cowboys fans wanted him to, and you're the number one and we're really pushing towards you now?
Yeah. Let's put it this way. Maybe what the fans kind of expected. I don't think they're doing anything the fans want them to do, right? But here was and I saw the article today in the morning news, if that's what you're referring to.
Oh, no, actually, I hadn't even seen that.
Interesting.
We put this together yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, good then. You're ahead of the ball game, right? But look, the reason he didn't get this many snaps, targets last year, there was somebody out there called Amari Cooper, right? And to, by time Michael Gallup got back, Michael Gallup was out there too. So they had 3 guys. Because if you remember, when was it CeeDee Lamb's first year, what was the talk? Oh, they're going to have 3 guys with 1,000 yards receiving,
and
right?
He was he 935 yards.
Right, yeah. So, but now it was him and, somewhat unproven Noah Brown, and then picked the guy who was the 3rd receiver. So who you throwing to? I think it's a natural progression that you give, CeeDee Lamb all the targets he can handle because he's the guy you trust. Now, Noah Brown has shown that you can trust him, and then you kind of put it together after that to see who the 3rd guy was going to be. And that's been, 3 different guys now? They started with Houston, then Tolbert, and now Gallup's back.
Well, we were hoping for the 3-headed wide receiver monster last year, and now we've got the 3-headed monster at safety per Jaron Kearse, who looks like I know he was back in practice. How, I guess, exciting, but also interesting is it that the Cowboys find themselves with depth at safety when we have long lamented the amount of resources put into this position?
Well, I would say the majority of the snaps, they're using 3 safeties, right?
Yeah.
Wilson's the guy back there, along with Hooker, and then Jaron Kearse plays his role as the 3rd safety up in the box or, wherever they want to use him. And only use at times 2 linebackers. So he's kind of a safety / backer close to the line of scrimmage. So yeah, there's no dilemma with him coming back like one of the other two guys have got to sit or not get as many snaps. Those guys are going to be back there, and it'll be interesting to see if they, because they didn't use Curse that much. If you're playing a regular, 2 cornerbacks, 2 safeties alignment, that he was one of the guys back there. He was usually lined up closer to the line of scrimmage. So,
which is probably not the worst thing for us to have.
Yeah,
either.
Right. And so they got 3 of them now. And it even when they go nickel, they've been using 3 safeties along with just 1 linebacker and extra DB. A cornerback in the slot. So it was almost like a 6 DB alignment. And this only enhances it with Curse back out there because before that they were using Mukwamu with Curse out, and at times Marquise Bell was kind of playing that big safety role on the nickel defense.
What I'm trying to figure out, maybe I'm wrong about this. What's wrong with Matthew Stafford? Can he throw anymore? Because his longest throw is 32 yards this season.
Yeah, time is one thing.
Is that what's killing him right now?
And I don't know, because he had the shoulder thing, right?
Yeah, elbow, shoulder. He had some arm,
whatever it was.
Yeah,
knees and toes too.
Yeah, it all goes together, right? Yeah, I'm not sure on, if something's bothering him. Like when you see him throw short, he certainly has arm strength, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times it's, how teams are playing you too. What are the corners doing? Where are the safeties? I think you have to take that into consideration of teams trying to, take stuff away. But then again, other than Cooper Kupp, who's he throwing to?
Yeah.
Higbee?
Yeah.
The tight end?
Yeah.
You're probably not throwing 30-yard passes to the tight end too often. So, yeah, that wide receiver core, not what they had last year. The offensive line, not what they had last year. So, we can sit here and always go, well, they're the defending Super Bowl champs, but that's not the same team that won the Super Bowl, especially offensively.
Anything else from I know we've talked about a few different aspects, anything else from an injury or practicing standpoint that we need to keep monitoring as we roll into Sunday afternoon?
I'm trying to think.
Because it feels like they look relatively healthy.
Relatively.
With the one big exception of Dak.
Yeah, it looks like Schultz was back out there fully. Jake Ferguson was listed as limited. I think and we may have touched this yesterday, but just getting Damone Clark going again.
Yes.
They get 21 days when he's still on NFI before you have to make a decision, what you do with him. And they started the clock yesterday. And that's really encouraging because, when a guy has vertebrae fusion in his neck, in March, you're not quite sure just how fast that guy's going to come back, right? I was thinking, November, December. Well, it's the 1st of October, and looks like he's put the pads. He's going to probably put the pads on today, and he practiced yesterday, had a helmet out there, and boy, that's a good sign because I'm telling you, this guy can play. And the only reason he, lasted to the 5th round was because of the neck problem they found at the combine, that he needed surgery. And to get him with one of your bonus 5th round picks, I think was huge for the Cowboys. And if nothing else, if he's ready to go, the 1st of November, and you can use him on special teams, I would fear for the guy that's trying to return a punt or a kickoff with him on the field. I think he's that good.
Yeah.
No. And you guys saw him, big man.
Yeah.
And he's a linebacker and he's fast and it would be, and he's got arms on him. Like thick, like muscular. So yeah, I can't wait to see him out there. Actually playing linebacker.
With 3 C's, Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it very much. Good, sir. We'll talk with you again tomorrow.
Absolutely. See you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. All right, now we're going to switch gears to the NBA. I know we referenced this for a minute the other day that Luka was the leader in the GM survey about MVP favorite, and it's 48%. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive. Next highest was Giannis at 34%. But I wanted to take you to one specific aspect of Luka's game that I thought was super fascinating. Who is the best point guard in the NBA?
Luka.
Steph Curry.
What?
Luka is second.
I get that because he just won the championship. It's just weird because
he doesn't play
point guard 40% of the time he's on the court, maybe 50.
And so this might play into that because I think he'll get a kick out of this.
Luka's also built like a power forward too, so it's weird.
Who's the best shooting guard in the NBA?
Devin Booker.
Devin
Chickenhead.
Booker. Second, Luka.
What?
Who's the best small forward in the NBA?
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant.
Luka
second? Is third.
Yeah.
He's behind Jason Tatum. So you just think about that. The GMs have him listed as the second best point guard, the second best shooting guard, and the third best small forward. Yes, did that have me thinking about the Multiplicity movie? And if we had 3 Lukas out there, how that would all work.
If we had 5 Lukas, there'd be times where teams would just have 5-on-0 fast breaks.
Yeah, because he's complaining at the ref. He's like, how did you not see that? Like, that would be
I don't know how you did what you just did.
The 4 other Lukas are mad they're not getting the ball enough.
Yeah.
The 817, Luka homers.
Yeah.
Who's Luka homers? Us?
And that's
or the NBA and GMs?
Or the general managers.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, general managers of the NBA said he's top 3 at 3 different positions. But then also, if you're starting a franchise today and could sign any player in the NBA, Luka is second.
To the Greek Freak.
To the Greek Freak, which I think is fair. But that just kind of goes to the point. Who's the favorite from the GMs to win MVP? Luka. Who would you pick to start your franchise? Luka is second. Which player forces opposing coaches to make the most adjustments? Luka is fourth behind Steph, Giannis, and Jokic. So whenever we say he's a no-brainer top 5 player, like you just go to the GMs and they're giving you a heads up, hey, we also definitely think that he is a top 5 player. And then this goes to highest percentage of total votes on all of these positional questions. Giannis, Steph, Jokic, and Luka. And then Kevin Durant is 5th. So, like, if you're looking for how the NBA works right now, Giannis, Steph, Jokic, and Luka are time and again.
You're starting a team right now.
I am picking Giannis.
I probably lean that way because of his two-way play. Yeah. He's the best defensive player in the NBA and top 5 offensive player, borderline top 5 offensive player because of his lack of shooting, but best defensive player.
Well, he has a thing that you
led
can't
a team
stop.
to a championship already.
Once he starts from the 3-point line, going to the basket, it's like there's no stopping what he's about to do. So that is an offensive. I understand the lack of shooting, but hey, I've started. Good luck.
Yeah.
So you're taking Luka second.
I'm taking Luka second over Jokic. Just Luka's 4 years younger. Wow. So I'm taking Luka second.
That is shocking considering your takes on Luka.
I mean, he just beat Serbia.
Yeah,
he just sent Serbia back to Serbia.
Jokic.
I do like Jokic a lot. I think he's a fantastic player. But, I mean, you have to factor in age as well, and Luka is awesome. So
you finally cracked your top 64?
I am very adamant that Luka is a top 5 player in the league.
Okay.
And
I would probably take third Jaden Hardy after Giannis and Luka.
Okay. The guy who had a 9 PER in the G League is ready to...
Hey, it's all over now. He's averaging 21 in preseason basketball.
Are you usually the person who's like, I got fooled too many times for spring training and preseason basketball, you fartheads?
Not fooled here. And you know what? I was wrong about Dwight Powell. He's averaging 13 and 5 this year.
You know what? The day you actually can see that you're wrong about Dwight
Here's the
Powell.
deal. No, well, I'll never have to do that.
We
all
don't
right,
have time.
segment over, except when Dwight Powell has good games. I do say he has good games.
Okay, that actually is true. I will agree to that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm hoping this can be a civil conversation. I fear it might not be. No. Coming up next, are you bummed the Texas OU hasn't mattered nationally in a long time? We'll do it next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and I've already been warned by OU superfan Carter to treat this segment fairly, so I will do so. Are you bummed that Texas OU hasn't mattered nationally in a while? My contention, Texas OU doesn't matter nationally, and it hasn't mattered for a while.
Matters more than anything A&M does.
I mean, it didn't 2 years ago, but I hear what you're saying.
All they got to do is lose by 23 or less, and they cover.
That's right. That's
then
right.
Pay $85 million to their coach so that he can leave.
I still don't understand why people make such a big deal out of that.
They should have a three-way this weekend with A&M being there.
I definitely don't.
Three teams.
You just keep playing each other.
This has nothing to do
right.
with Texas A&M. This has to do with the fact that as somebody who has lived in the Metroplex my entire life, I love it when this is a big game because people are already excited for the fair. But when it's Texas OU and it matters, this place is a buzz. This is not meant, I swear, this is not meant as a bash against either schools. I love it when this is the game.
You love it
that
when
matters.
OU wins more, though, right?
Sure.
Okay.
For sure.
Weird. I know I want to set some boundaries here real quick. Carter is you. What did you say about him? The biggest OU fan you know?
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah, and as much of an OU fan as I am, Carter chose to go to the school simply because of their football program. That's the only reason he went there.
I choose to believe that.
Chris Arnold also went to OU. My wife went to OU. All right, so
all just because of football.
I was going to go there for baseball.
I grew up as an OU fan because my grandfather was, and we watched OU games together.
Right.
Or grandfather is, actually. He still is. So we watched games
57
together.
run plays in this game?
Yeah.
OU.
So
that was where I learned football.
Back in the day.
So check this out, because this is just not accurate. From the 972 reality check, OU Texas has rarely mattered nationally. That is just
That's incorrect.
Factually wrong.
Especially since that could be the winner of the Big 12, and that was a big factor of whether or not you were getting into the national championship.
So I did the research on that just to show how far in a decade this game has fallen, and it seriously bums me out. 2000 to 2009, that's your heyday of modern Texas OU. All right, like I didn't dig back into the 70s.
2000 to 2009.
That's your heyday.
That is fact.
Okay. 10 games in that decade. 4 matchups. 4 of the 10, both teams were in the top 5. 3 other ones, they were in the top 15. 2 other ones, they were both in the top 20. There was only one game all decade where one of the teams wasn't ranked, and that was in 2005 when Texas was number 2. So think about that. Only one time in an entire decade was either team not ranked at all, and 4 times both teams were in the top 5 at the same time. So if you think it didn't matter nationally, it definitely did in 2001 when they were 3-5, or the next year when they were 2-3, or the next year when they were 1-11, or the next year when they were 2-5.
Would you blame then this discussion? Would you blame a lot of it on Texas? In that Texas, like we're back has happened and all that, and they've fallen, but their program has been in flux for a while.
So
because they've gone through so many coaches and their impatience there and their inability, like they tout recruiting classes, but the reality is the product on the field is not as good as it was in the Mac Brown era.
So I think that's fair, and here's how you know it's fair. In Texas wasn't ranked in 13, 14, 15, 16, or 17. So check this out. You know how I told you last decade there was 4 matchups where they were both in the top 5 and 7 when they were both in the top 15?
Mm-hmm.
Since 2010, 0 matchups where they were both in the top 5 and 2 where they were both in the top 15. So in 10 seasons, 7 times, 7 of the 10 years, they were both in the top 15. In the ensuing 13 years, that's happened twice. And there's been 6 times where one team wasn't ranked. And then this year, did you know this is the first time since 1998 that neither team is ranked?
Man.
And it's seriously, it bums me out because I still think it's a huge game for the Metroplex in the area. And I know people who are Texas and OU fans, like you were saying at the beginning, it was like, as long as we win this game, like that's a huge step for us.
Oh, and somebody just said if OU beats Texas, it will be one of our greatest victories ever because of Lincoln Riley's betrayal in the last 2 losses. And a lot of times I would say coaches come into the UT situation or the OU situation, they go into big rivalries and they're like, oh yeah, it's a big rivalry. I understand, the magnitude of it all. Oh, magnitude.
Yeah.
But I think Venables does. Like that's a coach that definitely, he was here. He's already been through that before. He understands that. And so I think Sarkisian does too. So this is one of those games where I think both sides understand, like really truly understand what it means, because Sarkisian's already been through it once at least. But I think, Kevin, I'm not sure about OU's season this year.
Yeah.
But I think Texas actually could have been a better product had Ewers not got hurt so early in the season.
Okay, now there's still time to turn that around then.
Who's now,
if you're Texas,
he's now announcing that he has a new NFT program, Ewers, that is,
okay,
where he's going to get paid.
I'm happy for him for that. I think that is less relevant from the football aspect, but somebody texts in, won't there be a Manning in burnt orange next year? Just wait, it'll matter again soon. Well, in the meantime, Quinn Ewers might be good to go this week. He's suited up the last couple of weeks, but I don't think anybody realistically thought he was going to play. But Ewers, they said earlier this week, is trending in the right direction to be able to play in this game. Well, because of that, Texas is already a 7-point favorite in this game. And you saw flashes in the brief moments that we saw him against Alabama that perhaps he could be somebody who makes a difference in big-time college football. So that's the potential for Texas to be able to turn it around. Get Ewers back, win this game, maybe win this game emphatically, and maybe your season starts to turn from there.
Kevin, you never worked in a bar, right?
No.
All right, so the time period that you're talking about, that game being very, very meaningful, I was running bars.
Yeah.
And this place is insane. And I think it's still going to be a packed place. But you're probably not going to are you getting game day? No.
No,
You know,
you're
not
getting bootleg game day.
Yeah, Kansas is getting game day. You're not getting those extra elements to it. The views are great. You're going to get a gorgeous view of the state fair. You're going to get a lot of things that go on. But I know what you're talking about. It could be 3 days of content coming out of Texas OU because of what the potential for those two teams is going forward. Now, if somebody made this, though, they're going to be unranked a lot more often when they get to the SEC. Now, I don't know how much, because has A&M's recruiting benefited them a lot?
Oh, yeah. I think it can do the same for Texas and OU for
their
sure.
records, are they records similar to what they were in the Big 12?
Yeah.
Just maybe more often opportunities to have better records?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the thing is you play tougher competition in the SEC, but also better recruits can get you back to that level. And that's the thing for A&M is I know this looks like a bad year for Oklahoma, but you've seen Oklahoma frequently make appearances in the college football playoff and everything like that. So you hope that the level of recruit you get helps you rise to the level of tougher competition.
And I do think that is a thing that I don't know if, because they're in the SEC, maybe that does keep them ranked. Didn't we do a study on that more often than not the SEC teams are going to be ranked?
If you want to tell me,
they play against.
And I would listen to ideas that there's SEC bias in the rankings. I would certainly listen to that.
But for this specific game, I don't know if it's going to carry as much weight because, Kevin, those two teams in the Big 12 were the two teams.
Yeah.
And now you go to the SEC, and I know this is a lot in the future. We're kind of talking about this Saturday, but going into the future here, isn't it Bama? Beat Bama or nothing else? Isn't that everybody's rival is Bama at that point. And I don't know I think Texas OU might lose its luster going into this.
Okay,
thing.
the thing I wonder about that, and it's tough to say because people will bring up Michigan and Ohio State, but Michigan and Ohio State have been and frequently have been the dominant powers in that conference.
Yeah.
Texas and OU can be really good going to the SEC, but it's not like Alabama's just going to go away. So I think that's going to be the tough part of it. The other thing is there continue to be discussions about would you eventually want to switch Texas OU to a home and home, or would you want to move it to AT&T Stadium, which I don't like at all. But you know how the monetary situation of this all works. And if you're telling me that Jerry Jones can get involved in bringing it to his stadium, he's damn sure listening and trying to do something. I would hate that because I also think it would take away some of the specialness.
You know what he needs to do? And I like the word specialness, by the way. He needs to pick up the state fair and take it out to Arlington then, which I don't want to happen, by the way, because I love where it is.
Mike likes it.
That's an element of what makes that game so fun.
Is you can go get a Fletcher's corny dog and then pop in.
Yeah, they show up on the dart rail and roll into actually, they probably don't. They probably all drive. But they show up there and then they go out there and party at the state fair for the rest. That's why people love it, man. And anybody that's been to that game and has experienced that or been to the state fair during that game whenever it's super empty and then all of a sudden gets flooded, they understand how awesome that moment is because you got your team just won. Time to go party. Your team just lost. Time to go home. Or go drink my sorrows away with an awesome corn dog.
And in terms of this game specifically, Texas is favored by 7 points. Under Sark, Texas is 2-7 in one-score games, and the last 9 games between these two teams have been decided by 8 points or less, with Oklahoma winning the last 4. So history will tell you it will be a close game, but we shall see.
And the most important thing we learned from this segment is you need to text us what college you want us to talk about next.
Yes.
Not in the next segment, but in our next college segment.
Absolutely.
Because we want to know what college you want us to talk about the most. Because that's what we're going to do.
I'm here for it.
We know we didn't talk about your college in this segment, so let's do it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. If Lamar Jackson is so good, why aren't the Ravens? Plus, let's talk London next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in barricade rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Buttermilk biscuits.
Did we get a dip from Reggie yesterday? I think that he did. He bailed on the dip, and Mike just did the biscuits without him.
Why do you think he's not here today?
Yeah, suspended.
Although I would suggest you tune in from 7 to 11 tonight just to see if that actually is the case or if he's just on the get right. I'll let you figure that out.
I like the idea that he got suspended for it, though.
Man, that feels like a really harsh outcome to that.
You get the dip right for the Tolo because that's what they deserve.
Yeah. Pressure's on, Joey. We'll see how people thought about that dip, and we'll determine your future going forward. Tomorrow, could be Alec.
At least he did it this time, you know?
That's true. That's a very good point. All right, let's start with Daniel Snyder, who decided to, interestingly enough, go on the offensive against Congress.
Good approach.
Yeah.
I saw Rafael Palmeiro do it with his Congress pointing finger.
Yeah. And then he magically tested positive right after that. Like, I don't know if he was doing it anyway. I'm not saying big Congress set that up. All right. So I'm not saying that. I want to make that clear. All right. So Daniel Snyder, via his lawyers, which, man, I want to get to the point where I have lawyers who take care of things for me. It's like, hey, you need to deal with this? Lawyers, take care of it.
Thanks, Frankles.
Yes, exactly.
Should have caught that baseball.
Yes, lawyers. They sent a 9-page letter to the House Oversight Committee making various assertions like this. Quote, from the beginning, the committee set out with a singular purpose: to destroy Dan Snyder and his family, an attempt with deception, innuendo, and half-truths to drive him from the National Football League. And they called the investigation a politically inspired hatchet job.
Really? Politically inspired?
The thing about that is this a bipartisan issue then? Feels like everyone's like, I kind of think you might not be the best guy and might be running your organization in a dirtbaggy type way. That's bipartisanship. That's what we're looking for, right? Congratulations, Commanders. You've done something right. All right, let's go from that to the Ravens. The Ravens are 2-2. Do you know that they have trailed for a total of 14 seconds this year?
Really? Because the Miami game ended last second.
Yep.
In Buffalo.
Yep.
So they've taken the lead early in every game.
20-3.
Yeah. Well, remember, we talked about this yesterday, the day before. Think about this. You're the Ravens. You're 2-2. You've trailed for a total of 14 seconds and have had 17-point leads in both of your losses. That sucks. And then on the flip side, did you know that Lamar Jackson has more rushing yards this season than Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Joe Mixon, Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, and Derrick Henry?
And Zeke. And Tony Pollard.
I mean, fair enough.
And Dak.
And he also leads the league in touchdown passes, along with Patrick Mahomes and, as we all predicted, Jared Goff.
He's a one-man wrecking crew. And those kind of guys always win Super Bowls.
Well, yeah.
He might win. He might end up winning
don't.
multiple MVPs.
And then win nothing in...
Yeah, and this year, it's going to be because his defense is torn up on the backside. Like last year, his offense, like the whole team was just injury-ridden. This year, it might be like the same thing. So I don't know, because it seems like the defenses have been able to scheme one game against him in playoffs, and a good defense can scheme one game against him. So I have all these hopes and desires for Lamar Jackson to grow into that kind of player too. There's a lot of work for that team to do.
No doubt about that. Did you see, does this make you nervous, or you're like, that's just a thing people say? Did you see the Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni said, my hobby is football? So when he's done with work, his hobby is more work.
It's good. That's good. Like,
Never
that's what
worked
you
a
want.
day in his life, it sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like
that is fair.
He's just enjoying every day that he gets to get up and go do what he loves the most.
Does that make you nervous at all when he's like, my hobby is football?
All right, let me ask you this. Kevin. What do you mean nervous? Like he's
As a Cowboys fan.
Oh, not really.
I talk about sports and my hobbies collecting sports cards.
Okay, I was just about to ask y'all. What if y'all ran a business where you went to people's homes and sorted through their cards for them?
Oh.
Wouldn't that be more than a business? It would be a blast for you?
I'm going to use the doctor analogy. Mike would have a terrible bedside manner. He's like, oh, sorry, fart head. These cards are worthless.
But like, I literally asked if you would want to look through, if your son would want to look through my kids'
Absolutely.
cards. And it seems like you enjoy just looking through them and the surprise of what's there.
I do. When we moved into our first house, we had this guest room, and it was just me and Brandon. And so there's nothing
in your face, Jess.
I mean, this is before
She
I
wasn't
knew
there
her,
yet, Mike. Yeah.
And this is
Wouldn't allow her in.
No, this is before I knew her.
Oh,
and we had all of these like cards and everything, and we turned that room into what we called for many, many, many months the card pit, because we would just have those 5,000 count boxes sitting all over the place. Some would be open, there would be cards everywhere, and that is actually where I found my Bowman Tom Brady rookie. Because when I opened Bowman back in the day, who the hell is Tom Brady? He's a 6th-round spare quarterback.
Yeah, you're hoping for Sean Alexander.
Yeah, and you just store it away, and all of a sudden I was like, oh my God.
Hey.
It's Tom Brady rookie card.
And then what happened when you started dating Jess? What happened to the baseball card pit?
The
card pit.
The card pit is now a card closet, but it still exists. And
Don't
I have
make
a
us
room.
compromise.
A lot. They're like, hey, we have this whole house. You can have this closet.
No. I will tell you this. If you stay at our house in our guest room, it looks like Kevin Presents the guest room. Like it really does. There are Legos and Star Wars things everywhere.
There's a fire behind you, by the way. I just wanted to point out. This is distracting me because there's a fire out the window.
All right.
It looks like it's...
Do we have to have Joey or
If it's at
Carter
that
come in here and shut
Whataburger,
some
though,
blinds?
if it's at that Whataburger, they'll get to it in about 45 minutes, right?
Good to see.
I love Whataburger. Come on, guys. We got to hire some better people.
Good to see people coming on over to my side of things. All right. Which NFL franchise do you think has won the most games in history?
One of the ones that started first.
Okay, well, I need a more specific answer than that.
Did the Packers, were they part of like the original NFL?
It feels like it.
Green Bay.
You going with the Green Bay Packers?
I'll go with Giants. I'll go with Giants just to throw out Giants.
It is a team that exists
Bears.
now. Okay. The Chicago Bears.
Dang it.
Wait.
I didn't even know the question.
Wait. Because of that damn fire. Wait. Since 1921, for 101 years, the Bears have led the NFL in most wins ever by themselves. Every day, every week, every month, every year for 101 years. However, they have now been caught. The Green Bay Packers have tied the Chicago Bears for most wins in NFL history at 785. This is the first time since the first weekend of the NFL that the Bears have not had, well, I guess probably we had to play a couple of weeks, but since 1921, that the Bears have not had sole possession of the most wins in the NFL.
Cowboys are at 541.
Which makes sense since they started 39 years later.
Over the last 27 years.
Oh, no.
If they had been winning teams every year instead of 5 and 10 here and there, and etc.
We forfeit a game?
Would they be at 600? Would they be at 700?
I mean,
maybe.
If you add it, you could add 2 wins a year. So not 700. That would be, you would have to be unstoppable like every
2 wins a
single
year, so it'd be 27. So they would be about 600 and something. Okay, so they have work to catch up.
Absolutely. I mean,
and they're never catching the Packers.
Yeah.
Eventually, the Cowboys will get to 700 wins.
You know who's second on that list? Or third on that list?
Giants.
Fourth? Steelers.
Okay.
Fifth?
Ooh, I might be out.
Eagles?
The Washington Commanders.
Nope.
No.
Can't count it.
And the Cowboys.
I think we should compartmentalize
Cowboys are
those
sixth.
by mascot.
Eagles are sixth.
Yeah. How many of the Commanders? How many of the football team? How many of the team before? Like, I think we should break it down just like that.
I like it.
All right. Would you, if I put forth the contention that Justin Jefferson is the best wide receiver in football, would you be willing to listen to further information?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll listen.
Hold on. Who? Go ahead.
Since 2000, Receivers with more than 400 yards receiving in multiple routes, okay? Like different kinds of routes. Travis Kelce and Cooper Kupp have at least 400 yards receiving on 3 different types of routes. Tyreek Hill has at least 400 yards receiving on 4 different types of routes. Justin Jefferson stands alone. The cross, the go, the out, the in, and the hitch. He has at least 400 yards receiving on 5 different routes. So whenever we talk about like what route trees you have and everything like that, Justin Jefferson can do all kinds of things. So even if you don't think he's the best, I'm more convinced now than ever he's top 3 receiver in the league. I was going to say top 5, but I'm going to say
I do think right now Cooper Kupp has a pretty strong argument for the best, and then Jamar Chase is. I wouldn't say yet. But
I would take Jefferson over Chase just because he has that extra year. But Cooper Kupp for sure. He just won the Triple Crown of receiving, which is done very rarely in the NFL. So I could see that, but I think Justin Jefferson is way, way up there. All right, this is a historic game in London.
By the way, all-time history, Cowboys are number 1 in points per game. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Love it. Thank you very much, Danny White. Just kidding. You can describe that to whoever the hell you want. This is a historic game in London this weekend. Do you know why?
It's the queen. The new queen will be announced.
I think it's the king, right?
King Richard.
What?
Yeah.
The queen passed away. Don't they just replace it with another queen?
No, they replaced her with his son. With her son.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that Middleton's?
It always happens.
Kate Middleton's husband?
No.
Kate Hudson.
It's
Who
Kate
was her
Middleton's
son?
husband's
Richard?
dad, King Charles.
And he wants to do this job?
I mean, I don't know if that. I've watched a lot of dramas on Netflix that lead me to believe people have questionable feelings about whether they want the job. All right. The NFL has been to London 32 times. All right. This is the first time ever that both teams will have a winning record in the game.
Really?
It's
We've always sent a crappy team over there.
Yes.
Jacksonville.
And you know what? We tried to do it again this year, but it just so happens the Giants are 3-1. I bet when the NFL put that together, they weren't like Packers and Giants. That'll be a banger. Like, there's no way they thought that was going to be the case. But yeah, so for the first time in 32 appearances in London, they will get to see 2 teams who both have a winning record. And also, just real quick, I didn't get a chance to throw this out yesterday. John Madden's family and Cal Poly are working together. They're building a $30 million football facility to honor the NFL Hall of Famer. So I thought that was pretty cool. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We started this conversation yesterday. Which surprising NFL narrative is most likely to continue the furthest in the season? Looking at you, Giants. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Which surprising NFL narrative do you think is most likely to continue throughout the season? Now, I think this was all started with the idea that this is the year that Geno Smith puts it all together, and the fact that he won Offensive Player of the Week, and the fact that you could still get 200-1 odds on him to win the MVP. And I think Mike said something to the effect of, why don't you just set your money on fire or something like that?
I bet my life he wouldn't.
Yeah, let's just not do that.
Like, what do you mean by that, though? Like, you would die, or the lifestyle that you live now, you would just have to change and alter?
I'm betting everything.
Okay.
That Geno Smith doesn't win the MVP.
He's sticking to it.
I won't go to next year. He's made such improvements. Maybe next year he gets the respect he deserves.
Okay. But for now,
he's not winning the MVP.
Okay. So what are some?
It should be 2,000 to 1.
Okay, because you just think there's just.
So what he's saying, Kevin, is that somebody else, if Geno Smith wins, somebody else will get to claim that they gave up the home run to Barry Bonds. Because he's betting his life.
Oh.
You know? So all the things.
I'm going to take it back.
Okay.
You never know
Thank
with
you
Geno.
for that. Okay.
He has a whole pizza chain.
But I don't think that's the same person. But to go along with that, then, Jalen Hurts is 4th on the list at 6-1 to win MVP.
There's enough fart knockers who are going to vote for him. They're going to go like 13-4. He's going to be an average quarterback who made tremendous improvements,
right,
and get votes. I don't know if he'll win it, but I tell you what, there's enough people in the Northeast. They got to give 90% of votes to people in the Northeast.
I don't know how the voting breakdown goes. I'll see if I can look into that.
Well, I mean, he keeps winning. Why wouldn't he be there? Like, that only makes sense. You keep winning, and you're the quarterback.
And he's put up tremendous stats thus far.
Yeah.
But I think Mike's
he's
idea
kind of going
is
against the grain of he can't throw.
Well, yeah, and I think that goes, but that's the idea for Mike is he's like, I'm not thinking that Hurts or Geno Smith in particular will continue this throughout the year. So that's kind of the crux of the question.
I do think like eventually to the Philadelphia point, because Seattle's not making the playoffs, is Philadelphia. They're going to have a great record, but I think people will come to their senses as the season progresses going, hey, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, keep going down the list of quarterbacks, are having a much bigger impact on the reason their team is winning rather than I am driving the bus and doing a heck of a job doing it.
You know, it'd be wild. Let's say the season ends and people are like, all right, what's the most important stat for you that really draws in, okay, that's the thing that kind of separates that guy. And I think a lot of times yards, touchdowns, interceptions, like those 3 numbers get filed into this.
Right.
Jared Goff might end up being the leader in all 3 of those categories at the end of the season because his interception to touchdown ratio is fantastic, but his team's not winning.
So,
and that's not his fault either because he's scoring the most points.
I know. You know how I feel about this. You walk in the locker room after that 48-45 game, and I'm just kind of like, I don't know what else you want me to do. It's the same way I felt about Romo in the, was it 51-48 Broncos game years and years ago. If you're on the offense, you just walk in and you're like, I don't want to hear anything about us. I want to talk about the defense or, what, depending on the game, the corresponding side of the ball.
That won't go well with your team.
What's that?
That won't go well with your team.
But you know what doesn't go well with me? When we score 48 points and we lose because of our incompetent defense. So I think you're right. But when you talk about teammates fighting it out, that might be a moment where we have to fight it out.
I would, in my 3, Kevin, it would definitely be Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar. Like that's my 3, 4, because I think by the end of the season, their win stats will be there. Their and there are other stats that go along with it. Now, the other thing, though, is I think it really does come down to how did you perform against the best teams? Like, did you play against a team or one of the other guys in that category, and did you win that night?
Okay, but say those names again real quick.
Mahomes,
okay,
Allen, and Lamar.
Okay, here's the crazy thing. You substitute out Allen and place in there Goff, and you're talking about the leaders in touchdowns this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to your point about how far can that thing go? That's crazy to me. I wonder the same thing about Cooper Rush. Is not from any time.
What are you doing right now?
No. Not any time.
Are you?
No. Hear me out.
Are you suggesting?
I got that segment tomorrow. Don't worry.
That Cooper Rush is the MVP of the NFL.
No, we're not just talking about MVPs. I think Cooper Rush, I mean, he's definitely going to get at least one more start, but don't you kind of feel like maybe he's going to get 2 more starts? And what if they win both of those starts? You will have gone from 0-1 to 5-1, and I wonder where people hold the Cowboys up. And so, like, how much longer can the Cooper Rush hype train go? Not MVP, not he should be the all-time starter or the full-time starter. How much longer does the Cooper Rush hype train have, or do you think it has 3 days and then it's over?
Gold jacket, you know?
Oh, my God.
Who's getting that?
He just said Cooper Rush.
I was told that Cooper Manning would have, but no, I think the hype train, it would keep going even if he's not starting. If he wins the Sunday and then he wins against the Eagles, because I don't think that Dak's playing against Philly at this point either.
Wow.
The ability he's first still got to get rid of swelling, and then feel comfortable gripping a ball. Do you think he's going to be honest about whether or not he feels comfortable gripping the ball?
No.
Me either.
I don't. Well, the thing is, I agree with you on that.
But you'll be able to notice it.
But you'll be able to notice that. Like if
Okay.
he's like, hey, my ankle feels great. I think you can sometimes, I know there'll be a little bit of a limp, but you can kind of get away with like, hey, it looks good enough. But I think with the grip and throwing the ball, I think the ball will tell a big story on his thumb.
But to your question of how much further can it go? If he wins 2 more games, then Dak comes back. People will be pining for Cooper Rush.
You're probably right.
And
about that.
just waiting for that moment. So are you asking, can he make it into that stratosphere where those guys are? I really don't know, because one simple thing, Cowboys quarterback.
Yeah.
For some reason, that puts you in a different, even if you're just mediocre,
right.
It puts you in a different stratosphere.
The struggles of Jonathan Taylor. I'm really surprised, because going into this year, and I bet a lot of fantasy football players felt the same way, is maybe you take him number 1 overall, and if not, certainly 2 or 3, is in his career to this point, 5 yards a carry, 5.5 yards a carry. Thus far this year, 4 yards a carry. And now he's missing the game tonight. So I am very surprised at the struggles of Jonathan Taylor. How long does this continue?
Isn't that just the life of a running back? Like you're probably gonna have a really good year and a half or so, and then you're gonna have your injury that comes.
Like this would be really quick, right?
Yeah,
Year
this
3?
feels really early. I mean, you're right about the life of a running back. This just feels really early.
Dude that had a lot of carries in college at Wisconsin too. I do factor that in. Like we're looking at Zeke and how early that happened for him, and I know there were some other things too.
So you're not surprised by the struggles of Jonathan Taylor?
I kind of did have a, hey, something's going to happen to him this year kind of feel when and everybody's going to draft him first. It made sense in your fantasy world. And I guess because I was completely wrong about Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
And this Cole, that all they need was a guy that can just manage the team right. And they can't figure that out either. So I was way off on them. But because of the people that were saying Matt Ryan is washed, it does make sense. If he's actually washed, then your running back's not going to be able to have the great successes that you wanted to. So yeah, I'm actually not surprised because of the range of what could be great and what could be bad. And so I think my range was a lot wider for these Colts. I just was kind of on the positive side for the whole offseason.
Okay. And we get this from our Bengals fan, so I don't want to discount it, from the 682. They believe in Jared Goff and the Lions. They think the Lions will be fighting for the NFC North crown at the end of this season. And much like we were in this position last year, I would be shocked to see that happen.
They have to learn how to win. They have to learn how to play defense. And that's something that the Lions can't do, right? They've given up the most points and scored the most points. No matter if you can't get a stop when you want to, then it isn't going to matter. I am shocked by their offensive display and what they're doing. They're making football exciting. But, man, they got to make some stops.
If you got more narratives that you want to get to because you think they might continue, I'm definitely here for that. 877-881-1053. But want to know if you got a bone to pick with this. Bill Barnwell, he's ranking all of the awards and everything like that through 4 games of the season, which some people are calling the quarter of the season, which is now confusing since there's 17 games. Defensive Player of the Year. Number 3 on the list, Max Crosby, edge for the Raiders. Number 2 on the list, Minkah Fitzpatrick, safety for the Steelers, which means number 1 on the list is Nick Bosa, edge for the 49ers.
All right.
What do you think about Micah not being in the top 3?
I think that's silly because Cooper Rush has done a tremendous job as a backup quarterback, getting you enough points to win. The reason the Cowboys are 3-1 is because of defense led by, we'll get into this later, arguably the greatest defensive player in Dallas Cowboys history.
Wow. Holy cow. So you're just going all the way out there.
Team that's had a pretty legendary defensive players, too.
Yes, a lot of Hall of Famers. Randy White, Bob Lilly. You can keep going down the list, obviously. And there's more time. We'll get to it later, right? What time are we doing that
Coming
at?
up next.
Oh, what a tease.
But just along those lines, Nick Bosa is second in Defensive Player of the Year betting odds right now. Behind only
us.
You guessed it, Micah Parsons. So there's that.
Maybe Bill Barnwell forgot. I forget.
That Micah Parsons existed?
It's his job not to forget,
you just forget sometimes.
No, it's his job not to forget.
Now, Mike,
go ahead.
I think you'll like this. Narratives most likely to continue that have been surprising thus far from the 6-8-2. Jacksonville will remain on top of the division. I know that
Can't believe
division
they lost to Washington.
I know that division looks terrible now, but even 4 weeks ago, I would not have thought whatsoever that Jacksonville would win that division. But clearly, they are still tied for the top of the division lead, and it looks like they got a shot to win this division.
I totally get losing to Philadelphia. I wish Trevor Lawrence wouldn't have fumbled the ball 3 times, which was just somewhat unlucky that Philadelphia recovered all 4 of them. Sometimes your guy would recover it, but it just didn't happen. It's a horrible game for him. I just go back to that first game of the year. If you look back and go, if they end up going 8-9 or 9-8 and missing the playoffs and they lost to Washington, yuck.
So are you ready? Is that narrative going to continue all year long? That Jacksonville, not to say that they will win the division, but they'll be in position to win the division or at least make the playoffs?
I'd say yes in this case. I think the Colts are going to lose tonight because Jonathan Taylor means a lot to their offense.
Yeah.
So I think the Broncos win a low-scoring, boring game. And then that puts them at 1-3-1. So now you're looking at Tennessee. Houston hasn't even won. We went through this in Mike Asked the Football Questions. I think they're going to be like 0-7 or 1-8 or something to start the year, Houston. So your competition is Tennessee. Somebody has to make the playoffs out of that division.
Yeah.
And so Jacksonville and Tennessee look like the viable candidates.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will get into the lunch rush on the expressway, and Mike has started the conversation. It's going to be a combo right here. Is it already a done deal in your mind that Luka will be the greatest Maverick of all time? And where will Micah rank in your Cowboys lifetime? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We enter in to the lunch rush as part of the Expressway.
The Thunderdome.
877-881-1053 if you want to get involved. This could be a potentially contentious beginning to this. We'll get to Mike Likes It in a few minutes. But first, the question, it's twofold. Is it already a done deal in your mind that Luka will be the greatest Maverick of all time?
Who would even say something like that?
I mean, Mike would, and I will disagree with him. And where will Micah rank in your Cowboys lifetime? So if you want to go ahead and drop in like how old you are, that will probably help us out as well for the Cowboys part.
Yeah, because for the Mavericks, obviously most of you have seen most of the Mavericks. I get that maybe you didn't see Rolando Blackman, Mark Aguirre, Derek Harper era. You'd have to be around 40 years old to remember that part of the Dallas Mavericks or older than that. But obviously for the Mavericks, it's very easy. Dirk, and there's really nobody else.
Sure.
Obviously Jason Kidd could have been a guy like that, but once he left after 3 years and went to Phoenix and New Jersey, it kind of changed things on his career as a Maverick. Because if he had been a Maverick the whole time, you'd be like, gosh, we had a top 5 point guard or top 10 point guard in the history of the NBA.
Who's the next guy?
After Dirk? Well, probably Steve Nash.
I was going to say Nash. It feels like it should be Nash.
I mean, I think for a lot of Mav fans that are my age, it's Rolando Blackman.
Yeah, because that's who I was immediately thinking.
I think he's a 3-time All-Star for the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Where Nash is a 2-time All-Star, I think.
Yeah, and I know people will be like, well, he won 2 MVPs. But we're saying, like, when you played with
not
the
guys
Mavericks.
that just showed up for the Mavs. They had 75 of them in a 2-year span that Mark Cuban signed all 1-year contracts.
Yes, we did.
I look at it this way, and this is where I think we can have a good discussion, and I can bury you, Kevin.
Oh, my gosh, that's hurtful.
No, I get that Dirk's the greatest Maverick of all time right now, but I'm conceding this in much that Dirk will always be my favorite Maverick. Dirk will be my favorite Maverick of all time. But best Maverick, this dude is just turned 23, and he's already a 3-time All-NBA first teamer. So I just look at it, and I'm like, dude, Luka's going to be the greatest Maverick of all time. So I'm conceding. I'll stop the kind of comment there and leave Cowboys off to the side for now and Micah Parsons. But I just think Luka, I'm kind of already going, this is going to be the greatest Maverick of all time.
Okay. I can see how that will probably be the case, but he's still got a ways to go.
If he never wins the championship, will that matter?
I don't think so. Yes, I do think it will matter. And like, he's going to be the favorite again to win MVP, but still keep this in mind. Luka's never finished. He's 23. Has yet to finish higher than 4th in the MVP voting. And so Dirk won an MVP and a championship. And then the undercurrent that I know we hate to talk about is you can't be sure he's going to stay. I'm very hopeful that he's going to stay. But when we talk about your Steve Nashes and the like, they won an MVP elsewhere. And so that is my biggest concern. Luka's 100% on trajectory to be the greatest Maverick of all time. But I don't think it's a done deal because for a lot of people, like Corey said, he would need to win a championship. For some people, he might need to stay here. For a lot of people, he'll need to win at least 1 or 2 MVPs. And so, he's already 3-time first team All-NBA, and that's amazing. Like, never happened before. But Dirk was still first, second, or third team All-NBA 12 times. So there is still years that have to be put in for Luka, and I hope all of those years are here, but I can't say that with certainty.
Yeah. And I know you don't forget, Mike, the blast that you had watching Dirk's career, right?
Well, look,
there's no way you forget any of that stuff.
I feel like this. We're having 2 conversations here, and I get where you guys are coming from, and hear me out. I feel like you're having a conversation on who's going to be the most popular Maverick of all
I'm still
time.
saying best. I hear you. I think if he wins 2 MVPs and no championships, I still think it's Dirk. Like, I'm not saying popularity. I hear what you're saying for sure.
Yeah.
I think how it's interpreted is he will not be the best.
Mike, do you think that Luka right now is a better player than Dirk was?
It's not even close to their ages. From age 20 to 23, like it's like saying, hey, no, I won't do that. That's too far. It would be like saying
So you're saying
Martin
he's more
Perez and
advanced
Tom
now. Okay.
Glavine. I mean,
Sure.
it's like Dirk Nowitzki from age 20 to 23 can't even compete with what Luka did. At 23 was his first ever All-Star appearance.
And I'm totally with you on that. I guess I would just be curious. What I would really want to know
In
is
prime?
these last 3 years versus 05 to 07 Dirk, we'll say.
I think it's a good conversation.
But you're right on the age thing. For sure.
One thing is this, and I don't want to take anything away from what all the role players did last year for the Dallas Mavericks. Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock and Dinwiddie and obviously Brunson, who's not here anymore, had a major impact on winning playoff games. But I feel like Dirk Nowitzki, and he had teams that weren't that great either. But Luka just carried a team at 22, just turning 23 years old, to a conference finals. They didn't win it all. They didn't make it to the NBA finals, but I've just been so impressed with Luka. And I'll say this. I'm with Dallas Maverick fans. I don't know how they're responding on the fan text and stuff like that.
There are some people who it's very clear will not ever concede off of Dirk. Can I ask you a question?
Dirk's always going to be my favorite. There will be nothing to make Luka more of my favorite than Dirk.
I'm dead serious about this. How many years till Luka is the best Maverick? Because you'll concede right now he's not.
Right. I would say if he plays 10 years for the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay.
That he'll be the greatest Maverick of all time.
Okay.
And I get he won't be as popular. I don't think Luka, because Luka would have to be more popular.
They would
than
have to
Dirk,
go into
he would have
Warriors
to
Bulls
play,
mode.
Right. He'd have to play probably 15 years, win 3 championships, be doing so much charity work.
Sure.
And I mean, Dirk is one of the I can't imagine meeting a nicer superstar than Dirk Nowitzki.
That's a fact.
Usually because, everybody's pulling at you all the time. I've met Roger Staubach, very nice guy. But I mean, everybody's pulling at him 100,000 different ways. And Roger's like, no, it's in the background. He's like, F you guys. I'm tired. And I'm not saying Roger's an unbelievably great person. But at times you're just like, F you people. I'm one human being. I can't be in 37 different places and I can't do everything you say. And every time I see Dirk, it's like, dude, how in the world is he so cordial and so nice even behind the scenes?
It probably won't surprise y'all to know that the prevailing wisdom seems to be attached with a championship. From the 214, not until Luka wins a championship. From the 817, championship. From the 903. This is interesting. Luka has to be a Mav for life to be the greatest Maverick. I don't necessarily ascribe to that. I would say for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't discount Emmitt Smith from the Cowboys conversation because he played for the Cardinals in that really sad year. Like, as long as you play the majority of your career, especially your prime here, I think that will be good enough. But you see, for some people it won't. To me, I think he has to win that championship, but I also think he's likely to become the greatest Maverick of all time.
So, and I hear the championship. Look, it's the greatest moment of my sports life, 2011. Cried multiple times. Would still cry today at times when, highlights come on and certain things. It's the most emotional sports moment of my life without being part of in it playing.
Yeah.
But Dirk's a 12-time All-NBAer, and it doesn't pull up on Basketball Reference how many times first team, second team,
I can tell you. I
third
wrote
team.
that down ahead of time.
Thank you.
4-time first team, 5-time second team, 3-time third team.
Okay. Which is, he's a top 25 player of all time.
Sure.
I mean, there's nothing to spit on Dirk's career. It's one of the greatest careers in the history of the NBA.
But your counterpoint would be in 2 years, Luka might have more first teams.
Yeah.
I get it.
And for Dirk, I think Dirk would concede in about 5 years. So that would give him about 10 years in the NBA. This is his 5th year in the NBA, if I have Luka right.
Yep.
His first year, Rookie of the Year. Then the next 3 years, first team All-NBA.
5. Yeah.
As Dirk would say, look, man, this dude is better than I was. Now, it doesn't mean more popular. I think for the people that are on the fan text, I think they're because it's tough. The popularity, it's tough to take the popularity out of it because of Dirk the human being, Dirk the community leader, Dirk saying Dallas is pretty much, Germany's my home and Dallas is my home. Luka's not anywhere close to that. Luka does not see right now as Dallas as being part of his home. He plays for the Dallas Mavericks. We haven't seen him, at least in my opinion, connect with the city the way that Dirk connected with the city of Dallas, but also Dirk at 23 years old was just turning into a special player. We were just going, oh, we have something special on our hands here. He might be a top 10 player in the NBA. We're at 23. We're like, yeah, this dude's a top 5 player in the NBA. He's already done it 3 years in a row.
And I don't want to make it sound like it's only one-sided on the text. It is it does mostly talk about the championship, but then there are examples of from the 214. Dirk has already said that Luka is better than him, and then from the 682, I love Dirk, but there's just something about Luka. He's that guy. So there are people who are like, oh, for sure, it's going to be Luka.
Yeah, and I think it's always tough. It's kind of like most valuable player versus best player type of deal, and I think that it's fun to talk about, but I've conceded in my head already that Luka's going to be the greatest Dallas Maverick of all time. I will never concede, to the people's point, that Dirk is always going to be the most popular Dallas Maverick of all time, because I struggle seeing Luka playing 20 years for the Dallas Mavericks. I struggle with seeing him playing 20 years.
Now, the next part of your question that really intrigued us is, where will Micah rank in your Cowboys lifetime? And I saw some people pushing back and saying Bob Lilly, Harvey Martin, but that's not in
never saw them play.
In our respective lifetime. So I made my list of the people that I immediately think of as the best Cowboy that I've seen in my lifetime.
When did you become sports relevant in Cowboys watching?
I think it was really 1989 is when I can remember knowing the ebbs and flows of everything. I know I watched the Cowboys before that, but it wasn't until 89 that I knew what was happening.
So mine was 86.
Okay.
1986. I'm 44 years old. 1986 is when I can really remember a lot of the Dallas Cowboys, the games. I was going to all the games. I can remember Danny White and Steve Pelleur, and I can remember, Mike Singletary almost killing Steve Pelleur on the football field. I can remember all of those things happening. I can remember Tony Dorsett, the controversy of Herschel Walker coming in, them sharing the backfield. I can remember all those things. So from 1986 to now, I think I'm going to see the greatest Dallas Cowboy of my time. It doesn't mean he's going to win 3 championships. Obviously, Troy Aikman is one of my favorites of all time. Emmitt Smith's one of the greatest running backs of all time. And Micah has to stay healthy. And the thing about Micah is he'll never be somebody else's property. He's always going to be the Cowboys. There's no free agency in the NFL for great players. They never reach it. They can't reach it. There's too many rules in the books that you can't play on another team. So Micah's going to play for the Cowboys his whole career, unless it gets to DeMarcus Ware point where it's just we're horrible. We got nothing left. We can't pay you anymore. But I think he's going to be a Cowboy for 10 plus years. And I think he's going to be I think he's going to end up being in that conversation of greatest defensive player of all time because of how great he is. And then his versatility, which I just wonder when we get possibly 10 years down the road, if he stays healthy this whole time, guys, is Lawrence Taylor was a linebacker who rushed the passer all the time for the most part. Obviously, Reggie White rushed the passer, Bruce Smith. I don't think he's in the conversation with those two guys, but I get where you could maybe put him there in our lifetime. But they all did one thing. This dude is doing so many different things on a football field.
I think, and I know mine is unusual, but to me, he has to surpass Larry Allen, which I know is weird for that era of football, is you usually just go with one of the triplets. But I have Larry Allen and then Emmett and then Troy, and then we kind of go from there. So he would have to surpass Larry Allen.
I'm going to have to reassess my list then. Okay. I went with all defensive Cowboy players on my list.
Oh, yeah. No, I opened it up to everyone.
And football's very tough to do because basketball, yes, there's different positions and there's kind of bigs and ball handlers, but at least you're doing the same thing on the court.
Yeah.
Football's so specialized and so different when you compare offensive players to defense.
All right, and I wanted to clarify in this conversation, Charles Haley and Dion, do we leave those guys out?
For the reasons that we talked about, you can put them in there if you want. I would not put them in.
When do you remember the Cowboys?
Yeah,
when do you
Tony Dorsett? Like that time period.
And
Tony
you can kind of know that Tom
Yeah.
Rafferty was the center and Ed
Eugene
Tall
Lockhart
Jones.
and that whole I remember that whole. That's where I remember football.
Bill Bates being
starting.
a fan favorite.
So I'll have to go back and do a different list, but for the defensive side, George Teague 5, obviously, because he's our best friend.
Sure.
Darren Woodson was 4.
Holy moly.
Then Randy White 3.
Really? Okay.
DeMarcus Ware 2. And Micah has already vaulted to number 1 for me.
I like it.
Micah is already better than DeMarcus Ware?
Can I ask you this about Randy
Holy
White?
cow.
The reason that I don't rank Randy White that high for me is I didn't see his prime.
Yeah, okay, maybe so.
Does that make sense? Like we
that
saw
does
him at
make
the
sense.
end as the Cowboys stunk, and he was right. I mean, I kind of remember watching the television and the news carrying how Randy White striking, and then I believe he crossed the line, if I can remember that, kind of screwed over the NFL Players Association pretty good. And it wasn't just him; it was also Tony Dorsett and other guys. But I think Randy White's one of the greatest defensive players in Cowboys history. I just wish I could have seen him more in kind of like that 1977 to 1985 range.
And I probably watched enough NFL films that I believe it. You know, Mike, like that's I've watched enough of those to go, I believe everything they say about Randy White. The Bob Lillies and the other guys, I still like the Chuck Howleys. I'm like, hold on, I don't know.
Yeah, for the 2-1-4, Dion played offense, deal with it. He was here for almost a decade. He was here for 5 years. Like, I'm just...
That's almost a decade.
No, it's not.
It's half a decade.
And don't sleep on Jim Jeffcoat
He was a beast, too.
and Randy White. And like, let us know your ages on some of these.
Because if you have Bob Lilly, then you're probably 60-ish.
Yeah, because Randy White, I think, stopped making All-Pro in 1985. Well, so when I saw him, he was not the best. He's still a quality player, but he was not the best. And that's why I'm going with Larry Allen, Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman. Those are my top 3 that you would have to overcome.
Yeah.
Micah would.
As bad as sports are in DFW right now, and I have to say, they're pretty darn bad for the history of
Hey,
our
we just signed
Metroplex.
Jason Robertson, so things are getting better for the Stars.
Right, but, you know, 1999 championship, 2000 they lost in the championship, and I get they were bubble, almost won the bubble.
Cup, yeah.
But like you think of the Rangers. The Rangers had their time in the late 90s. The Rangers obviously had their time 12 years ago where it was super great. And now it's pretty darn
awful.
Bad for the Rangers. Pretty darn bad, I think, for the Stars. The Cowboys have just been in this weird place where they're right at 500, maybe a little below, maybe a little ahead for a long time now. And the Mavericks, you're hoping start building towards something really special with Luka. But at the same time, Luka and Micah are in our town, arguably the best defensive player in the NBA, in the NFL, arguably the best player in the NBA, are in our town at the same time, yet we're not having any team success.
Yeah. I think that is an interesting point. Now, a couple of the younger listeners are chiming in. From the 972-23, Jason Witten is the best. And then another person texting in, they're 23 from the 214. It's probably Parsons, but I still think Romo's my favorite. And so this kind of goes to the best versus favorite discussion.
If you're 23, you only go back about 13 years, somewhat at best, right? At 10 years old, at best is if you became this huge sports fan.
You saw some great Romo in that time, though.
Yeah,
that
but
14 year.
Doesn't that eliminate Dirk?
Yeah. No, absolutely. They're just voting on the Cowboys.
No,
question.
I know, but I'm just
I am
thinking
sad
like
for that.
If you're kind of 25 or below, you didn't get to see the best of Dirk. You saw a really good Dirk, but you didn't get to see kind of that 2001 to 2011 Dirk.
Yeah, which was a very different Dirk for sure. And thanks for listening and being a Tolo and being at that age group.
Absolutely. You've seen it. We got enough votes for Staubach and Bob Lilly, all the way down to, you know what, probably already is Micah Parsons. And if not, it's definitely Romo and then Witten. So we got all kinds.
And I will say for me with Micah Parsons, I do protect Aikman a lot because he gets trashed on so much by the, let's say, 35-year-old and younger crowd that didn't watch him play football. So they just go to stats. They just go to football, Pro Football Reference or whatever, and look at his stats. Go, he must have been bad. Because his stats aren't good. So Romo's way better, Dak's way better, and you're just like, dude.
There wasn't a Sunday that you didn't think you had the best quarterback on the field.
Right.
Like that was my feeling growing up. And maybe there was the all right, Steve Young, this is his chance to prove that he's better than Steve Young or whatever. But I mean, he did. Like that, he was the best quarterback on the field on most Sundays.
Man, some people are already ready to buy in though from the 2-4. I'm 27. Micah's already the best. I saw him live against the Bengals, and that clinched it for me. Got his jersey for me. He's the best. So like that live experience, I don't ever want to discount that live experience. I know Jerry is like, hey, only 7% of fans have never, been to a game live. But
what? I've never heard that.
Yeah, I know. I feel like he said that a lot. If you do see it live, I could see how that would change your perspective.
I will contend that like just watching the things that he's capable of, the football maneuvers that he does, the power he plays with, the speed that is it's unreal. I think quarterbacks are even surprised that he is on them as fast as he is. They're like, how did this happen? The moves he's already added to his game, if he can get over, because Mike, you keep throwing the he's got 2 years of before he falls into and settles in and goes, okay, all right, I don't really have to do everything. As long as he can keep that mindset of I want to be the greatest player of all time, and he works that way every year, he will be because of what his skills already are at this age.
So far, he is not falling into the Chase Young category. I know Chase Young got hurt. Chase Young turned into an average player last year. It was the weirdest thing in the world. He looked like he was going to take over the world his rookie year. Then he comes back for his second year for Washington, and you're like, dude, I'm not even worried about this guy anymore. I see him. I see the long hair, and I see like how athletic he kind of looks, but he's not creating any problems anymore for the offense.
I want to get to just a couple more of these real quick because people are very passionate about this. From the 903, I'm 27, so for me, no doubt, it's Dez. We have multiple people now weighing in. I'm 37, and it's Troy Aikman. And then from the 817, I'm 62. Troy Aikman, but let's also throw some love to Hollywood Henderson. And then for the 682, if you ask my dad, he'll tell you Gary Hogaboom was the best Cowboys ever. So, like, people have all...
Your dad had a drug problem in the 80s.
Oh, my God, Mike!
He didn't say what kind of drug. He could have been he's high on life.
Yeah, he was hallucinating when he saw Gary Hogaboom.
Don't say that.
Maybe his drug was Halloween candies.
It looked good to him.
From the 817, that's actually a weird segue because the best and fastest human I've ever seen with my own eyes, and then they're the best, is Bullet Bob Hayes. He would spot Micah and still run faster than him. So this person is, some of these people we just didn't get to see. Like for the Roger Staubachs, Bullet Bob Hayes, Bob Lillies, and all that, we didn't get to see.
There's a
any
difference
of those
between
people.
speed and track speed, and track speed is it's very different.
And thank you, everyone, for giving us the wide range of ages for the Tolos, because we are clicking up to at least 5 decades between the oldest and the youngest Tolos that we have seen weighing in on this subject. All right, now, how about we do some Mike Likes It?
All right, so I like baseball. In fact, this was kind of the last day of Quick Pitch this morning, where me and my son sit and eat breakfast and watch Quick Pitch, which is just... It is a great show and gives you so much information on what's going on around Major League Baseball. I won't get into all those stories. What I'm going to get into is how exciting tomorrow is, because I think a lot of sports fans and casual baseball fans who go, I kind of get into it a little bit in the playoffs. How about this for tomorrow? This feels like NCAA tournament to me.
Okay. Because you get baseball all day long,
11 a.m. tomorrow, Rays at Cleveland.
You kidding me?
At 1 p.m., Phillies at Cardinals. At 3 p.m., Mariners at Blue Jays. And at 7 p.m., Padres at Mets.
I was thinking about taking the wife on a date tomorrow. Not anymore. I got baseball to watch.
How is that going to go over with her?
Wait till Saturday.
We were going to go on a date, but now we have baseball.
Just wait until Saturday.
Okay. And you know my schedule right here. For Mike Likes It, because I got a little bit of date talk, which I'm going to need help from the Tolos. Okay. Tolos, start thinking about
now that we know
dates.
Our Tolos span multiple generations for dates.
Okay, so
where are the kids going these days?
I think people don't know this that are casual baseball fans. This is the first time ever in the history of baseball that they've added buys. So Houston and LA and New York and Atlanta are not playing until these 3-game series are over. Cleveland, St. Louis, Toronto, and New York are all hosting a 3-game series. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So on Saturday. I know there's a lot of football, and I know people will be concentrating on Aggies and Alabama and concentrating on Texas and OU, and probably concentrating a little bit on Texas Tech and is it Oklahoma State, I believe, are playing?
Whatever Joe McGuire's
Why did you not
doing.
immediately say TCU and Kansas is your
And
number one
TCU and
game?
Kansas.
They got game
No,
day.
it's awesome. It's great. I'm excited. But I'll be watching baseball tomorrow when I'm watching sports, just because it happens all again tomorrow.
Sure.
So you're looking at 2 days and possibly a third day. Sunday would be your game threes. Yeah. Then you get a day off, and then you add the 1 and 2 seeds back into it.
But you're not going to, like with the NCAA tournament, nobody counts the play-in games. But you count this as the real playoffs now,
I do, because it's not a do or die. I love the do or die situation from a fan perspective. Okay. But anything can happen in one game. Like tomorrow, if let's just say the Texas Rangers were playing the Houston Astros.
Right.
Yes, the Houston Astros would be a major favorite. But if you had Martin Perez on the mound and you get a little bit hot at the plate, anything can happen in one game. But in a 3-game series, this gives you a little bit of a better idea on who's going to be better. And the teams on the road, like the Mariners, who haven't made the playoffs in 21 years, they don't get a playoff game in Seattle unless they win in Toronto against the Blue Jays, this 3-game series. So after this, here's my question to you guys. I don't like this. I think Cleveland and Tampa, to me, my opinion, are worse teams than the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Okay. But it's already set. 3 versus 6 plays the number 2 seed. So if you look at it, and the Rays beat the Cleveland Guardians, that's an upset. The 6 seed wins.
Yeah.
Well, in football, the teams that have the bye are like, all right, we're the 1 seed. Houston's the 1 seed. We take on the worst seeded team. But if, let's just say the Rays win at 86 wins, and let's just say the Blue Jays win at 92 wins.
Yeah.
Well, then all of a sudden, I'm taking on, as like the 2 seed, I get the worse opponent. I get the favorable matchup.
Yeah.
So I would like, going forward, we'll see how it all plays out. But I would like going forward a football format in if 6 beats 2, it doesn't mean that 6 gets to now play the 2 seed. 6 has to go play the 1 seed.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So it'll be fun starting tomorrow, and it'll be on ESPN and ABC. So I do like this too.
Okay.
I get TB. Look, they pay a lot of money without cussing by accident.
Mm-hmm.
TNT and TBS pay a lot of money to get the playoffs, and FS1 gets playoffs too. But for this series, it's ESPN and ABC, which I do like that. That it's more on what you'd consider favorable channels that people would be flipping around if they're kind of just scanning for something to watch. They'll be like, hey, I found a game here. Now, obviously, Saturday, ESPN2 and ESPN because of college football.
Yep.
Okay, now moving on. Dates. I'm done with baseball, as in I don't have to do any more Rangers pre- and post-game shows. So a lot of times during the April through September, my schedule's booked. I don't go on many dates with my wife because a lot of times I'm tired. Right? She's tired. I'm tired. But then I'm also working at night too, and then get home at 11 p.m. or 1 a.m. if it's a West Coast game. But this starts getting to go back on dates with my wife. What I want to know from the Tolos, I do have a list here, but I don't know if these places are any good or not. Where's your favorite places to go on a date with your significant other? Like restaurants or places that are really fun places around DFW, because I'm struggling with going to the same places we always go to. You kind of have your go-to date night places, but I'm wondering in DFW, I do live in South Dallas. I live just a mile outside of downtown Dallas, just to give you an idea. So if you do mention a place in McKinney or, you know, way up north, Denton or something, that might be tough for me to go see, but maybe the Tolos will like this. So I'm asking Kevin and Corey right now, do you have kind of a favorite place or a couple places that you really like to go on dates to?
I have 2.
All right, I'm writing them down.
All right, and I think you can talk with boss man Tim Collins about one of them. And I know I did an endorsement for them, but I'm dead serious. The Mexican Bar Company is awesome. Nice. Their meals are high quality, like.
And where are they located?
It's in Plano.
Plano.
Right there off of the tollway. Okay. So it's right off of Park and the tollway. They have great Mexican cuisine. And then I'm trying to get Adrian to go with me more. Grandscape. I just went out there. It's next to Nebraska Furniture Mart.
So it's very far.
Not very far.
Not to go to Nebraska.
You don't have to go to Nebraska, but Grandscape has Andretti's.
We might need to couch shop.
Yeah.
Our dog's thrown up enough on our couch that I feel like it might be time to get a new one.
But it has like lots of, they have the puttery, which is like, it's a bar vibe, plus it's putt indoors.
Did you call it a puttery?
It's called the puttery.
Okay.
And it's like a putt thing, but it's indoors. It's a bar. It's got restaurant stuff, and they have greens that go up walls and stuff.
Oh, and I get behind my wife and I teach her how to putt.
Exactly.
Like in Teen Wolf.
Exactly.
Aren't you too far into the relationship for that to work?
She doesn't know how to putt.
Yeah, she's never played putting.
Oh, okay.
The other day, by the way, just to change the topic because it is Mike Likes It, I wasn't at my kids' games on Sunday because I had Rangers. And so I'm getting updates from my wife, and my son Cal had a great hit. And she said in the text message, great hit, got it to the fence between the right fielder and middle fielder. My wife has been to 1,000 baseball games. And I was laughing because I knew what she meant. But I was like,
middle fielder.
The middle fielder. But she called the center fielder the middle fielder.
Did you bring this up with her?
Oh, yes, I was laughing. And then my son came from his other game. They were playing at the same complex in Irving and goes, and how's Cal doing? And my wife says, doing great. He just got a hit between the right fielder and middle fielder. And my son was like, middle fielder? And she goes, center fielder. I'm sorry. I'm tired, type of deal. But yeah, so anyways. All right, so Kevin, date places.
The Melting Pot. Or simply fondue. Now, if you don't like fondue, you're
dipping stuff in cheese, right?
Yeah, but it's so much more than that because they also you dump the meats or whatever you choose into the water.
And it kind of cooks it.
Yeah, and you have fun with it, and they got desserts and everything like that. And so you're going out to dinner, but it's a longer
In what city?
Melting Pot's in Addison, and there's a Simply Fondue, actually pretty close to the station, I believe.
Right.
And it's really fun, and it's like an intimate setting where you can have good conversations and everything, and you get to have fun along the way.
All right, so you guys are on the fan text right now.
Yeah.
Throw out some examples just because I think people are like me. There's guys like me. They're like, hey, I have 5 or 8 places that I go to, but hey, is there new places that would make it fun? They'd be like, hey, this is a new place and it's good. Take her to the Charles. It's from Play a President. I don't know where the Charles is, but help me out here to Wolo's and where the president is. But I guess I can Google it. And I hope you're not sending me to a whorehouse or something. And it's a restaurant.
My gosh.
What? It's Tolo's. You don't know. They might send you to
but people like pranks.
Yeah.
Everybody likes a good prank.
Mm-hmm.
Mike comes back and he has a whole segment because he was at the place, Kevin, and you didn't realize that was going to happen.
Yard House. I got to look up Yard House.
From the 214, the Bowl Lounge, downtown Dallas. Good food, competitive gaming for you and your spouse versus other couples.
This sounds fun, but maybe
is she
not.
Competitive?
She's not. And then what happens is I yell at her for not doing right. And then it ends up being a bad night.
Don't do that then. Don't do that. And then, there are a couple of people who did back up Grandscape. What about a sporting event? Would she enjoy that, or would she be like, that's our whole life?
Yeah,
anyway?
we go to a zillion basketball, baseball games, and now football games because my daughter's a cheerleader. So I don't think going to a sporting event would be that fun. But I'll tell you what, I need to find a good bowling alley because we had so much fun as a family. We went bowling in Oxnard. And I'm like, man, that was just so much fun. So maybe we need to get, bowling going.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the C Block coming up, but before we get to any of that,
let's give Kevin away!
Don't give me away. We will, however, give away tickets to the Royal Rumble January at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. Caller number 10 now will win a pair of tickets to the event. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com, or you can win them for free. Royal Rumble right now, 877-881-1053. Next, C Block on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed the news earlier, Jason Robertson signs a 4-year, $31 million extension for the Stars. So huzzah to them for getting that deal done. Now, it's time for the C Block with Corey Majors.
We really have to start communicating about what I'm going to do in the C Block, because if we were going to do a whole Robertson segment here, you just took the breaking news on it and all that. Like, we got to have a conversation.
Okay.
Just give me a phone call, you know?
Okay. Will you answer the phone if I call you?
Will you? No, I won't. Because you taught me a long time ago. Text me. All right? So don't call me, Kevin. Just text me. I got a bunch of stuff I want to get to. I'm going to give you
Even
options
still,
here. Yeah, even
Robertson
still.
thing?
Yeah, there's plenty.
Okay.
I plan appropriately just in case.
That's good.
You steal my news.
Oh, man.
The Cowboys.
Okay.
Baseball or fishing? Which one? I know the fishing one. Like the fishing one, actually, I might even push till tomorrow.
And we start with Cowboys.
Okay. All right.
I want to start with fishing.
All right.
Because of this, Kevin. What you think of golf is what I think of fishing.
Oh, okay.
So, well, I am going to start.
I just wanted to throw that out there. Fishing is great for a lot of people. Fishing is one of the most boring things I've ever done in my life.
The I'm going to start with Cowboys, and the Rams and Niners played. That was Sunday night, or
Yes.
it was Sunday night.
Oh, Monday night.
Monday
Yeah,
night.
sorry.
All right. In that conversation, Troy Aikman and Joe Buck, they're having the conversation of if they line you up or if they line Aaron Donald up in front of you, that means they think you're the weak link on the offensive line.
Oh.
And I started trying to, figure this out with the Cowboys offensive line going up against Aaron Donald this week. Where do you think you're going to see Aaron Donald the most?
Wouldn't you think it's right over center?
That would be interesting because, it would be a very valid spot for him to be.
Yeah.
They can put him at end up against Steele, who's become a very good run blocker, and he's actually doing a pretty good job there.
Yeah.
There was a time when I would have said, just put him over McGovern.
Sure.
But my question then turns to, is Peters? Do you say, all right, let's put Peters in there and see how that battle goes? Because Peters is still doing, he's a big, strong man who can definitely handle Aaron Donald, but this is a different position that he's playing for the first time. I want to watch it all night, actually.
Yeah, I do too.
This is all I want to see now is I want to watch Peters inside going up against Aaron Donald the whole night. 877-881-1053 if you want to see the same thing. Mike, if you're lining up that defense,
Aaron Donald?
Yeah, where are you going to put Aaron Donald if you're saying that's the weak spot of the Cowboys offensive line?
Well, I would say the other guard.
The other
Just
guard?
not Zach Martin, but I think he's had, in a weird way, he's had success against Zach Martin and not Connor Williams. We've played him quite a bit, and in a weird way, when he lines up over Zach Martin, he beats him a lot of times. And
Which makes no sense.
Right, but when he lines up against Connor Williams, Connor was able to, contain him, I will say. Now, usually the center helps, and the center helps Zach Martin with Aaron Donald, and it didn't seem to matter. So I feel like, in a weird way, the Rams are probably like, hey, now that Connor Williams isn't here, we have either option on either side of the center.
Interesting. That's kind of like where I'm at, just looking at these matchups as we go along. There's the other matchup I want to figure out is where they put Jalen Ramsey. Where is going to be the most effective? Because whoever he's like, I've chosen, this is the one that I want to stop tonight.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the next guy, and it might be Noah Brown night, dude.
That's what I was just thinking, because would you logically think he would go against Lamb, or although Gallup makes a lot of sense with the verticality of it all, that could lead to a day for Noah Brown. I think you might be onto something there.
I have never heard the word verticality. Kevin, I think you've used 2 words today now.
What was the other one?
Can't remember it.
Okay.
I should have written it down. But verticality is awesome.
Yeah.
And Joey, we're using that word more often.
Okay, you know what else is awesome? I don't want to interrupt you here from the 817. I just want to let you guys know that y'all are awesome.
Thank you.
I'm going to the flippin' Royal Rumble. Gotta be a Tolo. Don't worry, we'll do the giveaway again tomorrow.
I thought you were saying you were going.
I think I am going to go to the Royal Rumble.
And leave your wife, your lover, and Noah behind?
Maybe it's a family road trip.
But I thought you said you wanted us to go too. You said you
don't consider me family?
You said station road trip.
Will you feel bad if you don't take Noah?
Probably, but I have to take Brandon. But I think we are going to do a station road trip, maybe down to the Rumble.
I consider you
really? Am I on the station?
Yes, Mike.
Yes.
It's amazing.
You definitely
we'll
are
get this
right
figured
now.
out.
And to your question, I consider you a coworker.
Oh!
A very good coworker.
Yuck it up back there in the other studio. I'm glad y'all are appreciating that.
That is really awesome that they get to go. And now I want to talk more about the Royal Rumble plans because I haven't been in on this.
Your segment.
Yeah, are you part of the station?
Nobody's even said anything to me about
it's
this.
not. We haven't booked hotels or anything. This is just a thought.
Mike, who do you think's most likely in this group so far? Kevin Gray, Kevin Hageland, Alec Spittle. Is that anybody else?
Dude, Alec has board off multiple shows for us.
He's my favorite.
Sorry, Joey.
None taken.
Joey, do you like rumbling?
He said,
I'm not a big rumbler.
So am I right? Is that who's on this text chain so far? Because I have not seen this text group.
No, these have just been conversations in the hall. We should probably talk to
In
KG
the hall?
and Alec. Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't we go?
Oh my God. We go in the hall all the time. We walk out there and I walk that way.
Yeah, this is C block. Where's the hall talk?
Yeah. I love that segment.
Why
idea.
are we left out of Hall Talk?
Hall Talk idea.
From the 806. Oh my God, I won yesterday. So if y'all really do that, that would be amazing. There's a discussion.
Well, Kevin's planning a trip without us.
Nothing is planned.
He's like,
yet.
y'all went over to California to do the Cowboys camp
SeaWorld?
without me.
Are they doing it at SeaWorld?
It's at the Alamo Dome. Why would they do it at SeaWorld?
They should do it at the Alamo.
Yeah, see if they can take on the killer whale.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Do they still have those?
Out of all the, I got a joke, but I can't say it because it's insensitive. Out of all the,
best.
it's about the Dolphins.
Okay.
Out of all the wrestlers in all of wrestling,
Uh-huh.
which one could fight an orca?
Braun Strowman.
You think so?
Yeah.
It'd be 2 mammals.
There you go.
What if Derek Holland went on our trip too?
Oh my God!
That's not a
Holland's
thing.
included
I'm just,
too?
you know what? I'm just asking questions
He
now
does
on
like
air.
wrestling.
And
He
he's part of
does.
our station.
He does.
And we get to see the scarf guy. Has he switched or is he still?
MJF, he hasn't switched yet.
Oh, I thought he ticked off the con guy a lot.
Maybe we can get Mark Henry. Who knows?
Oh, I just got invited. By the way, Mike, you and I just got invited. Hell yes. It's about time.
Weren't we just talking about who Aaron Donald matches up over?
We're invited.
Yeah, isn't that cool? The boss just texted us and was like,
dude, we're rumbling in the jungle.
And we're part of the station
All right,
now.
that's fine. I just don't want to be air
can't
checked
wait.
for this because multiple people take the blame for what's
I mean, he just
happening
texted
right
us.
now.
He just texted us. To
Why
say
does
he's
it
in on
take like Alec and Kevin Gray out? Did we just take their
No,
spots?
they can go. It's not.
Now they have to ride on the back.
There's
though.
not like a bus with a set amount of seats or anything
We're
like
taking
that.
a bus.
That's awesome. That is really cool. All
Corey,
right,
we're getting a bus.
Mike, I want to go to baseball now.
Polo bus.
We'll talk about this in the hall.
All right. Our
Hall talk.
We've been left out of it.
This is pretty cool
Hey,
audio.
guys,
This is pretty cool audio. I'm not a huge A's fan, but I thought this was a really cool, and we haven't discussed it yet. You know who Stephen Vogt is?
Yeah, I feel like you've been though an athletic supporter in your life.
Thank you, Mike.
At times.
Stephen Vogt is retiring from baseball, and he's walking up to the plate.
Yeah.
And this happens. Isn't that awesome? His kids announced him for
That is super cool.
like potentially.
I bet he struck out though after that.
Oh man!
Do you want to hear what
You wanna
happened?
hear what
Kevin?
he did, like how he disappointed his kids after
Okay.
them announcing.
Oh no!
Here you go.
Vogt drives one, right field. Did he do it? He did. Are you kidding?
He hit a home
Dude,
run.
and this guy danced around the bases, and like he was. This is
His
the
last
giddiest
at
I've ever
bat in
seen
the
an
major
adult.
leagues.
That's
His
awesome.
kids announced his name because there was 500 people in Oakland watching, and it was, "Hey, you came to the game. You want to announce something?"
That'd be a great promotion. Be an announcer for the day. They're like, "You're fine.
I mean,
Come on."
Hey, you paid for a ticket. You want to announce your favorite player? And no, not the other team. And then he hits a home run.
That's so mean.
I did see Stephen Vogt. He goes, "Oakland, you guys are the best fans." And I was like, there's only 500 people here. No, they're not. The 500 people that showed up are the best. They decided to show up, go through possibly getting stabbing going there, and then getting stabbed leaving.
Mike,
Dude,
what is happened?
I have talked to the Rangers.
Fix this, Joey.
They get.
What are you doing back there?
They get police escorts.
Are you serious?
Yes, like the Bally's, Fox Sports, whoever it was at the time. Like, yes, after games are over at night, they have to make sure that they're like escorted to either getting a cab or getting out of there with the rent-a-car because they don't want them getting mugged or killed.
That is, no wonder they're trying to get a new. I never knew that. Like,
It's
that's
that bad.
terrifying, dude.
I'm telling you, it's really
That's
that
pretty
bad
bad.
at the Oakland Coliseum.
That being
pretty
said,
bad.
Mike, can you imagine though? Like you get up to pitch and you hear, they're not announcing a pitcher, but your kid announces you before you go up for your last time.
I know.
And you're like,
And
that's
then you
just
hit a
extra-
homer.
Yeah, it's just an extra vibe.
That would be amazing.
I don't know if the pitcher grooved it and he was just like, man, his kid's just announcing, let me line one in here for. I don't know how often does that ever happen where there's like
I can't recall like a
decision.
kid announcing their dad coming up to bat in the major leagues.
Okay, yeah. So yeah,
I think he meant more the grooving.
Yeah,
of
the groove.
pitches.
And like I don't know.
A
how
lot of
often-
people will say, well, Tim Redding, my teammate, said I grooved it to Barry Bonds, and I give him 2 middle fingers. Because guess what happened the next day? Tim Redding gave up 757. Say fart knocker. I didn't say you intentionally threw one down the middle.
Jealous.
You tried to get him out, and guess what? He's Barry effing Bonds. He hits home runs.
Yeah.
And then the one that Cal Ripken Jr. hit a home run in the All-Star game. A lot of people said Chan-Ho Park might have kind of grooved that one.
I
but
can see some moments. Like it does seem
in
a
an
lot
All-Star
of times.
game, maybe it could happen because nothing really counts.
Josh Young hit a home run in his first at bat.
Yeah.
And that pitch,
I was there.
That pitch, I was there too. That pitch looked pretty like right down the pipe.
Yeah, but wasn't that a 2-strike count?
It was a 2-strike count. Yeah.
So-
okay. Yeah. No, I'm just trying to figure out.
I would say it's very rare that it happens if it does happen, but I'm recalling the Chan-Ho Park Cal Ripken Jr. moment as a possibility. There's been people, Skip Bayless, that fart knocker said I did it on TV.
Nobody believes that guy.
That fart knocker also was talking about Dak Prescott, that he's 100% healthy, and they're going with Cooper Rush right now over Dak.
I think we just hit the fart knocker limit, by the way. I don't think Mike's ever said it that many times, but I appreciate it.
Wait, should I say jabroni? Because we're going to the
Oh, my
Royal
God,
Rumble.
we're going to the Royal Rumble.
The Rock, is he going to be there?
And the Queen's going to be there.
She's dead.
I don't know.
Who's the queen of wrestling?
Yeah.
And who's the king? Jerry King Lawler?
Charlotte Flair will say it's her.
Who do you think it is?
Is it really Jerry the King Lawler? Is he the king? Okay.
Who do you think the Queen of wrestling is right now?
Sasha Banks.
Oh, I
Maybe
love
she
Sasha
needs to come
Banks.
back.
She's awesome.
Ooh, but for Spittle, I need to say Io Shirai or
yeah.
Io Sky. She changed her name. And I did like this. Did y'all forget that you're on air? But this is still a hilarious segment. So
that's what we do. We do great sports content.
Sounds like we need to listen in the halls more.
We make you laugh your butts off all day long.
Yep.
I don't think there's anything that you can't find at this station.
Damn right.
We're going to Royal Rumble. I got to check out the card now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, players that could shape the NBA season, including this Mav who isn't Luka. Plus, we will talk with FC Dallas head coach Nico Estevez. All of it next right here on the Fan.
Commercial.
Superflex leasing, and Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We'll talk with FC Dallas head coach Nico Estevez in just a minute as they get ready for their regular season finale and the playoffs. But before we get to any of that, players that could shape the NBA season, including this non-Luka Mavericks player. Who do you think that would be?
Well, I'm wondering if Josh Green could really help this year.
Are you ready?
That's a long shot.
He's in on it.
But I'm buying what they're selling. I am the Cowboy fan, as in this, where I'm like, you need to slow down about Turpentine.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. He's a minor leaguer who had a great moment in the USFL in the minor leagues and won the MVP, and he had a great game against the Chargers, but he's only done it against minor leaguers. And I feel like for Josh Green, I am a Maverick fan that will buy into hype where I think most sane human beings are going, you might need to slow down on the Josh Green bandwagon, but I don't care. I want to buy into it. Come on, Josh Green. Help us out this year. Figure out how basketball works. It'd be awesome.
So
what if I said somebody else?
I would love to hear that other person.
Tim Hardaway Jr.
Okay, that's really interesting because The Ringer has a list of questions for the season preview. And it goes like this. And I don't necessarily need you to answer the questions, but I'll give you the questions as we work our way up. Number 7, can Malcolm Brogdon lift the Celtics over the top? Number 6, could Shai Gilgeous-Alexander actually be traded?
If he ever can play basketball.
Well, that actually feeds right into the next one. Number 5, can Michael Porter Jr. stay healthy?
No.
Can Jeremy Grant help Dame contend again?
Maybe make the playoffs, but not contend.
And in the playoffs, he's exciting. Like if they can play good defensive ball and keep the game close late in games, he's exciting. But I agree with Mike.
And I'm with Corey too on the Michael Porter Jr. And unfortunately, I have some cards that have really hit the skids.
Number 3, how will Rudy Gobert enhance the Wolves? This might be the most interesting question of the bunch for me.
Can I ask you this question about that? Do you think in the final 5 minutes, Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert are going to be on the court?
Actually, sometimes I do.
Do you think, let's say playoff time? Okay, Mavs are in the playoffs. Do you think Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns are playing the last 5 minutes of the games and you're trying to figure out how to match up with them? Or you're going, hey, we got Christian Wood out here, and we're going to put Dorian Finney-Smith. We would like for one of you guys to go run around with Dorian Finney-Smith or Reggie Bullock on the wing.
Man, I'd be really fascinated to see if they would try to send Cat to travel with him then, if that was the case. I do. I'm not saying I'm not saying it's the best idea, but I kind of do think they're going to try
They're paying $70+ million a year for both of those guys, so I'm going to assume that's what they want to happen. Yeah. I'm just wondering as the season progresses if they're like, ooh, is this the best idea?
It could get very cluttered in the lane, but also Towns doesn't play in the lane very often. Right. You know, he likes to shoot.
Sure.
But I think that the best way to take advantage of that is try to stop us on that end. I know that Donovan Mitchell hated playing with Rudy because that was his only option inside, and he's a terrible offensive player.
Right.
I think that there's another option now with Towns in there.
And Anthony Edwards obviously is turning into.
So I think that could be very different.
All right. So, and then question number 2, we'll skip over quickly. Will more aggressive Bam Adebayo emerge? But you said maybe Josh Green.
I know it won't be in this article. I just threw that out. I can't imagine he would make an article like this.
You said maybe Tim Hardaway Jr. From the 214, it's Dinwiddie for me. From the 682, it's Dinwiddie.
That makes sense. He had a good game.
Not Porzingis. Number one question from The Ringer and their NBA season preview. Can Christian Wood provide what KP could not?
How could we forget about that guy?
Well, I know. He had 16 and 13 last night. I just didn't know if, I thought maybe
it seemed too easy.
Yeah, and he laid the wood last night. Good job. They're down by 10. He came back third quarter. I know winning and losing doesn't matter in preseason, but I think 16 and 13 makes you feel pretty good.
Well, and here's the question they ask is, Porzingis was meant to be a reliable second option for Luka, but the Mavericks rightfully dumped him last season after he proved he couldn't stay on the court and underwhelmed when he was on it. Over the last 2 years with the Rockets, Wood has averaged 19.1 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, and a block per game, while still shooting 38% from three. So essentially, the question ignores the whole conundrum that we've talked about with Jalen Brunson, is that can Christian Wood be that guy that the Mavs hoped KP would be?
I believe so. I think there's a lot of talent here, and I go back to this. It was fat James Harden, and he didn't want to be in Houston anymore because Christian Wood went to Houston thinking, I'm going to be the piece next to James Harden. As much as I don't like saying this, at times, Luka does remind me of prime James Harden in that there's a lot of I'm going to take the ball and I'm going to dribble it a lot and I'm going to kind of set the tempo and the pace, and it works out a lot for Luka. And Christian Wood thrived off of that guy for a short amount of time. It was pretty much 20 and 10 off of James Harden for about 8 to 10 games. I remember looking at the research after trading for him. So I do think he can be everything we wanted Kristaps Porzingis to be. And I don't know this, but I hope and I think that he'll actually want to be a Maverick. Porzingis, after Luka took off, he didn't want to be with Luka. He would rather lose 50 games and be the guy. And I don't think Christian Wood's going to have that same attitude.
I feel like Christian Wood wants to win. Like, he keeps talking about that part of it. So I think that he's going to make a big impact as a different tool that Luka can use. And that's the thing, man. Like, we've never seen really Luka with this kind of talent around the rim. And I know, and so that's something that I'm excited about, is what that game can look like, because Dwight Powell's been our best talent around the rim. And Mike,
like finishing,
not
defensive. Defensively,
and that
been
too.
Kleba, right?
But even McGee on the offensive end
is
is
when he played 4 games.
A superior player to Dwight Powell on that end. So with Christian Wood there, like, this is a group that I'm really excited to watch.
You know, the other thing too, we left out yesterday and we're leaving out now because I totally forgot after our basketball segment's over. You also have Bertans. Now, he doesn't do anything defensively, but he also is a big guy too that could work in 10 minutes a night.
Yeah, and I think, and one of the things that we talked about, I don't remember if it was on air or off air, I think that will depend on if you're getting hot Hardaway or not hot Hardaway. I know they're not like taking up the same space, but like if Hardaway is not on and you need that 3-point presence, Bertans can bring you the 3-point presence. That does not excuse the contract or anything like that, but that is something that he can come in and do.
I am fascinated, and I know I use that word a lot, but I'm fascinated at how Hardaway fits into the playoff mold with the success that you had with Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith shooting threes from the corner. Like, how now, like, what does Hardaway's game add, and where do you put him on the court? It seems like he can shoot threes from lots of different places. Right. But like that, if they can continue to have, now maybe they don't continue to have that success, but if they can, man, I'm very interested in what Hardaway brings to the game then.
You know, to me, I think he's established as in he can win you a game because he's just on fire, and he can lose you a game because he's not going to stop shooting.
Mm-hmm.
He's J.R. Smith. He's the dude that cheated on the famous person. I forget his name. Swaggy P.
I was about to say Tristan Thompson.
Yeah, but I guess they all.
Yeah,
they all.
But like he's when he touches it, he has to shoot the ball. There's no other option in his brain.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's transition to the pitch right now. The FC Dallas head coach, Nico Estevez. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're doing great,
awesome,
but maybe not as great as you guys getting ready for the playoffs. But I imagine y'all are probably not talking about the playoffs this moment as much as you're talking about getting points against Kansas City and making sure you get the number 3 seed, right?
Yes, we're focused to get the number 3 and host a game in the playoffs. That will be huge for the team, for the fans, and I think this is where we are focused right now, and make a good performance against Kansas City and win the game to make this their position in the table that allows us to host this playoff game.
I'm kind of curious on how the health is of your team as you're going forward. Are you feeling pretty confident here, getting ready for the playoffs? I know that's part of it, but you want to stay relatively healthy.
Well, I think is for us, this game is also a kind of preparation for what is coming. Kansas City is in a really good form. They're making a really good job since August, and they're a hot team right now. And I think it's going to help us to get ready and to play our best. And this will help us to be ready for the playoff game. Having the game in a week, I think it's important that we treat them this game very, very good, because it will help us in the preparation, not only tactically and mentally, if not physically.
We've been having an absolute blast with your players this year. They have been. It's been a lot of fun having conversations, getting to know them throughout this season. And I'm just I wanted to get your vibe on, you get to see these guys every day and how they've grown together or gelled or whatever throughout this season. What is this compared to other teams that you've seen, like as a group and as friends?
Well, first of all, what we like to do is to create a team like it feels like a family. Where we have good people, good teammates, and good players that not only are good and have good qualities on the field, even off the field, they are great human beings. And I think it's a joy to come every day to work. Off the field, we have a good time. On the field, we are demanding and we work hard. And this is, these players and the way they act, the way they are, have built this family that it gets along, and it helps us to be more connected on the field, and it helps us to have a good time when we come to work.
Now, we're talking with Nico Estevez right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to know, the day before y'all's season finale, FC Dallas is also hosting a FIFA tournament to help to determine the best FIFA player in North America. Are you a gamer? And are you good at FIFA?
I was when I was younger, and now my son is playing, and he loves it. And sometimes I play with him. I still beating him, but I don't think I'm ready to play against these quality players that are right now.
But he did just flex on his son. I get it. That's nice. I appreciate that absolutely.
What team do you play with whenever you play?
Oh, we play FC Dallas. We also have this situation when FC Dallas and Valencia are our teams that we play as a club, and as a national team we play with the U.S. and with Spain.
Okay.
All right. Now, when you play with the U.S. national team, do you score goals? Because our actual U.S. national team is still struggling at that.
I think, depending on the opponent also, if it's more difficult, it's harder. It's an easier opponent. I can score more goals. Always score goals, I think, is the most difficult part of the game of soccer. And they'll figure it out. They're keeping all the goals for the World Cup.
Okay, I like that idea
good approach,
too.
Yeah.
I like that idea too. Now, last thing I got for you, final regular season game. I know y'all are hoping to be back in Toyota Stadium for the playoffs, but final regular season game Sunday, 4:00 at Toyota Stadium in Frisco. Also, Fan Appreciation Day. How y'all have some remarkably different splits for home and away. How big of an advantage has it been for y'all to play at home, and how big would that be to play at home again in the playoffs?
Well, it's different advantages. Is the first of all to play in front of our fans, our family, feel that we know well, feel that we have performed really well throughout the year. This is huge for us. Also, avoiding travel and these things that are always are difficult, and these factors are really, really important for us hosting a game. But after if we finalize the way that we won and we host the first game, and we had the opportunity to pass to the next round, you don't know if you will be hosting or playing away. We'll have to be ready for anything that happens, and I think this team has been prepared through the year to be ready for any scenario that we can face. But for us, it's important to host that first game.
Well, we're hoping that Sunday turns out well, so you do get to host that game. Appreciate your time very much, good sir. Best of luck on the pitch on Sunday.
All right, thank you. It was a pleasure for me to be with you, and have a good day.
There you go, Nico Estevez from FC Dallas. They finish up the regular season Sunday, 4 o'clock, Frisco Toyota Stadium. And appreciate having those FC Dallas folks all season long right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we missed it yesterday. It's back today. Let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Kansas City Steak Company.
25. Your home for the best Cowboys coverage is 105.3 The Fan.
Howdy, folks. Rustle up your favorite people for the State Fair of Texas. With so many fun and tasty experiences, it's the most Texan place on earth. September 30th through October 23rd. Get your tickets at bigtex.com.
Get the latest info on your favorite DFW sports teams, contests, videos, podcasts, and much more. Check out 1053thefan.com. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're definitely on the air. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for a chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing amazing as well because I get to see all of your smiling faces. But I
Broadus,
know
how many professionals do you think work in this room?
One of them went away. Is Corey? I know you have a challenge for the segment that you like to do. Can Joey produce?
Yes. So we always like to see if they can actually do what we ask.
What happened? What's the test?
I saw some audio on Twitter from one Tom Brady. And I emailed it to Joey to see if he could get the audio in a couple minutes. We'll see if he actually has that audio now. Here is the alleged audio from Tom Brady about. Do we have the whole thing there, Joey, too?
You were talking about Joey Gallup.
Yeah, it's 18 seconds.
Oh, so, Joey Erickson.
It's like the clip.
All right, here's the entire clip. I think question included.
Do you think, Tom, in all your years, there's even more parity now? There's a lot of teams that are 2-2.
I think there's a lot of bad football from what I watch. I watch a lot of bad football, a lot of poor quality of football. That's what I see.
Tom, obviously you don't want to throw 50 times.
And that's it. That's the audio right there. But
so what's your verdict?
I think that Joey can produce.
He did.
He played that right off the link. So good job, Joey Erickson.
Do you think the follow-up question was, how much of that bad football have you also produced?
He thought about answering the question like we've played bad football here.
Yeah.
He thought about saying that.
But savvy veteran instinct was like, don't do that. Don't do that. All right. What are your, I guess I want to know real quick before we get to the idea of a road trip, what do you think are the prospects for the Bucs going forward? Because I know they're struggling the last couple of games, but that offense has looked kind of wonky all year.
I think they'll get things figured out. You could lean on that defense. Obviously, the running game's pretty good, but
they took a step in the Chiefs game for sure.
Here's the deal: is every NFC contender has something to problem solve.
Okay,
I'll bet on the team that has Tom Brady and won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, but. You're looking at 7 teams, and if none of them really get it figured out, you could go into the most ambiguous NFC playoffs that you'd ever remembered as far as where the real power is.
Now, speaking of the NFC playoffs, let's say there was a scenario the day before the NFC Championship game and the Cowboys and the Eagles. Would you be willing to take a station road trip down to San Antonio to watch a wrestling event?
0%.
Oh, no!
We were just invited today.
What if it was Diamond Dallas Page versus, I don't know, Stone Cold Steve Austin? Would that help out?
75%.
All right, I like this.
Oh, wow, he changed so fast. Page, I think you could maybe figure that out.
You know your Dawson, Mike. You definitely know him very well.
I used to work with that guy.
You still do, actually.
It's going to be tough.
What?
I don't think so. I don't think that is probably going to happen. Mostly because I'm probably going to have the Saturday BetQL show, right? Wolchuk, isn't that what we're going to have? We're going to have a college
look at you guys backing each other up with
Yeah,
an excuse.
we're occupied. We got college basketball we got to talk about.
And you got to get ready for your pre and post game with Brian Broaddus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We are going to be getting ready for NFC Championship football. So, I would love to be getting ready for a Darty and a road trip with you guys.
Where's the game being held, by the way? If you call the championship game, where is it? Because if it's in Philadelphia,
It's in Philly.
Well, maybe we should road trip to Philly.
If it's in Philly, then because there's usually a party before the NFC Championship game that the league hosts.
Oh,
so maybe you might want to not miss that one.
Change our road trip destination,
Yeah,
or maybe a plane trip destination.
But there's going to be some media stuff that you're going to have to do on that Saturday for sure.
On the very off chance that the Cowboys weren't in the NFC Championship game, would that change your perspective at all?
What gives you that idea?
on a very off chance.
Dak's coming back, and we're going to have Tyron for the meat of the schedule. We're going to be fine.
Man, you're going to love tomorrow's interview.
The percentage is the Cowboys will be in it because, I mean, look how many times the Cowboys have been in the NFC Championship game since they've had it to go to the Super Bowl. Tons of times.
That actually is true. Don't look at the break. Don't look at the home road split on that because it's not really great over the last 27 years. But before that, it was outstanding. All right, so maybe wrestling road trip, not your number one.
If the Cowboys are not involved, then I'm always looking for an excuse at this point. Married with kids, to get out with the boys. So
will you explain to me what's going on,
fellas? I guess we're going to San Antonio.
100%.
We're going to San Antonio. Mike, are we all doing this together?
I'm swimming with the orcas.
I would do it. Yeah.
All right. Let's wrestle it up, man.
Are you allowed in San Antonio?
Well, thanks for bringing that up.
Jesus. Holy jeez.
I guess we'll find out.
Oh my God, Zach.
It was a fair question.
Yeah. I'm scared to go there.
You know what? Just for fairness, Mike, I'm going to cede the next talking point to you. Would you like to go on the offensive against Zach, or would you like to just change it
Mike
to something
knows I love
totally
him.
different?
No, I don't have much.
Okay.
I've just been destroyed. What do you want me to do?
I'm sorry, Mike. I couldn't resist.
That is very fair. All right. Then, do you want to go?
This is the second time we've talked about this today. Didn't even think about that one time.
Oh, how could you not? It's the first thing that comes to mind.
Because we're not a jackass, Zach. That's why.
I accept this. I do.
All right. Do you think it's a done deal? Because we talked about all the variables that come along with this. Do you think it's a done deal that Luka will be the greatest Maverick of all time? Or do you think perhaps him leaving or whatever else will prevent that from happening?
I heard you guys talking about it earlier. I think you covered it very well. It was a great conversation.
Thank you.
The possibility.
Thank you for supporting your teammates.
The longevity of Dirk's career is so amazing, right?
Is.
That it's difficult to project that those variables are going to happen for sure. But if he stays and if he stays healthy, then I think it's a foregone conclusion.
I like that. I think that's the big thing because he's clearly the most talented. He's clearly got like an extremely bright future. How long is he here and how healthy is he? Because if you give me those two things, I think you're winning multiple titles and you're looking at being one of the all-time.
I do not
dudes.
concede those two things to you, so you have to make a decision.
Yeah,
right now.
so then it's definitely not a done deal.
Okay,
it's no chance it's a done deal because there's way too much respect for Dirk there, and that's earned respect, and that's longevity, that's championships, and that's being a top 20 NBA player. So still a long way to go for sure.
I'm in that mode right now where I kind of feel like I think Luka has to like move here and embrace the city, much like what Dirk has done.
That's an interesting point.
I mean, I know I don't know if Luka can have the 20 years of longevity. I think he's a better player, but if you want to talk about all time, Dirk just completely embraced this city, and everybody in the city embraced him. And I don't know if Luka can ever fully do that here. I think we'll see if he wants to play here his entire career, but I think that's the thing that makes him completely different from Dirk. Just the total embrace of the city.
And we talked about this a little bit earlier. Zeke talked about how the drive from Frisco to Arlington would beat him down. Is there a drive that just the concept of it, not even doing the drive, you're just like, oh man, because everyone around here lives in different spots in the Metroplex. Is there a point A to point B in the Metroplex? You're like,
downtown Dallas to Louisville through 35 between the hours of 4:30 and 6 o'clock.
Okay.
So
maybe the Rangers playing isn't always the best news for you. All right, I could see that.
Yeah, I'm in Bedford, so like when I hear going to Plano, like when I go over to have sleepovers at Corey's or Wolchuk's, it's just like it's a nightmare. Obviously, I love my boys, so I make that sacrifice. Or going to the Star in Frisco for me, like I avoid tolls. Everybody knows guys know this about me. So
the Red Cross had to drop supplies to us.
It
took us so long.
Did
you tell him you would pay the tolls
I
for
did.
him?
I offered.
I said no because I still
filled
got to
up
get
his
the bill
tank.
and like make the payment, and it's all just sketches me out. I got fooled once with that toll road a couple summers ago, going to the Star a few times, and I will never get bid again. So I kind of embrace the toll tag.
You
is
don't have
not
a toll
free
tag at all?
No, what does that mean? It just means here's where you pay. Like it's a monthly. I'm not paying for that.
Here's what you do:
Is
go
it really
get
40 a
fake
month?
license
No,
plates.
it's
Take
not.
your
It just depends
license
on how much you
plates
use
off of your car when you're driving on the tollway. Then when you get home, put your real license plates back on, and they'll never know you drove on the tollway.
Have you seen the people that have like they hit like a button and it remotely like drops something
That
to either
is
block
so
it?
much work to get out of a toll.
It is brilliant.
I
Yeah,
like
but you
it.
act like it's 99 cents and here you
Okay,
go.
it's
No,
not
it's not. It's the freaking most
How much did it
expensive
cost
thing.
to install the remote and the thing on your car that's like?
Well, to be
That
fair,
ain't
I
cheap.
did not do that, but that is a fair point by you, 100%.
What do you guys got?
Just take a paintball gun and shoot
it's
the
crazy.
little camera.
What do you?
Every time
Yeah,
drive
ask
through.
Mike his thoughts about accidents. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
It is a Thursday. We'll have the Tank Lawrence show about 5 o'clock. Bobby Carella of Mavs.com will join us at 4. Talk about these exciting developments with the basketball and the football team.
So you think it's going to be a good show?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee.
Love to hear it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The
I
Fan.
think Zach should give Mike a hug before he goes.
I love you, Mike.
If he'll have it, yes, I do.
Download the Odyssey app. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Guys, we are now headed for Cowboys and Rams after a day off yesterday for the baseball team to finish up their business. We are now, smack dab in the middle of football season. Basketball season's around the corner. We got to talk a little Mavs with you because that was exciting. And Broaddus has a full film report coming up at 2:40. How compromised are the Rams? How doable is this thing? This is exciting. I don't know what to think. I really don't know what to think about who's going to win this game. It looks like they can't run the ball. They can't score consistently. And they're not letting teams run the ball. So I expect a fairly low-scoring game with chances to win it. But I feel like, my streak is on the line. I've been riding all 4 games straight up, and I have no idea what the hell I'm doing this week yet, Chiafalo.
Oh, no.
No clue. It's
You've lost your confidence?
I know. I should
You're
be
on a
super
heater.
confident. I should be super confident. You're
Go
right.
with the gut, bro.
I'm on a heater. Well, if I was going to go with the gut.
Absolute Beauty Solutions is just completely taking the gut away from you.
That's right. If I was going to go with the gut, though, I'd take Rams. I'm trying to see, though. I'm trying to be open-minded in every way possible to go with the Cowboys. I can't rule it out. And it seems like we hang with narratives too long in football. Rams defending champ, Rams good team. But it turns out, even though they ended up signing a bunch of guys, they lost a bunch of really important players for what it is that made them champions. Maybe Matt Stafford's compromised, but I think a month in is when you really start to reevaluate what some of those offseason narratives were, and I just don't think the Rams are that great of a team. So this whole deal of the Cowboys can't beat good teams, I don't know if it applies this week. That's where I'm at with this. Brian, help me out here. Where are you going with it?
Yeah, no, I always, I'm one of those guys that's always believed in the desperate team theory. I think their team's more desperate than yours. And so
you think their guys want it more, don't you, Broaddus?
I don't know if it's wanted more, but their season could start to slip away a little bit. You lose this game. I mean, they've been beat, by Buffalo, by San Francisco. You get beat, they lose a game to a backup quarterback
at home.
At home, yeah. To me, I think you're going to get absolutely the Rams' best shot in this football game, and I think that even though they're not going to run the ball, and we'll get into more at 2:40. Or they don't run the ball well now, they're going to try and run the ball.
McVay's going to see that.
Yeah, they're going to try and figure out, listen, we're going to stick with it. Now, whether they can do it or not is another thing. I think they're going to do that. They're going to try and do that. But I could see them also saying, they'll lose games throwing the ball 19 times to Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to get his. He's probably going to have 14 catches, and they'll still score 9 points.
He's on pace for 179 catches.
Yeah, 14 last week. It's insane.
I like the desperate team theory, Brian. You've brought me over to that way of thinking a lot of times. Sometimes you don't have enough ability. Sometimes
their
your players
their offensive line's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the deal right now, and they've been banged up in the secondary too. So, yeah, if you could find a way, we'll get into it with the Cooper Kupps, the Tyler Higbees and guys like that. That's where their offense is right now. But I have a feeling they're going to load up and try and see if you in fact can defend perimeter runs.
But this is an exciting prospect here, Wolchuk, for the Cowboys to have a legit chance to go in there and win a game against the Rams, and for us to be having to be talking about ways that the Rams could be better than what we've seen so far. Because 4 games in, they've only gotten above 20 points once.
Yeah, it's very exciting, and they can't run the ball very well. I think they're averaging just over 3 yards a carry. They're like 30th in the NFL right now. Watching them, and I can't wait to hear Brian go over what he saw. We were talking about this in the pre-show meeting, and I went back and watched some of the Rams last night, and I think maybe their best chance is the misdirection runs because the Cowboys can get caught up field. You get them over pursuing one way, you get the defense flowing.
Aggressiveness.
You catch them back and you hit them on the outside. I thought Cam Akers, and they're kind of alternating series now, at least they did Monday night against the 49ers with him and Henderson. I thought Akers looked a little bit better maybe you see them go with Akers a little bit more on Sunday. But they don't get Allen Robinson very involved. And when they did, I mean, he's running his route short of the sticks on a third down. He came up short. It seems like him and Matthew Stafford just aren't on the same page. So if you can find a way to really contain Tyler Higbee, I think that's going to be something big for Dan Quinn. But if you can have success rushing 4 again and you drop back in coverage, be interesting to see if the Cowboys blitz a little bit more. Certainly the Niners blitzed quite a bit in that game. They were blitzing the linebackers and the safeties a lot from what I saw. But you got to like the Cowboys defense. I mean, Matthew Stafford will throw you the football.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys defense right now has been so much fun to watch, and it's really exciting because they're going to get Jaron Kearse back.
Well, I tell you what, if we come here on Monday, I'm going to have to just have a request of the nosebleed guys. Maybe Broadus and Lucius would like to second this request, but I think at that point we'd have to open up Club Cowboys.
Oh, hell yes.
I just want to put it out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
It's
That'd
been a while since
be the first of its kind for the Cowboys.
Got my dancing shoes on, but at 5-1, that would be incredibly exciting. The top Cowboys storylines cooking right now. CD didn't practice today. Brian, what's going on there?
Yeah, it seems like everything is okay there. They're just worried about how much the usage that he's had running in practice and stuff. They always talk about GPS numbers. Those have been really, really high for CD, so they just wanted to give him a little break today.
Dak's still working on the grip strength. So we're about 5 days, 6 days away from him needing to practice all week next week. How much more strength can you get in 5 or 6 days? It's hard to tell, but before too long, we're going to be wondering if he will be ready to play against Philadelphia. How sure are you of that right now?
I'm already there. I mean, Broadus, you'll have better insights on this than I do, but like I'm kind of there, especially if they find a way to beat the Rams on Sunday. Now it's like, okay, we can. I mean, I know it's the Eagles. I know it's an important game, win or lose on Sunday. I totally understand that, but I mean, I'm starting to get the vibe where I don't know if he's going to be ready for that Eagles game. And any medical person will tell you, no, it needs to be the full 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, they're going to have to not clear Dak, or else Dak is going to force his way on the field for that game. Like, Dak Prescott is going to do everything humanly possible to be playing in that Philadelphia game. You know that. The Cowboys are going to have to stop him from getting on the field.
If he really wants to play and the grip strength is there, then you let him play. But they're going to be able to test that medically with, a strength gauge or whatever they have. My thing would be, though, I can't put him on the field and risk fumbles like Russell Wilson last year.
No question.
Unable to take an end hanging on his arm or something without letting it go. Like, I need 100% of the strength because he could play better than Cooper Rush, but if he puts it on the turf twice, it doesn't matter. You're going to lose those games.
I mean, if I'm Dak, I'm going, I want to come out here making sure I'm looking my best. So if I'm him, I'm being a little bit more choosy about this. Now, I know he's got a different sensibility as an athlete. Like, he feels like he can overcome all this stuff, and I totally get that. But if I'm him, I'm going, man, I don't know if I want to show up on a field, another Sunday night game where the world's watching, and lay another egg. And if anything with my hand feels like it could hold me back, like, that would just be, to me, logical. And if I'm the Cowboys, I'm like, we still have the whole season to go here. We don't have to Romo this thing and get him hurt again in just a second.
And you have always been cautious when it comes to injuries, and I think the Cowboys would probably err on the side of caution as well when it comes to Dak. But I think he knows the importance of that game. And there's a lot when you look at the NFC and the standings, especially if they are able to beat the Rams, and we don't want to just jump a week and go ahead and look ahead. I mean, there's a lot of things that need to happen, but you start to kind of the way that home field advantage can play out, the way that game can tilt things in terms of tiebreakers for the division. That is a crucial game. Dak Prescott is going to do everything he can to make sure he's available if he can be.
And I want his know-how against the division rival. I do.
Yeah, but you would have played 3 division games and you'd won 2 of them on the road. That's huge, too, because then that means that you've got 2 of the next 3 against them at home. When you start talking about division opponents, it's important. I think he's going to have to throw some this week to play next week. I think we're going to have to start hearing some things that there's some positive information coming out of there that, the grip strength's up. He's able to throw the football. He's able to direct the ball. I think Gavin's right. You don't want him in there playing and all of a sudden he can't hold on to the ball, especially if you get some kind of weather at night. In Philadelphia, you saw what happened in Jacksonville that game last week. Pouring down rain the way it was. You probably don't want Dak Prescott playing in that kind of a game.
Okay, Tovash is in on text 817. Don't forget, it's going to be a Cowboys home crowd feel.
It will be.
Yes, that's the advantage of playing in Los Angeles for sure. it's only in some ways a road game. Hopefully it's not like last year against good teams. We all thought we had a chance, and then we got creamed. Yeah, I hear you. Hopefully this Rams team is not that good. Going to get tested by their screen game to running backs and receivers, says the 806.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, and Krusty does have Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. He has scouted the Rams, looked at all the film there is to look at, and he'll get you a full report on key matchups and things to be concerned about then. Quinn Ewers, who's missed the past month with a significant injury in his non-throwing shoulder, will make his return against the Sooners on Saturday. Sources telling ESPN he's expected to start in the Red River Showdown, as it's called, on Saturday, 11 o'clock here, Texas time.
Neither team ranked, huh?
Yeah, it's the first time in a long time that that's happened.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, indeed. Okay, Brittany Griner appeal is approaching in late October. Story today, her wife says Brittany is at her absolute weakest in life right now. She's terrified she's going to be forgotten and could be sent to a work camp soon. U.S. officials say they've made a substantial effort and offer to Russia, including a high-profile arms dealer named Victor Bout, but that a release at this point is going to require a change in mindset from Putin. Like, it's personal for Putin.
Yeah.
He thinks he's dunking on America or something like that, or it's part of his global strategy, not quite sure. But they were going to give you the super bad dude back, and we thought that would get the deal done. Like a basketball player for an arms dealer, done. But Putin's like, nope, not feeling like it. Maybe she's going to a work camp. So it's tough. And, this whole Russia-Ukraine UN thing is it's getting more and more messy as we go. So, before too long, in like 90 days, she'll have been in there for a year. Pretty crazy.
It's like one of the craziest sports stories ever, is it not? Every time it gets brought up, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is still a thing. It's like out of a movie, dude.
They're gonna send her to the gulag or something.
Yeah, and usually it's like everybody's got a price, right? But it doesn't seem like old Putin's got a price. It's like,
does he want two arms dealers?
We're giving you your top guy.
Yeah.
And that's not even enough for you. Now this is clearly personal because you're clearly winning that trade.
But he's losing what's going on in Ukraine right now. They had to actually have a draft that, to get more troops. And now you got the people of Russia that's like, listen, we don't want to fight this war. So now he's got things happening in his own backyard with him calling up citizens to fight a war that really nobody wanted to be a part of. So he's got bigger problems at home than he does a lady basketball player sitting in jail.
Maybe it's not that big on his radar.
Not at all.
Maybe
not at all.
He's like so stressed out about the embarrassment of what's happening.
Yeah. When you start to talk about the possibility of using nuclear warheads and stuff like that to fight a battle, you read about it, just the news, Google that stuff. There's some terrifying things talking about what's going on over there.
All righty. FIFA world rankings are out, the final ones before the World Cup. The USA comes in at 16. They're in the strongest group by average rankings. England number 5, Wales 19, and Iran number 20 in the rankings. So there's no cupcakes, so to say, in our group. Brazil is the number 1 ranked team.
Brazil.
Belgium is number 2. Argentina is number 3. And France comes in at 4. Messi has announced this is going to be his final World Cup. He has made that announcement. Ronaldo not ready to concede that quite yet. It is the first official week of Flagtober, and our next stop is tomorrow in Mansfield. Phase 2 of Flagtober is if you've already received a flag, please post it on social media. Help us spread the word of the G-Bag Nation and Tolos everywhere. We'll follow you right back, okay? G-Bag_Nation on Instagram, at G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Salute to Jay Fuentes there on Twitter. He posted a picture from inside his 18-wheeler. He has the flag flying up there kind of as like the divider curtain in his cab. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Jay.
Over the years, we have had people share flags from the Colosseum in Rome, from Stonehenge, from some of the most exotic and popular vacation spots around the globe. We've been on Monday Night Football and Sunday Night Football in the background of like field goal kicks. So we can't wait to see where you guys can go plant the flag next. By the way, you can buy one at 1053thefan.com/Flagtober, but we're bringing them to Mansfield tomorrow, and we want to see everybody down there in Mansfield and the surrounding areas. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on a Thursday. Hope you're having a great day. It is great to be back on the air with you. Rangers season is over, and we'll be on almost every night 2 to 7 here all the way, until next April. So when we come back, we have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. Who are the real NFL contenders and who are the pretenders? And where do the Cowboys fit in there? It's next in the Nation.
Powered by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. We got G-Bag of the Day coming up here in 8 minutes. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big companies have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that will not settle for less. It's the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. It's time for some Contender Pretender with Wooly Bowley.
Oh, heck yeah, baby. CBS Sports put out a list of contenders or pretenders. I'm going to throw out a team. You tell me. Pretender or contender? What do you think? We start with the NFC East. Philadelphia, the Eagles. They're a contender, according to CBS Sports, fellas. What do you think, contender or pretender, General?
I'm going to say, well, here's the thing. Either there are no contenders in the NFC or there are 7 contenders in the NFC.
Everybody's a bleeping contender.
Okay, so I think once you get there, you could win a matchup with the AFC teams. But I think by my definition of like being a real contender that should be there, not you're trying to get in the tournament and win 3 coin flips, there's really only 2 contenders in the entire league, if you ask me. But
wow.
Yeah, so I'll say no with Philadelphia.
Really? I thought they were too good at this point in the season. They're too good. Like they're beyond this question. Like like the pretender contender is like those kind of like those fringe teams. I don't know. Are we buying what they're selling right now? Philadelphia's looking around like we're the undefeated team in the sport. We're doing it in a big way. We're doing it on both sides of the ball. We got 3 different defenders that have individually been. Defensive player of the week in the NFL. Jalen Hurts is playing like a madman. That offense is moving the ball in a multitude of different ways.
Nick
on
Sirianni,
the ground, through
shame
the air.
on us for mocking that guy. Could he be
Sirianni.
coach of the year right now?
Yeah, he's certainly right at or near the top of the list. They brought the Big 12 college football offense to town. They said, hey, we're going to go RPO on you left and right here. And Jalen Hurts is good enough to do that. Yeah, they're legit, no question.
Gosh, man, you're a big fan wearing your Eagles green today.
Don't you dare do that to me. It's not Eagles green. Is that Eagles green?
Might be.
That's like Cunningham.
That's like
Eagles
80s,
green.
yes.
Like, Kelly Green, they call it Kelly Green.
Old school. I'm wearing my throwbacks. So what are you going to talk about Orange Crush over there? Friggin' Brian Broaddus looks like a
I'm all about
Broncos
the
fan
Broncos tonight. Chicago Bears, maybe even too.
You riding Hackett?
I'm riding Hackett here.
I think the Broncos do win
wild
tonight.
animal.
And we're getting some people asking Melvin Gordon tonight, or should I play Latavius Murray? I don't know. I think maybe you should play Latavius Murray. I don't think they trust Melvin Gordon. He's fumbling all over the place.
Broncos can't run the ball.
They're contender.
They're contenders.
They're contenders. Yeah, they are. Unfortunately, they're contenders. What do you think about our Cowboys? CBS Sports is going contender for the star. Broaddus, contender or pretender for our Dallas Cowboys?
I think they're a contender. I think when you start to talk about the defense and the special teams, and they've weathered the storm with the quarterback situation. You know, if this team was like 0-4 right now and just trying to hurry Dak back, I think that they would be definitely, would be in trouble. But right now, this quarterback's put them in position to hang in there. Now, I don't think they're better than Philadelphia. I thought Dallas's quarterback was better than Philadelphia. I don't know if that's the case right now. And I'm not talking about Cooper Rush. I'm talking about Dak Prescott.
You have to do a number of things to get my contender stamp of approval. Eagles haven't done it. Cowboys have not done it either.
And play Melvin Gordon. Apparently, we're getting flooded with texts. Latavius Murray's not even going to play tonight. So go Melvin Gordon all day. Maybe he gets all the carries.
Maybe. I don't think it matters. I don't think the Broncos
I'm staying
can run
away
the ball
from
at all.
this game.
Yeah.
I don't want any part fantasy-wise of this. Unless you're playing like Cortland Sutton and the receivers you have to play because you drafted them.
There's going to be a comedic value to tonight's game because it's another national televised game for Nathaniel Hackett to poop all over himself. You have Russell Wilson. Can he play anymore? Can he not? They can't run the ball to help him. And then on the flip side, you have Matt Ryan, who's fumbled the ball like 10 times in 4 games. So you get a couple hours of football follies tonight from coaching decisions and quarterback fumbles. It's going to be outstanding.
And take the under.
Yeah.
And Hines, I don't know.
Don't just take it. Freaking pound
in
it.
a PPR league, maybe you play Naheem Hines if you're in a pickle. All right, contender for the boys?
No.
He already said no. Nobody's a contender to Dawson. We have,
Yeah.
I believe we have the Chiefs and the Bills are the only contenders, Dawson.
That is correct.
Boom,
there it is.
Yeah, if you could get to the Super Bowl and be a touchdown or more of an underdog, you're not a real contender. You just play in a bad conference. That's what the NFC is.
Yeah, I think I would say for the way the landscape is in the NFC right now, it's pretty wide open. The Eagles are clearly the best of the bunch to this point. A lot can change. To me, the Cowboys are contenders, yes.
So let me switch over to the AFC then. If all these NFC teams are just fringe, basically. They're not even really, we don't need to talk about them. Let's talk about the AFC. We'll start with nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills.
How about those Buffalo Bills? They finally won a one-score game.
Yes. They win one-score games. They blow out teams. They have had, some real playoff testing moments so far. They've proven it, and Josh Allen has proven there's no answer for him. Oh, you're going to camp in the secondary? Great. I'll run for 80 yards. Oh, you want to come after me? Great. I'm going to zip it down the field. I'm a gunslinger. I'm a runner. We have defense. That's what a real contender looks like. Not a Jerry Jones, oh, we're good enough to get in the tournament contender. A real badass team without holes. That's the Bills.
Yeah, Bills absolutely contender. No question about it.
Are they the best team still?
Yeah, I think it's them and the Chiefs are in their own sort of class, and then the Eagles are playing like one of those upper echelon teams, but I think the jury's still out on the longevity of that. But Chiefs and Bills, no question.
Okay, so Broadus, so the Chiefs are actually going to be the next team that we talk about it. So let me throw this to you then. If we're going Chiefs and Bills, and I think both of them we would say are contenders. Let's say they're going to play a game this weekend. Who do you think's better right now, the Chiefs or the Bills?
Chiefs.
Why?
I think that I think when you look at their team, have you seen Buffalo's injury report?
Yeah, they're pretty bruised
13
up.
Players.
Defensively, it's really bad in the secondary.
Their secondary is bad, and I think they've lost their safety along the way. The one way, how do you stop Kansas City? You stop them with your defense, is what you do. I don't think Buffalo's defense right now could stop Kansas City. Even, I think Andy Reid's on his game right now. I think that quarterback has done a great job himself. Everybody talks about the weapons and stuff they've lost along the way. They're still hard to defend. So I think Kansas City would beat Buffalo right now.
Agreed. They not only are they healthier, but they have an offensive line. Then they're seeing that. Clyde Edwards-Helaire didn't all of a sudden just become good. No, he's actually getting legit blocking now, and so they have more dimensions to their offense, and Pat Mahomes doesn't have to be Superman play in, play out, but he's still the stud that can give you the Superman moments.
Right.
And they just beat a Buccaneer team and mopped the floor with them.
They really did.
That's a really good Buccaneer
on
defense.
On the road, incredible win. The last team that I want to throw at you guys before we get to G-Bag of the Day, the Miami Dolphins. What do we think about the Dolphins? Are they contenders or are they pretenders?
I would say in the AFC, they would not be contenders to me because I think they are far and away not what Buffalo and Kansas City has. And now with the Tua situation, to me, Tua was playing really, really well for them. Teddy Bridgewater cannot do the same things offensively that Tua allowed for.
Even some of the success we've seen from the bus driver quarterbacks, Teddy Two Gloves,
they don't do it. The Dolphins can't run the ball. They've been doing this all through the air. And I know Mike McDaniel, he brings those Shanahan, and you're supposed to be able to run the ball. They just can't. So I think with Bridgewater, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, they need to stay healthy, and they need to do it for a little bit longer for me to make them true contenders.
Yeah, I would say that they're probably a year away. They'll if they didn't lose Tua, man, I really liked what they were doing. I mean, they came back. They showed a lot of resiliency. That game against Baltimore, that's one of those moments that kind of builds a new coaching staff. It gives them credibility that he wouldn't let them quit. So, yeah, I think they're a year away from being a real contender.
808. What the hell has Philly done then, Gavin? Well, they've beaten bad teams. Are you guys getting all fired up about beating the Lions, the Vikings, the Commanders, and the Jags? That's and a bunch of crap teams last year in the regular season. You came across a good team. You didn't have that much of a chance in the playoffs. Go beat a good team. Just like I say about the Cowboys. You can't get so excited from playing crap. It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day with Lucius Alexander. Sir.
Yeah. What up, man? You good? You good? Straight? Terrific. Yeah. I think so.
Well, the textures are triggering me a little bit.
Yeah, that's what they do.
But that happens.
It's all groove, man. Radio. It's all good. Just stay in the groove, dog. Stay in tune with your star player. You dig what I'm saying?
I do.
Like Cat Williams said that one time on that one thing.
I like it.
We got G back in the day. Our last winner was Tony Romo. His reaction to Aaron Rodgers dropping F-bombs on the O-line. Tony clutches pearls.
Hurry up here. The Patriots are not ready. Did you hear that? He said, you've got to snap the ball a little quicker, guys. So that's what I thought I heard. He said, hey.
So good, that Tony.
Delivery, man. That was strong.
Is he still just a one-time champ? Is that right?
Yeah,
we had a day off yesterday. Yeah, he sure was.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Get to hear that about 9 more times.
Let's see what we got here for you, boys.
I got faith in what's about to come up next year.
Okay. Okay.
Delicious is in his bag today.
I'm trying to get him to my groove. I'm staying on the one, as James Brown would say. Let's see here. We got a family and friends. They are the G-bags of the days for this situation. This family and friends. A man shot himself. And his dog.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he shot himself and his dog.
On accident?
Yeah. It sounds like it was on accident. Friends and family reacted real fast. That's why they're the G-bag of the days for this situation.
Hey! I just shot myself in the Hey, Pujols! What? I just shot myself in the bro. What? I just shot myself in the bro. Oh, man. Drive me to the hospital. Drive me to the hospital. I just shot my dog. Who got hit? Who got hit too, boy? Come on, it's who got the dog. My dog! Hey, take my dog inside. Take my dog inside. Take my dog inside, please.
Hey, give him a ride, dude. Hey, can you give him a ride? Come here. Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, shot himself in the member.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what that bleep was. What'd you think it was?
I don't know.
You guys, nobody had a clue in there? You just like, hey, we're just going to bleep what?
Yeah, no, that's fair. I didn't know if there was just a random cuss word, maybe an over, like someone else was talking. And so he went all Plaxico on himself there?
Yeah.
He went Cheddar Bob on himself?
He Cheddar Bobbed himself, bro.
How did he get himself there and his dog?
I don't know. I'm kind of paranoid how they were talking about leaving the dog.
Yeah.
And taking him to the hospital. They're going to let the dog just bleed out and die?
Probably so.
Oh, that's so sad.
That's pretty sad. Man. That's pretty sad. So I kind of take that family and friends thing back a little bit.
That's why that guy was running out on Monday Night Football with the pink smoke. It wasn't a gender reveal, boys. It was an animal rights thing. And it's for crap like that.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Let's see. Popeyes is short-staffed. They couldn't open on time. So we had a lady that came through. She was standing talking to the drive-through, like the box. Okay. She wasn't in a car. She was talking to the box. Now, there was somebody else in a car that was recording this whole interaction. But, yeah, she came and got a job and some food.
We don't open till 11 a.m.
They don't open till 11. They're open
Now, we're short-staffed, so we don't open till 11 a.m.
You say what, ma'am? She said
we're
they're
short-staffed.
Can I have a job then? Because I'm hungry.
Yep.
I'm on the website not trying to do the application, but it won't let me do it. It's talking about server error.
Come to the drive. Come to the window. Come to the window right there.
You want to interview me now?
Yep.
Yep. That is awesome.
I'm not about to play with.
Ma'am, can you drive around from the speaker, please?
Came and got her a job. Oh, y'all can't open on time because there's nobody here? So when you telling me you're hiring, all right, I'm going to get a job then too.
Dude, sometimes you catch that 10 a.m. hankering for a little Popeyes.
Very productive.
It's kinda early.
Oh, yeah.
Hustle,
I know it's early, but
that.
damn, sometimes you just...
If you got up at 6, had a light breakfast, Popeye sounds
Well, that's the
amazing.
beauty of
Might as well be
Whataburger,
noon at that
right?
point.
You get the burger all times of the day at Whataburger.
Yeah.
I think we should have all these joints open 24/7.
Yeah.
And breakfast round the clock. Every one of you.
Yeah.
Not just Jack in the Box and
Oh,
Sonic
man.
and a few others.
That was the most requested thing at Chick-fil-A. Why can't
Seriously.
you serve the minis all day?
Yeah. It's essentially a
I
chicken
don't know
sandwich.
why, to be honest with you. I'm just told we can't.
Did you ever hire anybody on the spot?
No, Chick-fil-A, are you kidding me? That's like a 6-month course. Like, you got to go.
Really?
It's rigorous.
You just don't show up and get a gig there?
It's not that tense.
It's a good person course.
They give you white glove treatments. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
got to learn how
A little
to use fine glass in China first before you can get in there at Chick-fil-A.
Not letting anybody just show up.
Yeah.
A little bit more selective.
Can't be any
Brian.
geek off the street.
That's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
You think that you just wake up in the morning and have a fully functioning restaurant like a Chick-fil-A?
We need a little bit of a
They
background.
hired Woolchuck. I mean, really?
No, that's very fair. But I worked my way up there.
Yeah, Wolchuk was desperate
And
for
I had
some money.
You know, I wasn't an alcoholic at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got to wear the long coattails when you work at Chick-fil-A right there. The long coattails that split in the back like Mr. Belvedere.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not a half-ass operation.
Yeah, it's not. It's not at all.
Popeyes will just throw you a visor and say, let's get to work, baby.
What you want?
But you better dance while you're putting that chicken in
Yeah,
the
that
coater.
application process is going to take a minute.
I think I would, honestly, I'd rather work at Popeyes than Chick-fil-A.
Man, come on. talk about it. At least my take home is a little bit better.
Because I think I would learn more about food and seasoning food and stuff like that if I worked at Popeyes.
The hell are you trying to say?
I'm just saying that sometimes your food tastes a little bland.
You're going to the wrong locations then, sir.
What location should I go to?
Spring Creek and Coit.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know.
And that's not an advertisement, by the
no,
way.
Not at all. Not at all. But I feel like I'd learn a little bit more about chefing at Popeyes.
No, you probably would be. Plus, bone in.
Plus, you get to stay indoors at all times.
Yeah.
And there's a lot less work to do. You know.
We get a Sunday off, right?
Yeah.
Do we get Sunday off?
That's why I worked there. Yeah.
So you can watch the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so I mean,
next.
Well, man, I was just reading some of the hate from the fan text. Talking about we trying to black it up. I can't help but be black, fam. That's who I am. From Black Wall Street, dog. Let's see. We got a road rage situation right here.
Nice.
This lady was cutting up. The man came in and approached the lady. I guess he thought the lady would just kind of back down, but she had jokes on deck.
Here we go. Look at this guy.
Well, come on, you mouthy bitch.
Look at you, you little bitch. You skank. I'm so mad. I'm gonna hit you. What the are you talking about? You're twice my size, you dumb. Is this my camera? Is this my video? Daddy, stop it, Daddy. Daddy. Oh, I loved your shoes. What are those? What are those?
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. He picked the wrong one.
Whoa. Man, I love these people that got jokes and they can clown on the road rage people. It's amazing. I do want to vote for that. I also want to vote for the lady who had a very productive trip to the drive-thru.
Yes.
And Tony Romo, our one-time champ. Are there any other nominees?
No, that's
Lucius?
it. No, we're already late, man.
Okay.
I get eye rolls and stuff coming out this late.
I'm voting for Tony, Chief.
Yeah, I'm going to double down on the 9 God.
Lucius.
Lady at Popeyes getting her a job, J-O-B.
2-1 will
You ain't got to worry about catching a dog. You got to worry about a dog catching your ass. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going with the lady at Popeyes getting a job.
Absolutely. Lady at Popeyes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
By a score 3-2. The lady at Popeyes has beaten the greatest Tony Romo joke ever broadcasted.
I respect the hustle.
It's time for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Promise to do better, Gavin. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Rams next.
All righty, let's talk about our friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions before we do anything else, though.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
And thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is, the former Cowboys scout, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, sure. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
We didn't have a show for you yesterday, and I know that I had some information about Jake Ferguson showed up on the injury report, and he was dealing with a little bit of a knee, is what they were talking about. So, but MRI was clear on that yesterday. I should have probably tweeted that or something like that. Just in my mind, it popped it. I needed to probably say something about. So if you're seeing Jake Ferguson on the injured report with knee, MRI was clear. He should be able to play this weekend. They were just trying to kind of get him through these practices and stuff this week, but he should be ready for the game.
Great news.
So if you're going to probably need him a little bit, some of the blocking stuff you're going to do. All right. Promised, you guys watched the Rams, right?
Yes.
You guys over there?
I watched the game. I haven't watched their all 22s or anything
Okay.
yet.
Yeah. What's interesting about the Rams is that, to me, when you watch them offensively, I feel like that it's really all about Cooper Kupp in these games. Mm-hmm. And it's to the point where it's crossing routes, moving him all around the field. The things that he does, whether it's the screens, the crossing routes down the field, all those things to me are what makes him an outstanding player. Those are the things you saw him at Eastern Washington and how he was able to thrive, and you could see that. And that's sometimes with receivers, you don't see that carryover from collegiately here into now what he's doing in the NFL. But they make an effort to get him the football. And I think the biggest problem that they have is their offensive line. That they've been really banged up in the offensive line. The starters, they've been out. The backups haven't been nearly as consistent enough. And I think that's the thing that's really set them back. And I do believe that, when you look at this team, when you look at this offense, they're struggling right now because of the line. I think they're also struggling because their quarterback's arm's not right. I don't think. I think they talked about this. That he was going to be fine with the elbow stuff and all that. No, there just doesn't appear the willingness to be the Matthew Stafford of throwing the ball down the field. I just haven't seen it. And, maybe they miss Odell Beckham with some of those downfield throws and things like that. Jefferson was another guy that they had back. But they're not getting it from Allen Robinson. They're not getting it, like I say, Cooper Kupp's, all his stuff is really kind of underneath. And then, you look at the tight end with Tyler Higbee. I don't think you're going to stop Cooper Kupp. I wouldn't worry about stopping Cooper Kupp. I wouldn't worry about traveling with Cooper Kupp in this football game. I think you just got to play these guys straight up. And wherever he goes, take it. Now, your problem is when he's in the slot. Are you going to play bland on him? Or are you going to kick Brown inside? Well, Brown hasn't been great either. So, I really thought he was going to be great. But through 4 weeks.
Are they getting Lewis back?
No.
Is Lewis a better option? No,
Lewis is not going to. I don't believe Lewis is playing this week. I really don't. I mean, I would be surprised if he does because, this injury that he had just happened really last week. And so to have to just deal with that in 4 or 5 days, I don't think so. We'll follow back up with him. But like I say, we'll see I don't know how you're going to play Kupp out of the slot, if you want to put Bland on him. I think Bland will be competitive. But I still do believe that Cooper Kupp's going to get his, and you're just going to have to live with it. And, but okay, now how do you figure out how to play Tyler Higbee in this game? That's the big mystery to me right now. If it's me, I treat Tyler Higbee like a wide receiver.
Yeah, he's their number 2 option.
Yeah, I treat him. I mean, you could take Diggs and put him over on Allen Robinson and take him completely out if you want to, but then, okay, the other thing is I just know that Kupp's going to catch the ball, and I could say there's nothing you can do about that. But Tyler Higbee, you can't let him get involved. You can't give this quarterback 2 options in this.
With all those targets going to Kupp, don't you want Diggs on him for those chances at intercepting?
Does it to me? Like I say, they threw the ball to him 19 times the other day. He caught 14
and
of them.
It seemed like almost DeMeco Ryans in San Francisco, they had a similar strategy where it's, okay, Cooper Kupp's going to get his.
Yeah.
We're just going to make sure nobody else beats us.
Well, see, and to your point, Gavin, is that, the even the contested balls, Cooper Kupp runs a lot of routes where it's contested, and somehow, some way, I mean, he's he's one of the best receivers in the league.
Yeah.
So to me,
but I want Diggs to have 19 chances to pick one or two off.
But the problem is the way that Kupp travels from one side of the field to the other and from the slot, he's going to carry you out of the slot. They're not going to put Diggs in the slot. That's just not going to happen. And then when he goes across the formation, if you carry him, that changes everybody else's coverage responsibilities. I just see them playing him straight up. I really do, because as much as he moves, that's going to be, everybody's going to have to change assignments. They can catch you in a bad missed coverage or something like that. So I'm playing him straight up, hoping for the best on that one. But that tight end's the one, I think, also, too, Tyler Higbee, you're going to have to worry about in this football
Is there
game.
a safety that you like matching up with Higbee more? Because I wonder with, and now you're going to get Kurtz back, right? So you've got so much depth at that safety position. I think that it's more likely that DQ puts, whether it's Wilson or
I put
Kurtz.
Wilson.
Yeah, okay.
I put Wilson because if they're going to try, to me, as physical as Wilson could play the run, I think that Kurtz could do it just as well too. So to me, I'm taking Anthony Barr off the field is what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put Wilson at one of the safeties. I'm going to play Kurtz down in the box and just take Barr off the field. Barr does nothing for me, I feel like, in coverage, and I feel like that sometimes he's been a little bit of a liability in the run game. So if they try and get the ball out in the perimeter, at least you got guys like Kurtz. They've been late getting to the ball, and that's been a problem with a little bit with Van Der Esch, and then a little bit more of a problem with Barr. So if they're going to try and run the ball, I'm going to put Kurtz in there and make sure that he's responsible for that kind of stuff.
How many points you think? Oh, sorry, Chief.
No,
How many points you think the Rams are going to score?
I think the Rams, to me, they're going to get at least 26 in this game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now because DeMeco Ryans and what he did with the Niners the other night, where they decided to blitz quite a bit and it paid off for them. They haven't really been a blitz-heavy team to start the season, and then all of a sudden they threw the kitchen sink at them and it worked. The Cowboys have gone away from what they did last year, and they're doing the four-man stuff. They're playing a lot more zone. They're not doing as much man. They're not doing as much blitzing, but do you feel like Dan Quinn will take a page out of the DeMeco Ryans book and say, yeah, let's send the house as well quite a bit? Or
he's probably more worried about coverage than he is probably with blitzing, because he knows he can get home with 4. So yeah, I mean I would just, to me, I would rush the 4, drop the 7, and just try and cover as much ground as you can. There's going to be it's the thing with this when you watch the Rams offense, it's all these crossing routes and stuff like that. So if you play them with man, you're going to be guys going to be running into each other in the secondary. I think you're going to have to play some more zone in this game.
I love this conversation, and the one that I'm more nervous about is, what are matchups you like with the Cowboys offensively versus the Rams defensively?
Yeah, I think, to me, this is where you got to keep an eye on with Kendrick, the rookie from Clemson, from Georgia. I kind of feel like that he's having to step in because they've had some problems in their secondary with Long and Durant, the 2 cornerbacks. So, and that's something that, to me, was, when you look at how they play, people can go at Ramsey and you can have some success actually throwing the ball at him. The double move stuff, things like that. He's super aggressive. But if Kendrick is on the field, number 6, that's the guy you need to attack in this thing, because I don't think he wants to be aggressive. I see the inside routes. I see the inside breaking routes, those the routes up the field. He's not really interested in playing you tight man coverage, and he gives up some receptions. He's the one the other day in the game when he played it with the offhand, missed the ball, and then Deebo Samuel went 70-something yards for a touchdown because he played offhand there. So, and to be honest with you too, I'm running the ball at these guys. I'm running the ball, and you can say what you want about Aaron Donald and stuff.
Up the middle?
Yeah, I'm running it at Aaron Donald and that crew, and I'll tell you why. Aaron Donald's really interested in trying to go around you more than
with
go
the speed.
With the speed, he's trying to jump. He's trying to jump gaps. Take the ball at him and widen him a little bit, because I feel like, though, with him jumping gaps, it widens gaps, and you can kind of hit it inside a little bit. their ends are really, really long, and I think it's going to be hard to run the ball on the edge, where I would take the ball right at them inside and see if you can handle it that way.
Love it, Brian. Thank you so much. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Tomorrow is a must-tune in to the G-Bag Nation as Brian and Wolchuk have bet payoffs. We'll be at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield from 2 to 7. They're going straw dog with liquor. Okay, so I believe you're going to have a little bit of a buzzed Broadus and a woolly bully, and that's going to happen a little bit later on in the show tomorrow night, right? Or
whenever we start, right out of the gate, yeah. Let's go.
It's going to happen later in the show.
I'm doing it. If you don't want to broadcast with 2 hammered bleep holes,
no, you're not going to drink 6 to 12 ounces of liquor at 2:40 and then do the rest of the show.
We got to drive home.
Okay. Hey, have at it, guys.
It's going to be Drunkie's Corner at 2:40.
Yeah. Hey, that'll be quite a feat. We got to go around the rim. Some amazing basketball stories, including what happened in last night's Mavericks preseason action. We'll get you that and other top stories from the association next year on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has.
baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Some great journalism being done about the Mavericks and Christian Wood specifically, and statistical reasons to be stoked about where this is going. Chiafalo is going to have those factoids in just a moment. For me, the amazing thing is just watching the games, right? And there's this incredible balance going on across all sports right now where you get a chance to look at numbers and what they might say that your eyes don't see. And then, you know, you get to just watch with your eyes, as Galloway used to say, just watch the damn game. And that's all I did last night. And I got to tell you, when I said 2 days ago, don't be surprised if the Mavericks win the championship, I'm doubling down on that, okay? I'm doubling down, and I'm back to say today, nobody has a better chance to win the championship than the Mavericks. Okay? Kill me for it, text. Do whatever you want. What I saw last night, combined with what JaVale McGee is going to do as far as a per-minute rebounding defense in the paint, what I saw last night was the missing link for opening things up and making this Mavs offense unfair. That's what I saw last night from Christian Wood. The offense is effortless. You know, they're going to talk about all the little things in the defense. Don't care, okay? Everybody else can play defense, okay? Luka and Wood are going to dominate the league. You want to talk about Luka creating space? Well, what about the space that this guy's going to help create from the post that guys like Dwight Powell couldn't? And then what happens when those perimeter players do get on fire and he starts catching alley-oops? It's just, he is so tall and vertical and strong.
A 7'3" wingspan.
So hey, at 877-881-1053, here goes Krusty Dawson jinxing us. I'm not trying to jinx anybody. I'm not calling them the favorites. I think there's probably 6 or 7 other really, really good teams. Buy it or sell it, Chiafalo. I think the Mavs are every bit as good as anybody else in the league.
No, I feel really good about what this team is going to be capable of, and I'm extremely excited and bullish on the idea of Christian Wood being a monster difference maker for this team, especially offensively. But it sounds like if we should have thrown the Mavericks, Walchuk, and the contenders or the pretenders, and we'd have got a couple more contenders out of Dawson if we threw the Mavs in there.
Damn right we would have.
Got ourselves a good old-fashioned preseason contender.
It's hard. And
night one. That's a confidence right there.
We got throwing out Homer, Gavin. We got Homer, Gavin. It's hard.
That's right.
Well, how are you going to say it's a Homer take when they were just in the Western Conference Finals?
Yeah.
I like what you're saying here. I think the Christian Wood addition is huge. Rebounding is effortless to him. You mentioned the offensive output. It's just, what are you going to get from him on the defensive side of the floor? Luka's the MVP favorite. There's a lot to like about this Mavericks team. Not the favorites in the West, but they certainly have a great chance.
817, sounds like Gavin's fallen off the wagon and started drinking again. Not yet. Not yet, 817.
Just a little bit.
Elsewhere out of the 817, how to spell Gavin, Homer. There it is. I'm with you, General. I haven't seen anything. I'm looking forward to seeing my first game tonight. Okay, other takeaways from last night. Jaden Hardy, the rookie, had 21 points. He's a shooter. And I don't know if he's going to be able to be a part of a championship rotation ever or a playoff rotation ever. There's a lot that goes into it. But that's the one thing that really the great ones are born to do. And his ability to shoot that jumper, I think it gives him something to build off in a big way. But to me, it was all about Christian Wood. And here is Chiafalo to continue this segment and give us a little bit more on Christian Wood.
Well, just to make sure we set the mood right, it feels like there's a little bit of there's a potential rim session that's getting ready to take place, and I feel like we got to get the vibes right.
Let me prepare myself.
The bells, the whistles, everybody. Here's your chances. We cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the adults are going all the way around the rim. Anything we can get here. That's beautiful, Dr. Dre. By the way, are we really getting a Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre missionary situation album?
What do you mean?
They had the Doggy Style album years ago.
Oh, we got a missionary.
And I've been reading about a missionary album that is going to be like the volume 2
The grown-up version?
Snoop and Dr. Dre, yes. And I thought it was a joke.
The party
and
don't
then I
stop
saw
till
more, I'm
9:30
like,
in the evening?
Yeah. So I don't know. I might need to do a little more research on it to see like how legit it is. But from
Hold on, let's turn things over to our Snoop Dogg insider, Brian Broaddus. Krusty, what do you know about this?
Oh, that's right. He's a Broaddus.
Same last name, yeah.
Yeah.
Just minus a D. No, I haven't heard anything about that at all.
You're going to reach out to your cousin?
I'm going to reach out to him and see what the situation is and be happy to report back.
So he's a 1D, Broaddus.
He's a 1D. I'm a 2D.
Well, he's a D-O-double-D.
He is.
No, Broaddus is the D-O-double-D. So Christian Wood, yes, good start. Good start last night, I would say. I'm not going to worry or fret about Tim Cato referencing Christian Wood in these training camp practices as not looking overly outstanding defensively. I'm a patient man. I remember how long it took this same Mavs team to get their arms wrapped around this Jason Kidd, Sean Sweeney version of defense. Took till about the new year last year. So I'll be all right there. I'll pump the brakes and not be too worried about the Christian Wood defense there in the training camp. But I will go ahead and salivate over the prospects of his offense. Yeah, he's 6'9", 7'3" wingspan. And then the thing that's really impressive is you look at the raw numbers, like 19 points, 10 boards. The dude, like you saw it, the rebounding is going to be night and day difference for this team, and he's going to be a huge reason why. You saw that last night. But, I mean, over 38% from the three. The dude's been extremely efficient. So the Ringer went in and did like a comparison of saying, like, you know, Christian Wood is going to be what the Mavs hoped Porzingis could be.
Yeah.
Because once the injuries started taking their toll on Porzingis, now the athleticism dissipates, the ability to create your own shot, the ability to be effective defensively, all that stuff kind of evaporated from him. And so when you look at Christian Wood, and one of the things that we need is a guy who can be a shot creator, guy that we can just say, hey, you know, instead of just throwing the ball to Luka and having him to go dance on everybody and figure it out, do we have somebody else that can do a little bit of that? Well, last season, Christian Wood, one of only 17 bigs to log 200 isolation plays, where it's like, okay, go ahead, Christian, you just do your thing, bro. Here's the ball. He ranked 6th among them in scoring efficiency, okay? Wood shot 50.4% on those chances. So 200 isolation plays, it's a coin flip. This dude's getting buckets. And that is not on par with the league's best guards, but it is pretty solid and far exceeds the 36% posted last season by Porzingis on his isolations. So when you compare it there, you can see there's just a huge difference. And the idea of Christian Wood, and everybody's like, well, he got all those numbers on, like, all those offensive numbers he got were on a bad team.
Like the Kevin Love thing.
Yeah.
Right? You're just a stat monster on a bad Timberwolves team. And then what do you do when you go to Cleveland with LeBron?
But the truth serum is the efficiency. It's like, yeah, anybody can go put up raw points, you know, just because, hey, I'm getting all the shots. So don't look at my field goal percentage or my efficiency numbers, but I'm scoring a lot of points. Yeah, okay, no problem. But Christian Wood is actually doing it from an efficient standpoint. And
they're focused on him, and he's still just getting it.
Yeah, and like those isolation plays, that's just like me getting the ball and just being better than these guys.
And what's he going to do now when you have one of the best shot creators in Luka?
Exactly. Like how that affects him in the pick and roll is going to be insane. And then he's got over 38% from three, and he's going to get better looks than he's ever gotten.
I think he can be the Kristaps Porzingis they were hoping they were getting when they made that trade.
Maybe outside of the rim protection. A little, like, but he's going to make up for it with perimeter defense.
Oh, man.
And I think rebounding, he's going to be better.
Yes. Oh, yeah. He makes everything look easy. Like he is the 8th grader playing against 6th graders because of his height and athleticism difference. Like, big men can't move like him, and smalls can't even approach his height. He's like a Travis Kelce, you know? It's like, who do you want to put on me? You know, because
and he doesn't freak
whoever
out.
you do,
Matchup
they're done.
Like KP would freak out when you get a small defending him. He didn't know what to do. He would cringe. Christian Wood's not going to have that happen to him.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything like this effortless from a Mavs big man really since Dirk's prime. Everything is trying hard and working hard and sweaty. He's just out there having fun. Give me the ball, watch me shake a little bit, create a tiny little sliver of space and get a great look.
Yeah, they've really been happy with him. Though I know there have been some reports about, you know, that saying that maybe the offseason wasn't great for him. But everybody that I've talked to over there, like, no, you know, you might have missed a day or two, took an extra day here or there. but everything about work ethic and wanting to come in, being the first in the gym and all that stuff.
And all those are voluntary work.
All that's voluntary work. And and it was, and then asking or talking to people last night after the game, they were like, listen, hey, happy that he was able to shoot it, happy that he was able to rebound it. Are there little things he still needs to work on? Absolutely. But as far as the first shot out of the box there, they were really happy with the way he played.
That's good news. That's good news. Yeah, I'm really, really excited. And then we have the number to know from the Ringer as well for each team. And for the Mavericks, this is no joke. The number is 69. Why, you ask?
Very nice.
That's where Spencer Dinwiddie came in on the top 100 players entering the season list. The reason why that's important is because every other player, so Luka ends up in the top 5 here.
Yes.
All the other top 5 players has at least one teammate, if not multiple, that are in the top 50 in the NBA. So just to give you an idea there, now hopefully, like Christian Wood is a player that can ascend on a list like this, and it is a very subjective list, so it's not like these are absolute facts. Like, I mean, anybody could agree or disagree on how they have these rankings, but just to give you an idea of the supporting cast, you're looking at the second best player on the Mavericks being Spencer Dinwiddie, and he's 69th in the league, while Luka's top 5 and all the other guys that are in the top 5 with Luka have at least 1 or 2 teammates on their team that are considered to be top 50 players. So there is some of that, hey, Luka is having to put a team on his back, at least that narrative from a national standpoint.
Yeah, and hopefully Dinwiddie could get there too. He was very in control last night. I would say, like, without Luka and Brunson on the floor to start that game for a lot of the first and second quarter, it was like the Dinwiddie show as far as dictating and running everything. He was very active on defense. And it'll be interesting to see how much he can grow his game with added responsibility coming up this year. Okay, how about Wolchuk finishes up this rim session for us?
Yeah, so some general NBA news. The big story going on right now, LeBron to NBA's commissioner Adam Silver. He wants a team in Las Vegas. He was asked about the NBA hosting the exhibition game in Vegas, and he used the occasion to make a personal plea to the commissioner about a team in Sin City. He said, quote, "I would love to bring a team here at some point. That would be amazing." I know Adam is in Abu Dhabi right now, I believe, but he'd like to see a team here. He said, quote, "I want to see a team here, Adam. Thank you." End quote.
The league's going to love it.
He wants to own a team, too. Maybe that's the next venture for LeBron.
That would be a lot of fun for him. The money to be made there is just incredible if you look at demand for Raiders games and what the tourism and the visiting fan base and how they want to see different games, and maybe they want to go to Vegas and watch their team play. Like, I think it is an absolute gold mine for all pro leagues to be looking into Vegas pretty strongly.
Do you think that the NBA would go to Vegas first before getting a team back in Seattle?
I do.
Yeah, I think Vegas is the hub right now.
Yeah, right now it's Vegas number one.
Well,
it's going to be all about the money.
What Vegas has proved is the NFL and how it's thrived there, and they've also with the hockey. The Golden Knights,
and
too.
they do love their Golden Knights there.
Yeah, and it's they have the buildings, they have the hotels and everything to bring fans in.
When you get LeBron back in it, it's hard. It's hard for it not to happen, right? He seems like he kind of makes it happen. The other one, we had a fight in Golden State. Draymond Green and Jordan Poole got into it, and now Draymond might be facing some discipline from the Warriors, as Shams Charania is reporting that there might be a little bit of Warriors
disciplinary.
Well, they're gonna have to stand in here. So it was a scuffle between the two. I guess Jordan Poole's been running his mouth. He's saying a lot of things that kind of rubbed Draymond the wrong way.
Well, I'm sure Draymond's returning that verbal.
Yes, Draymond forcefully struck Jordan Poole. The two needed to be separated, and the team
He's been
stopped
territorial.
practice.
You know, he's been territorial, and the more success they have, the more like with KD, that whole thing. Like anybody that comes in that wasn't a day one, we built the Warriors kind of guy, you got to fall in line. And I think if you want to, make it about you in any way, that I think that's going to rankle Draymond Green. And I think some of that is good leadership. You benefit from that. But I also wonder if it turns toxic every now and then.
Chris Haynes of Yahoo reported that Draymond was apologetic in the aftermath of the altercation with Poole, but there was a buildup stemming from teammates noticing a change in Poole's behavior throughout camp, with the guard on the verge of securing a lucrative extension. Now, Andre Iguodala came out.
Wait, he's already changed up before the bag? He hasn't even gotten the bag yet?
He's already talking that talk. Like, when I get paid, this is all the things that I'm going to do with the money. essentially. Now, Iggy was not having any of the Jordan Poole slander. He took to Twitter and said, what we not going to do is talk crazy about my young fella JP. Great character kid. Miss me with all that other BS straight from the source.
Yeah,
so we might have a divided locker room. We might have the Jordan Poole guys, and we might have the Draymond guys.
Only Michael Jordan can punch his teammates. Draymond, you're like Steph should be. Maybe Steph is the guy who's good enough to be throwing the punches, but the attitude is coming there from Draymond, and he's like, "Hey, we can't come into this thing feeling ourselves. He's got to lay that punch down before the season starts because it's like, hey, we're trying to run this championship thing back. We can't get comfortable. Jordan Poole hasn't even gotten his bag yet. He's dancing around like he already got it.
That might be Jordan stuff right there. Brian, in your experience, when you see a fight, is it a nothing burger? Is it a red flag, or is it a sign of good competition? I'll give you three choices.
I'll tell you what, I think that Golden State might be on the verge of moving on from Draymond Green.
Wow.
Oh, I thought this was going to be like a galvanizer.
Yeah, if you're that guy that's kind of causing problems like that, and he's been a great player for them. But you look at their situation of who all they're trying to sign and extend and all that stuff. He's a guy that they've talked about, working with him for an extension stuff, and maybe this is something that they're saying, "Nah, we're not going to do this." And maybe
he wasn't the same player last year in the run. For a lot of the games, he was more disappointing.
To answer your
to
question, it's one of those things, man. You just can't have that happening in your locker room. This is something that Steve Kerr's going to quickly have to address, and he's probably going to.
Well, what's different than like football training camp fights, though?
Well, that actually, to me, that's one of those. This sounds more personal than it does.
Yeah, it sounds like he was getting sick of the guy bragging, or the training camp fights more in the moment, heat of practice.
You might have taken a run at a guy, or you might have you might have clipped him a little bit, or did something in a training camp fight on the field. I think that's different. But when you're talking about maybe some personalities not really going or agreeing here. That's a little bit.
Well, I think the rules, you can't average 6 points, 6.2 points in the NBA Finals and get to punch somebody. You got to be at least double digits. So, way out of line there, Draymond.
That is a good point. It's time now for Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team. What Michael Irvin says could cause Armageddon around America's team. That's next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about Window Nation, though. A chance to fill your house with new windows and Cowboys gear. Maybe win some tickets this football season.
Unmatched prices. Visit them online at buyersafety.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
It's time for a loaded Cowboys Twitter, including a little bit of breaking news here. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Yes, CeeDee Lamb didn't practice today, says the account of Calvin Watkins, due to a groin issue. Lamb said he's fine and that he didn't participate because his GPS numbers were too high from the previous day. So it sounds like a precautionary fatigue type of deal with CeeDee Lamb, Brian. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate right there. And then are you going to get to the Jordan Lewis one?
Yes. What is happening with Jordan Lewis?
Jordan Lewis,
just fill us in.
Yeah, that's I just got some word about Jordan Lewis. Look for him to play this weekend. That injury that he had, the groin injury that he had for pregame last week that kept him out of the game. That was a precautionary situation. He practiced today. He should be good to go. So now we were talking about in Krusty's Corner, how would you play the nickel situation in the slot? Well, it looks like that Jordan Lewis is going to be available for you this week to handle
That's great
that.
news.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And you got a bunch of depth there, which is nice. Across the defense, you feel like you have it. But with Deron Bland stepping in last week, you really felt it.
Yep.
I do like the idea of CeeDee Lamb just being like, hey, I know we're not used to seeing what a wide receiver one like works on the practice field, but watch how hard in the paint I go. My GPS numbers are going to be through the roof. They're not even going to want me to practice the next day. You think Amari Cooper had one single practice in his entire time as a Cowboy where he overdid it to the GPS, where they were like, "Hey, Amari, let's hold back a little bit today on the practice
that's why he's
field."
no longer here.
Amari asked CD to wear his device.
Yeah.
For him. He says, "Hey,
CD, can you just take this with you?
Just put this on your back." It's,
not going to hinder you,
Look at some double readings here.
Come on.
There were multiple players speaking this afternoon, just about 35 minutes ago, and reporters were on the scene. So we'll give you highlights of what the Cowboys players are saying after today's practice as Sunday's noon start against the Rams approaches. Cooper Rush thinks seeing the Dallas D in practice will help versus the Rams, tweeted Todd Archer. You got Micah. He can wreck a game too. Ramsey kind of plays like Diggs. Great ball skills. You see similar traits in all of them. So always going against our defense helps us because these guys are pretty talented. Yeah, it does help if you can play against a great defense in practice. John Machota with a quote from Micah Parsons on his new helmet. Leighton Vander Esch was talking so highly about it, I figured I'd give it a try, and I like it. People don't like it, but I do. I'm not in on the new helmet. It does look weird. I think like you need more up here, right? And you need more on the sides. It's kind of like tucked in like a shirt or something. It's not. I'm used to that big like frontal type of battering ram where the visor meets the helmet, but it's all smoothed in. I don't know if I'll ever get used to it, guys.
Too much visor?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, how the visor comes flush, it just doesn't work for me.
It is a little too much visor. But
it's not like a good looking way of doing it. Like aesthetically, I don't think anybody's looking at that going, "Ooh, I like that look." It stood out to me. It was like one of the first things I noticed when we were at the game the other day. I'm like, "Ooh, what is Micah's helmet?" It definitely doesn't look that good. But if it's going to save him from type of concussions, please God, wear it.
Fine with me.
Yeah, maybe it's easier to see. Maybe you get a bigger field of vision. It's safer. Works for them. Happy for him.
I think Mike is also due for a multiple sack game. Because he should have had a couple in that Washington game. He really should have.
Yep.
For as much as we say about Carson Wentz, he can still get out of the way pretty good. Tank on playing more 3 technique this year from Calvin Watkins. I got a little Aaron Donald in my arsenal too. Lawrence also called Donald the GOAT. His power, his instincts, his play type, he's up there all over the board. What do you think of a Tank at 3 technique, Brian? Is he effective inside?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, the way that they can use him because of the first step quickness, that's the one thing with Aaron Donald. That's why I was talking about run the ball at Donald, because what he does is he's so quick of just getting into the gap, and then he turns himself and then gets back square. So you might catch him where he gets turned and then you push him. But the thing about with Tank is he understands how to play with that quickness, that first step explosiveness. And that's what you have to be a good under tackle or 3 technique.
Okay, we go to Todd Archer, who has a quote from CeeDee Lamb on Cowboys Nation in Los Angeles. They show up in L.A., said CeeDee. Last year when we played the Chargers, it was the same scenario, and it felt like a home game in L.A. Do you consider, how different is this? Do you consider this like a neutral game? Is this an actual Cowboys home game? How do you look at it?
I said that on Monday to you guys. Everybody looked at me like, "What are you talking about?" And no, my experience of being at the Coliseum with this team, and we've all been there for training camp and stuff like that. Oxnard just being an hour, northwest up the road. Yeah, there's like that. That's I've spoken to the Cowboys Southern California Cowboy Club there, and I mean the members there, the membership there is super strong. I mean, Jerry talks about like his membership group in Mexico and then California and over in Europe and stuff like that. I'd put that California bunch up against anybody for a fan base.
Well, and listening this morning, DeMarco Farr on with Sean and RJ, who covers the Rams, former Ram player, won a Super Bowl with them in '99. He said he expects it to be a big-time Cowboy crowd there. Usually the Cowboys travel very well, and he would not be surprised if it's more than 50-50 Cowboy fans at SoFi Stadium.
Well, I suppose they are new to L.A. again, so, I would imagine a Super Bowl would have some sort of an impact on it, so we'll see on Sunday. But money talks, and if there's a high demand and you want to get into those games, there's certainly plenty available. A quote from Michael Irvin going viral. He likes the idea of Cooper Rush playing against the Rams. If Cooper loses, we're still good, and we'll say we aren't even at full strength. When we get to full strength, we can beat them. If Dak's in that game and things go wrong, Armageddon around here will start. He said that with Sean and RJ yesterday. A lot of people on Cowboys Twitter were talking about it. I just can't imagine the Cowboys are actually considering that in their decision, right? That's an external conversation type of thing. They're not really saying, what if we put Dak back here and he loses? They're just saying, can he grip the ball 100%?
Yeah,
Thumbs up, right?
I don't think it's anything to do with the opponent at all. I think as soon as Dak Prescott has shown that he can grip the ball and throw it, I think that's when he's going to play. That's the one thing that when you talk to the medical people over there, that's the one thing that's been consistent. The owner and the general manager is the one that keeps moving the timelines and his expectations. This thing was probably a 6 to 8 week injury. That's really what it was. And so, and you get through a season so far where Cooper Rush is not losing games. If you were 0-4 right now, there would be a big-time push to try and play Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
And everybody would be losing their minds right now.
If the decision-making from Rush was so poor that you just wanted a guy in there, and even if he couldn't throw it great, you knew he wouldn't bleep the bed every time he dropped back. But, yeah, Cooper Rush has been solid enough that you don't have to go to that, emergency approach. This guy's only 70%, but 70% of him is better.
I think the general manager got scared. I really do. I think that, everybody it was all doom and gloom after week one. I can't tell you how many times in the post game I got tweets at me, okay, Broadus, when does the draft show start?
Sure.
Yeah.
The fan base had given up, and, Jerry was he was telling you what the injury was, but then, well, it's not that bad. It's not. No, it's bad.
Right. I think that's also the balance of being the owner and the GM, where you're still selling hope and positivity. You don't want the fans to be checking out this early in the season. It's like, guys, don't worry. Dak's going to be back sooner than we think. All right. We still have a lot of hope. Season's not over. A lot of football left. And then, well, look now. You're 3-1. Cooper Rush is playing good football. You don't have to rush Dak Prescott back. But we did see some good signs today. He was gripping the football a little bit, holding it on his hip. So, it seems like Dak's trending in the right direction.
Let's go. John Machota series of tweets here as we look at Cowboys Twitter, what's being reported and said on social about your team. Mike McCarthy on the Cowboys being a 5.5-point dog. I'll just say this. We're nobody's underdog. I love that line.
Yeah.
I love that. Jason Gurley be like, oh, we can't think about it. We just got to trust the process. Mike's got actually some cojones to him. I love that line. One of the songs being played at Cowboys practice today, Hate It or Love It. The great song from The Game, which says the underdog's on top. So they're feeling it a little bit. I love teams that get that underdog spirit about them.
Yeah. And that's a good song right there, too.
Yeah,
so kudos to that.
Jam.
And you say you like that line from McCarthy. I like that line from Vegas. I'm riding the Cowboys, baby.
Shoot, yeah.
5.5. We already talked about it. It's like a neutral site game.
Yeah.
I think that's a no-brainer.
There you go.
Totally. Yeah. The Rams aren't going to be able to score enough to end up 5.5 points better unless the Cowboys, have a just atrocious day on offense. So I see both teams under 20 in a very close game. Micah Parsons on what he knows about the Cowboys' historic doomsday defense. Not a lot, but I know we're heading there. I know some of the players and obviously what they are able to do, but I'm trying to do that now with the guys we have. I hope we're making them proud. Comparisons to doomsday, Brian? You seen it at all?
Yeah, 1973 was kind of, it's funny, they go back to one of their best all-time defenses was a team that won the Super Bowl, but the 73 and 74, 75 Cowboys defense. Yeah, the comparisons for those teams were they were really good up front. The front seven was very good. You had guys that could rush the passer from that era. They were good in the secondary too. Covered, they turned people over. They were a really physical defense, and that's the thing.
This defense isn't, right?
Well, this defense doesn't play the run as well as that defense did.
Yeah.
That's the thing I remember from so many, from growing up as a Cowboy fan and going to games. That front seven just were suffocating in the way they play. This team, the comparisons with the pass rush and getting after the quarterback and affecting the pocket, very similar. But the run defense right now is completely different.
All right, there we go. A look at Cowboys Twitter. We try to do it most days in the G-Bag Nation, give you a little feel of what's going and creating buzz there across social media. Tomorrow we're going to be at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield, 2 to 7. It's a huge football Friday. We'll be talking Cowboys and Rams with you all day long. We have 2 bet payoffs. There's obviously it's a Flagtober stop, so there's going to be lots of G-Bag Nation flags and other prizes, so we'd love to see you come by and win. College football super segment, what needs to happen to keep Texas OU at the Cotton Bowl, and much more. It's coming up next here, the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan.
But first, it's time to talk about the official alcoholic beverage of the G-Bag Nation. That is the greatness of Miller Lite on a Thirsty Thursday, no less.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. It's been a great day of college football news already for Longhorns fans as we got the news earlier today. Quinn Ewers will be back, and he will be starting against OU coming up this weekend. But it is time now for a college football super segment. And here to lead the charge is Wolchuk and Chiafalo.
Hell yeah, baby. Let's do this.
How do you feel, Walchuk? Because this is the OU Texas game is the anniversary of the worst day in the history of your personal epidermis.
When your face melted off that day?
It did. I think I still have scars from the sunglasses that I
can
wore.
still see,
the mark?
I can see the markings of your sunglasses just being burnt onto your face. And his dermatologist has recommended never to step outside again after that day.
Yeah, in fact,
but Walchuk's a warrior and he fights through a little adversity.
My buddy that I went with last year texted me and said, "Hey, did we get the tickets again this year?" I said, "No."
my dermatologist won't allow for it.
We didn't get the tickets again this year. Although there was a story in the morning news today that said Texas OU wants to keep the rivalry at the Cotton Bowl. What needs to happen for it to stay there? And I wonder, 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com text line, the Twolos, the Tubers, we appreciate you. However you might be listening on the Odyssey app or wherever you might be, it would be weird, I think, if this rivalry was played anywhere else.
Yeah, there's no need. You know, if that was your permanent home and you had to deal with the inconveniences every week, they'd be like, okay, let's build a new stadium. But it's once a year and it's historic.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like our Fenway.
Who had on their college football preseason bingo card that the Big 12 would be getting a game day appearance from Lee Corso and company with ESPN this weekend, but it would not be OU Texas because it's the Jayhawks,
Lawrence,
and the Horned Frogs.
Is this game played in Lawrence, by the way? Or it's in Lawrence?
KU,
Good for
Kansas
them.
is getting, for the first time ever, they are getting the college game day experience. And Sonny Dykes, I mean, it makes sense. They're both, I mean, Jayhawks have been the story.
TCU looked good.
Yeah, and TCU looked really, really good.
They looked good last week.
You know what's funny that I didn't know, and I'm sure like Sooners fans realized this at some point, but the TCU offensive coordinator who was absolutely gashing the Sooners, Brett Venables' defense
named Riley?
To the tune of 55 points through three quarters. Yeah, Garrett Riley, brother of Lincoln Riley, is the OC and play caller for TCU, and he was the one who absolutely put it to OU and Brett Venables in that defense last week.
Yeah.
Salt in the wounds.
Oh, salt in the wounds, man.
But, hey, Oklahoma can rally the whole season with a win over Texas. They're 7-point dogs, and you know that entire fan base is thinking, oh, well, screw these last two losses. And we got a boomer Sooner just texted in. Like, is the entire season salvaged if you're able to beat the Horns yet again with Quinn Ewers starting?
No, because if I think
they would say yes.
They might.
And you're still in the hunt for the Big 12.
Backup quarterback, and Texas has their quarterback in, because I'm assuming OU's Dylan Gabriel, after getting just railed in the head, that was a little scary play. I assume he's not going to play. So yeah, if you're OU, you're like, okay, Texas is getting Quinn Ewers, their starter back. We're playing with our backup quarterback. If we can win, yeah, that'd be huge. But I also think if you're an OU fan, you want to see some wins stacked together here, because you're like, Brett Venables, what's the deal?
Right.
I'm hoping this guy's going to be, if you're an OU fan, you were hoping this was going to be a better start to the season. It's been a nightmare.
I did see, I think it might have been on TikTok, Brian. I know you're a big TikTok fan now.
Love it.
But somebody put a post up about how they moved from a basketball school in Kansas. They wanted to go to a football school in Oklahoma. And they look up, and all of a sudden, Kansas is now 2-0 in the Big 12, and Oklahoma is 0-2. What the hell did they decide? How about Rock Chalk, baby? Let's go, Jayhawks.
Yeah, they are fun, dude. I'm really, really excited about that particular game and just this season. I want the Jayhawks to get to the Big 12 title game if at all possible. Be great.
I think that'd be awesome. Some other quarterback news. Bryce Young also practicing for Alabama after he left the game last week against Arkansas. So Bryce Young and Alabama taking on Texas A&M. They are massive favorites in this game by 24 points. You kind of think that Nick Saban is going to roll A&M and Jimbo, right? Like they circled this game after what happened last year. You had all the chatter back and forth between Saban and Jimbo. Or do you think this is one where maybe A&M just plays Alabama well. I think Bama covers, personally. I don't think this is one where the Aggies play them well. I think
could be a 40-50 point margin.
Yeah.
I know Saban's going to want that. Johnson still at quarterback?
Broke a bone in his hand.
Okay,
so Max
out.
Johnson's likely out.
They have a little bit more. Probably go back to Haynes King.
They will go back to Haynes King. He finished the Mississippi State game. There's a lot of pressure right now on what's going on at A&M with Jimbo Fisher. Now they're losing games. I mean, losing to Mississippi State is never a good thing. You lose to Mississippi State, Appalachian State. You lose to Arkansas along the way. I mean, so
they beat Arkansas.
I'm sorry, they beat Arkansas.
Late field goal off the post.
Late field goal. That's right, off the post. But yeah, I think there's a little bit of some pressure going on right now at Texas A&M. You go down there and get really embarrassed by Alabama. Man, that's going to be really.
Would you really move on from him? I mean, I want to give these recruiting classes a couple of more years.
No, I don't think that they should move on from him at all. But
they're going to owe him like $80 million.
But the problem is you're starting to hear these, and that's the thing that happens in our society now with all these podcasts and things like that. There's a lot of people commenting about what's going on at Texas A&M right now with these games and stuff like that. They shouldn't be losing to Mississippi State. Yeah.
The thumb with half a head of hair, Paul Feinbaum.
Yeah.
He's talking about, all right, those oil boosters at A&M next year might be the year that they pull the trigger on Jimbo.
I would absolutely let him continue to coach. You're right about the recruiting and stuff like that. We'll see. We'll see. That's just that game. They've had some bad losses this year already.
Yeah, and they got called out by Dickie V. Did you guys see the Aggies get called out by Dickie V on Twitter?
What did he say?
Dickie V's like such a gentleman. Are you kidding me? Well, actually, I think it'd be better because Walchuk, what's your confidence meter in your Dickie V? You want to read as Dickie V?
RJ dunked on my Dickie V.
Walchuk's limited fake Dickie V calling out the Aggies and Jimbo Fisher and everybody who loves them.
Oh, you football fanatics, baby! Wasn't Jimbo Fisher Aggie football supposed to be top 10 status, baby? Get beat earlier this year at home by App State today. Get routed by Hale State football. It gets easy on the road next week. It doesn't get any easier on the road next week. Damn it, baby. They faced Alabama football. Ha ha. And that equals ouch. Ouch. Diaper dandy.
Well done.
Thank you, limited fake.
That was
Dickie
horrible.
V. No, that was really, really strong.
Thank you for telling me it was good, but that was ass.
I think that was impressive.
That's G-Bag of the Day nominee right there.
I'm proud of you. That's your second G-Bag of the Day nominee. Because your crosstalk was pretty legendary.
Gosh, Mike, I love you. Will Levis is going to be a game-time decision for Kentucky.
Oh, is that because he had his finger snapped to the side the other day? Looked like Brian Baldinger in the middle of that game on Saturday. Got snapped back.
Not good. So he's going to be a game-time. He's questionable, according to the injury report. So watch out for that one if you're going to be wagering for Kentucky. But we don't want to bury the lead here.
We already have.
South Carolina. Oh, the Gamecocks. They have maybe put together the funniest endorsement deal in the history of college football. They've linked up with Trayvon Diggs' underwear brand for a great cause. In fact, I think we just got to take you to the commercial, let you hear it for yourself. Here's Saks Underwear pairing with the Gamecocks.
Hello, fellow Saks underwearers. I just received correspondence from our chief ball officers, Stefan and Trayvon Diggs. And I quote, "We have made incredible progress in the professional league, but are concerned about the myriad of loose balls which remain on fields across America. We must secure the next generation of balls." The Saks executive team has convened, and I'm thrilled to announce that the first collegiate team Saks Underwear will be supporting is the South Carolina Cocks. Today is a monumental day, and with the support of Saks Underwear, the Cocks will secure their balls.
They're really leaning into that thing right there. And that's the underwear that Trayvon Diggs has been loud and proud about. We asked Tank about it
$30 a pair, right?
Something
like
not
that.
cheap.
Not cheap.
Better be very comfortable.
You can't put a price on, the comfort.
Yeah, comfort.
Well executed bit. This is tremendous, the way that the Diggs guys have brought this all together. They're partnering, and they're in New York and Texas. Just amazing work. Obviously, they have some savvy marketing guys as well that can take this to the next level. I really expect Saks to become like a major underwear brand now, and as expensive as they are, this is huge. Mm-hmm. You know, I think they're sitting on a gold mine.
A step in the right direction for all manhood.
Oh, perfect timing too. Like the last 5 years, underwear used to be $3 or $4 for $10. Yeah. Now all of a sudden they're $10 or $15 a piece.
Yeah.
They're just boom, striking while the iron's hot.
Yeah, you might as well get what you pay for with some next level stuff. That's going on the Christmas list, right?
Yeah.
I mean, between mom always sending the undies and the socks, it's going to be sacks this year.
Yeah,
for sure. All righty, thank you for that college football super segment. There they are, the nosebleed guys. We got 2 hours down and 3 to go here. It's a full show pretty much all the way through spring training now at this point, so we're going to be living it up, talking a lot of Cowboys. Fat Daddies in Mansfield with you tomorrow. We're coming through for Flagtober, and we want to see you. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, will join us and talk about last night's preseason opener and the big storylines of the year here for your Mavericks next on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about my friends at D&M Leasing, though, and I've done so many easy leases over the years. I absolutely love the easy lease process.
home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to talk with a Dallas Mavericks special guest with us. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Of course, Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. He has LA Live coming up at about 5:40. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video there at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And joining us now from Mavs.com is Mavs insider Bobby Carella. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm great. It's been too long, guys. How are you guys?
It has been too long, and it's great to hear your voice, and especially knowing Mavericks regular season basketball is right around the corner. We have been doing outstanding. Now, let me ask you this. Seeing Christian Wood last night and the made threes and the catch alley-oops, it made me really excited about what he might be able to do here in this front court along with McGee. What do you expect from how the roster is different from the last time we talked, Bobby?
Well, it's a lot more size for sure. Last season as they went all the way to the conference finals, it was a lot of ISO guard stuff. Just Luka Doncic, Jalen Brunson, Spencer Dinwiddie, just taking turns, taking their guy one-on-one and creating something. This year, they lost Brunson this summer. So as they head into this season, they kind of traded him, I guess, if you will, for size. It's Christian Wood, JaVale McGee, whoever starts, whoever comes off the bench. I mean, they might even both play together at the same time with like Maxi Kleber or Dwight Powell out there as well. So it's going to be a much bigger team, which of course puts the onus on Luka and Dinwiddie to create a whole lot more, but it gives them more viable pick and roll, pick and pop options. And like you said last night, sometimes Wood would go to the basket, sometimes he would pop, kind of like a la Kristaps Porzingis or Maxi Kleber, these stretch bigs. And then sometimes they even played through him in the post, and it looked a little clunky at times, but it was also the first preseason game, and Luka didn't play. So everyone is kind of feeling it out, trying to build a rhythm and all that. But, Jason Kidd can be really creative with him, and once he and Luka develop a rapport, I think buckets are going to be pretty easy to get as long as they can kind of get in sync and simpatico and all that stuff and find their sweet spots.
Are they going to be able to be just more flexible from a matchup standpoint?
Well, that's the goal. Going back to last season, I'm an ardent Dwight Powell supporter, right? I'm Dwight Powell's biggest fan, but
we know,
as you go into,
there's not much competition for you there, Bobby. All right.
We've had plenty of heated debates over the years, guys, but going into games against the Nikola Jokic's of the world, Joel Embiid, Karl Anthony Towns, like all these big Goliaths, the Mavs kind of had to throw out their typical game plan and kind of throw the kitchen sink at those bigs because they just didn't have a big, bulky brute down there that could take those guys one-on-one. And now not many teams do. That's what makes them so good. But, in JaVale McGee in particular, I think the thought is that he is strong enough to take those guys one-on-one. You don't have to run junk defenses to stop those big men. You can keep doing what you do. And then on the nights whenever you're maybe going up against smaller teams or, teams that want to spread the floor, play faster, well, maybe Wood starts the game kind of like Dwight Powell did in the playoffs, or McGee, sorry, and then you bring Wood in off the bench and give him like 35 minutes because he can run with those faster guys. That's when Maxi Kleber plays more minutes at 5. So I think they have kind of two different looks. You can go one natural big, you can go one stretch big, you can play two together. Having more options is never a bad thing as long as they can kind of figure out which buttons to press at which time early in the season without costing themselves games.
What do you think, Bobby, when it comes to a guy like Jaden Hardy? We've already gotten a question about him on the truckwreck.com text line. He had a big game last night in the preseason. What's a fair expectation for a guard like Jaden Hardy when they're going to be looking for some other ball handlers at that position with the loss of Jalen Brunson?
Well, it's tough to say, because at Summer League, he had his moments, but for the most part, it's kind of a grind for him because he was playing point, really trying to initiate. And you could see him feeling out the balance between creating a shot for himself versus trying to get others involved, when to push the tempo, when to slow it down. But last night, it felt like he was playing off the ball a little more than he did in Vegas. And I thought he looked great. I mean, his jump shot mechanics are really, really good for a guy his age. coming up through the youth circuit, high school ball, AAU, he was known as a guy that had a really, really good jump shot, but we just didn't see much of that in the G League last year because, kind of like he did in Vegas, he spent a lot of the season with the G League Ignite playing on the ball. Now, on an NBA team with Luka and with Spencer Dinwiddie, he's probably not going to be running a lot of point guard. He's going to be playing off of them, and so that catch and shoot component of his game is going to be really, really crucial for him to develop quickly and kind of solidify himself as a rotation player. So if he can do that, then I think there are minutes to be had. Whether it's him, Josh Green, Frank Ntilikina, there's a few guys vying for this little pocket of like 12 to 16 minutes per game off the bench. And if Hardy can knock down shots, he's going to have a really good chance. But I'm curious to see how much time he spends with the big league roster versus maybe, going down playing some games with the Texas Legends in the G League every now and then just to stay fresh because, it is a pretty deep roster and there are not many minutes to be had. So we'll see. But I think for him, he's super exciting, and the more minutes, the more development time he gets, the better, in my opinion.
Bobby, where are you at with Luka and his international opportunities? Do you feel like that's a positive for the Mavs long term, or is that something that you're always kind of worried about when you see Luka coming back from those opportunities?
Well, he does look a lot more chiseled this year than he did last summer. So I think many Mavs fans might say, well, hey, keep playing by all means. But then you see guys like Danilo Gallinari, for example, his season is over because he got hurt in international basketball. So I understand both sides of the coin. You want these guys to be cautious. You need Luka for all 82. If he goes down, then this thing is, in serious trouble. But at the same time, he in particular takes such pride in representing his country, and it does keep him fresh. It keeps him in basketball shape. If he wasn't playing for Slovenia, then he'd be enjoying himself like we all do during the summer. And, maybe keeping him in tip-top shape is the number one priority. So, I think that if he wants to do it, and as long as he wants to do it, the Mavs will support him. But there are guys, Giannis Antetokounmpo, for example, he does not always play for Greece. He does every now and then. A lot of these really, really good players, Nikola Jokic, same thing for Serbia. He doesn't always play in every single competition. And so I think as Luka's career develops, maybe it'll be like not every summer will he play for Slovenia, maybe every second year, every third year, every fourth year, or it could be that he wants to do it all the time. So we'll just see. But I think the more basketball, the more working out Luka does in the summer, I think everyone is going to be very happy about it.
Bobby Krell at Mavs.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Are you on the Josh Green hype train right now?
All aboard, man. Choo-choo. Let's go. What about you guys?
Well, I don't know. I from everything I've heard and from the scrimmage that they had, it seemed like he's been working with Kyle Lowry in the offseason. So people are kind of building up like we're going to see some Josh Green improvement. So I'm hopeful, but I don't know.
Yeah, his jumper looks a lot smoother and a lot faster. He described it himself as he does the stanky leg whenever he shoots. Like he kicks his right foot way out and sort of like this pigeon-toed thing, and it just really slows down his delivery, and that turns like what would have been an open three into kind of a contested three because it just takes you an hour to get rid of the ball. But he's really smoothed out that process, and then I think for him too, a lot of it is just between the ears, confidence, knowing that you're good, first off, and then knowing, he said one of the big pieces of advice that Kyle Lowry gave him this summer was it's okay to take a dribble and think about what you want to do. You don't have to play hot potato with the basketball. If you just think, diagnose the floor, look at what's going on, you don't have to play at 100 miles an hour all the time. Sometimes you're going to make better decisions. Sometimes a shot might open up for a teammate that wouldn't have been there. Sometimes a shot might open up for yourself that wouldn't have been there. So you want to play fast, but you don't want to play too fast. It's all about, he describes it as not playing hot potato with the basketball. Just go out there, get comfortable, be yourself. And then I think for him, once he sees a couple shots go in, which he has so far throughout camp preseason, I think that's just going to send his confidence sky high, and they need his athleticism, his shot making, his energy off the bench, because otherwise it was kind of an older team. He's one of the few guys that can really get up and down the floor. So they definitely need him to keep playing like this for the entire season to be successful.
Yeah, Bobby, is there any way he could be another ball handler? Is that too early? Do you expect a trade for another ball handler eventually, or are we making too much out of that angle?
I mean, he can make plays. As far as running offense through him, I would say probably not. I mean, we saw last night, even Spencer Dinwiddie, of course, first preseason game, but we saw a lot of turnovers, like a lot of really unforced errors last night. And so I think, it's going to have to kind of be playmaking by committee until they do make a move, but I fully expect them, I think, to make a move at some point here, whether it's, during camp or closer to the trade deadline. I mean, I'm sure y'all have heard and seen some Victor Wembanyama highlights and Scoot Henderson highlights. I mean, the NBA is going to be wild this season, and so there are trades to be made. It's just a matter of when, and I think the Mavs can afford a little patience, but I mean, Lord forbid something happens to Luka or Dinwiddie, all of a sudden you're really, really going to need a point guard. So I think they have enough passers on this team, but by the end of the year, I think they're definitely going to add at least one more.
Are you confident in a bigger season for Spencer Dinwiddie or another year removed from the injury? That was where my optimism was. When you lose Jalen Brunson, I was thinking, okay, you have Dinwiddie. I think a lot of people overlooked him when you lost JB. I think that he was very capable of filling those shoes personally. Where are you at with your expectation level for Dinwiddie entering this year?
I mean, they're pretty high, and I think they have every reason to be. He was fantastic here last season. I was kind of worried at first after that trade because throughout his career, he's not been ball dominant to like the same degree as Luka or anything, but he really was kind of a dribbler. He's not used to playing off the ball, but he fit great next to Luka. And he's always had really good catch and shoot 3-point numbers, really throughout his entire career. He's always in the upper 30s. And if you can knock down open shots playing next to Luka, you're going to have a lot of success. In addition to, of course, creating some stuff whenever he's on the bench or even if he wants to take a possession off or whatever. So the fit was seamless, and his confidence seems like it's just totally out of this world. I think having so much success here after what was really otherwise a regrettable couple months in Washington, I think that kind of reinvigorated him a little bit and gave him some more juice. And now that you're another year removed from that knee injury, hopefully that gives him a little more burst. I think the one area of his offensive game last season that was kind of lacking was his finishing ability in the lane, and around the basket. But with a little more time removed, with an off-season strength and conditioning, all that stuff, hopefully his hops come back and his finishing ability comes back because we know he can put it on the floor and get to the basket, get to the free throw line. And if he can convert more of those 2 free throws into an and one with, opportunity to get 3 points, then that's only going to help them. So I think he's in for a really, really big year. And I mean, they're going to need it. That's the thing. That's the common theme throughout this. Like, they're going to need everybody to step up because there's not one guy on this roster that can replace what Jalen Brunson did. It's going to have to be a by committee sort of deal.
Bobby, with the roster the way it is configured now, how do you see it competing in the West, in the West right now? With some teams are getting some guys back, from injury and stuff like that. How do you see the Mavs shaking out in the West?
Well, I think they're right there. It's tough to even predict what's going to happen because there's always so many wild cards. I mean, just Kawhi Leonard and Paul George's health, both just huge question marks. We just have no idea. Michael Porter Jr., is he going to be good? Is he going to be sort of slow to come back? Jamal Murray with Denver, these guys, if they're both healthy, then Denver seems like a juggernaut. If they're not, I mean, they barely avoided the play-in last season. And, will Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns in Minnesota, kind of come together and make that thing work? Or is there going to be a little friction there and a little sort of clunkiness as they figure it out? So I feel like every single game this season is going to matter a lot because there's probably, 9 or 10 teams in the West that feel like they belong in the top 6. And I'm not sure how many of them are even going to get to 50 wins. Even teams like, Phoenix last season had an unbelievable year. They just lost to a team from Australia. So I feel like there's going to be a whole lot of adversity going on. And so the number one thing is going to stay healthy. But when you have Luka, you have a chance. And the Mavs have a bunch of defenders. They got a bunch of 3-point shooters, and 3-point shooting does come and go. We've seen that in the playoffs and throughout many regular seasons now. But defense is consistent, and I feel like the Mavs have enough shooting to where they're going to be able to score the ball almost no matter what. It just comes down to staying healthy and winning at home and then coming up with some timely wins on the road. I mean, they did that last year after everybody got back from COVID and injury. They had the second best record in the NBA for the final 45 games or so. Can they be that good again? I don't know, but can they be a top 6 team in the West? if they stay healthy, I think absolutely. I mean, they're just going to have to go out and make it happen.
Jason Kidd believes there's some gold here with a bigger lineup, doesn't he?
I think so. His experience with the Lakers, obviously JaVale McGee wasn't playing a ton for them in the finals or really at all, but throughout that season he was playing a ton next to Anthony Davis. So, and LeBron was your point guard. LeBron is very similar in size to Luka. I mean, the Mavs are a gigantic team. Their shortest guys like 6'4", 6'5", ton of length, ton of wingspan, ton of positional versatility, defensive versatility. So the ingredients are there, but it would be great if they added one more ball handler. Maybe they want that guy to be 6'8" or 6'9", but just one more creator, and I think that this thing is looking pretty dang good.
Love it, Bobby. Anything else before we let you go?
Don't think so. First home game tomorrow night. I think Luka might be playing, so we're going to get a real live up close look at this thing.
Cannot wait. Thank you, sir. Have a great night, and we'll chat with you soon.
All right, thank you, guys.
If we could, I'd love it. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, a must-follow on Mavs Twitter and a frequent guest of us here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we headed, sir?
It is National Coaches Day, so happy National Coaches Day, General.
Thank you, sir.
I got the top 10 best coaches of all time. Who do you think's the best coach? 877-881-1053, plus some breaking Rangers news. I'll get to that next on The Fan.
But I need to bring you the
It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. We have Around the NFL coming up here at 440. The segment of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by us. And here he is, the bully himself, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. It is National Coaches Day. Shout out to all the coaches out there. We love you dearly.
Yeah, Gary Patterson. Love you, bro.
Yep. Is he getting into the TCU Hall of Fame?
Probably so.
I think he is.
I always thought you were more of a Dykes guy.
Excuse me? Gary Patterson, Tom Coughlin, Bill Parcells. I love all those guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so
they all bleed candy.
That means you
didn't
don't like
all
Gary.
good human beings.
Yeah. Well, happy National Coaches Day to all the coaches out there. Also, happy National Plus Size Appreciation Day.
Oh.
So,
is this the last one that you get to celebrate?
I hope so.
I think so.
And I'm doing well. Shout out to my peeps over there at Soda.
65?
65 pounds and counting.
Wow.
We'll see how this next weigh-in goes. Last week, not so good, but all the other numbers were good. I just didn't lose actually any weight, but they were like, you're down body fat percentage-wise. All the other numbers were good. So
T levels look good.
Like at this point, once you've lost so many, the T levels were all right. Once you've lost so much weight.
Baby dolls are keeping those up.
Yeah, you might just be holding on to water weight.
Oh.
So that's what their estimation was. So we're going to hope for a good weigh-in on Saturday.
Let's pivot away from water.
It also might be all the damn whiskey.
It could be.
So
it could be the whiskey
Believe
that
me.
tends to just latch on to the organs there.
How was it at the Rangers game for you?
Yeah,
because Wolchuk did a little day baseball, a little day date baseball as well, which I would say I think the baseball first date is probably the best of the first dates.
So
sporting events are good.
100%. The baseball game was good. Now, Aaron Judge didn't do us any favors. It was fun being there. Every at-bat, everyone standing up. There was a ridiculous amount of Yankees fans.
Did you boo Judge at any point?
I did.
We heard some boo birds.
And I was
You did. I knew you would.
I was booing, and I was the guy, afterwards when Judge didn't hit the homer. If he had I would have been pumped to have seen it. But when he didn't, I was like, that's right, John. Give him hell. Good job, John. Hell yeah, attack him. That's my guy.
Protect this house.
Woo! Good stuff. But no, I thought that they were going to go bullpen game for the day game. John Gray was supposed to pitch the night game. Originally, that's how the Rangers set it up. Then they flipped it. So it was bullpen game for the night game. John Gray pitched the day game. So lo and behold, Jesus Tinoco goes out. He's the opener. And first AB, Aaron Judge goes up. Boom. There he goes. There's 62. So
you
we
think
missed
Major League Baseball had something to do with that?
Possibly.
TV?
That's kind of what I think, yeah. They
you think
maybe
they
you
told
wanted
Judge,
it to go.
Hey, don't hit the dong during the day.
Well, they just said,
hit
hey,
it when the sun goes down.
maybe the Rangers should play Gray in the day game, and then you go with the bullpen.
What are they,
for the night game.
anti-afternoon delight in Major League Baseball?
Who knows? But here on your home of the Rangers, we do have some Rangers news. The Rangers are not bringing back pitching coach Doug Mathis. They're also not bringing back AAA pitching coach Bill Seamus.
Ooh. You guys are fired.
And AA pitching coach Jeff Andrews.
Oh,
Get out of here.
Mike Bassick was on this a long time
Dude,
ago.
Baskey must be throwing a party right now.
This is what you do when you don't have success.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're getting rid of all of them. Brendan
JD
Segura.
was soft.
He was offered another position in the organization. You could say it's pretty complete. It's a complete pitching makeover.
There you go.
And they should do this. When you
And
go
if the next
pitching a
guys
fit-
suck, do it again next year.
Absolutely. Maybe
Mike Nolan comes along, get rid of him too.
Yeah, as long once you get that salsa or hot sauce in the eye, it's, it's not a good look.
They were talking this morning where it's at least 2 years until this starts to look different. That's what the baseball sources with the KNC and Sean and RJ Crosstalk were talking about.
Yeah, I believe it. So no more Rangers news to report, but they're cleaning house there when it comes to the pitching.
Let's see why he's had enough of those pitching coaches.
Well, he knows, right?
Yeah,
Former
I'd
major
hope
league
so.
pitcher.
Yeah.
He can get that fixed.
Put my faith in him.
Without spilling too much tea, Wolchuk, are we going? Is there going to be a date number 2 for baseball day date number 1?
I would think so.
Okay,
Take her to a hockey game.
That's exciting.
I think we're definitely going to go hockeying.
Yeah, hockey's fun.
100%.
Yeah.
We're
Fuck
definitely
yeah,
As long as you get the premium sports tickets, she's down. Is that what we're seeing here?
I think
Wolfchuck?
so. Yeah, I think it's all about
Are you in danger
No,
of going friend zone with this one at all?
No.
Okay.
And if it happens, I'm okay.
You're okay with it?
I'll be all right.
Yeah, that's strong. You got a strong game coming off him right now, doesn't he?
no, he's got a new level
That is
of confidence.
You know?
Yeah. Friend zone me if you want. I got options, baby.
I'm just saying I've lived in the friend zone my whole life, so it's nothing new to me.
Wait till she sees you eating, drinking out of a hot dog wiener tomorrow.
That's a turn on, I think, for most women, brothers. We're going to be just like, we're going to have to be pushing the ladies away tomorrow at Fat Daddy's. Come on out and see Brian and I.
Last time we were at Fat Daddy's, Brian was available and he was having to fight him off with a stick.
Yeah,
he was. There were ladies coming out of the woodwork.
The older lady showed up. It was very nice. Yeah,
we might need
Very
Dahmer
nice.
to come on out to Mansfield tomorrow.
Yeah, she wanted to come out and visit, but she's got work.
Work.
Yeah,
Loser,
we got
man.
bills to pay.
Jeez,
Yeah.
bills to pay. Come on. All right, let's get to this list of the best coaches of all time. Guys, who do you think's the best coach of all time?
I thought you were going to do a plus size list here. Can the texters still text in their favorite fat person of all time?
Yeah, you can text in your favorite fat
That's only
person
fair.
of all time.
Chris Farley is my favorite fat person.
That is a great
I do
one.
love Chris Farley.
I'm going with the new guy, Steve Hoyufat.
What a name.
He's one of my.
Can we get the backstory on that before too long?
Yeah, we could fit that in the 6 o'clock somewhere. I'll give you the background on Steve Hoyufat.
Is he actually fat, or is that just his name?
It's a ball player.
No, but he's a supreme athlete. No, he is not fat, but with fats in the name, I think like you have an opportunity to capitalize.
That's
there.
fair. That is a fat athlete. Have you? Has anybody? Bill Belichick, right? Bill Belichick's number one.
This is just all
Everybody else
coaching?
battling for number two. Yeah, my opinion.
Okay. This is
Phil
all coaching.
Jackson's in the top 5.
This is all coaches. So I will
Tom
tell
Landry.
you. Here's honorable mentions, and Landry's in the honorable mentions.
Oh, is he? Okay.
He is. He didn't crack the top 10, which upset me, but he's not in the.
This is a flawed list.
Bob Knight's in the honorable mention.
Throw a chair.
Oh, jeez. That was all
Landry
scare
was ahead of
tactics.
Bob Knight. Pat Riley, honorable mention.
Pat
good.
Riley.
Pretty
Yep.
good coach. Yeah.
So is George Hallis.
Papa Bear.
Paul Bear Bryant, just outside of the top 10, as is Dean Smith.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. They went after 2 legendary college coaches outside the top 10.
I don't know what to do with college coaches because so much of it was like you had good boosters who were good at cheating. Like John Wooden.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, John Wooden's going to be high up here. So
Is that number 1?
I'm not going to spoil it.
Yeah, him.
Nah, not yet.
Yeah,
Vince Lombardi.
Ooh, John Candy's a good one, too, when
Yep.
we're talking about plus-size men.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we're getting
John
a lot of good
Belushi.
feedback here.
Yeah.
Biggie,
Belushi,
Notorious
yeah.
B.I.G.
Biggie's getting texted
Biggie
in.
Smalls.
Fat bastard.
Lucius, do you have a plus-sizer and a coach?
Yeah, I'm going with John Candy for sure.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah, and it'll be my high school coach, Coach Thompson. And Coach Lucy used to call me RuPaul. RuPaul, get out that mirror. Get on out here.
I love that.
Wow.
John Candy. That's the best fat person name too, right? Like his last name is Candy.
Uncle
Like,
Buck.
He was born to be a large human.
I love him. I'm getting a lot of love by the text. I'm the number 1 prospect for the former fat list.
This is good. They need to show you some love here because this is going to be your last year where you get to personally be celebrated for this.
I will always have a fat person's heart and soul.
Yeah.
And
I think you'll remain a voice for the fat people moving forward.
always, always. Job of the Hut, getting some love.
That's a legendary fat person.
No doubt. So we'll keep these rolling.
When someone texts in Andy Reid, are they shouting out the coach list or the plus size list?
I think it's both.
A little bit
That's a
both.
2-in-1 right
That's a
there.
2 for 1.
Nobody loves a
combo
cheeseburger.
platter. I think they call that on the KMC.
Yes,
That's
they
right.
do. Shout out to all of the KMC
Yeah.
for being former fatties.
Yeah, that's a good call. Throwback fatty of the day.
Shout
Well,
out to
you
Soda.
got something going on with that group.
Yeah,
don't
I
you?
do. Well, I love every one of them.
Yeah.
And Hagee's got a thing. He's been coming after me in these crosses.
Well, I think he's just defending his own personal teammates, you know.
He also, yeah, he does. Defend.
And he loves churros.
He does love churros. Number 10 is Pat Summitt.
Pat Summitt.
Pat
Tennessee.
Summitt comes in at number 10 on the top 10 best coaches of all time.
Yeah.
Very good coach.
Number 9, Red Auerbach, the racist that he was.
Celtics coach.
But he was a great coach.
Was he fat?
Set the tone in many ways.
Was Red fat? No, he was just bald.
Bald and
He's a
smoked a
larger.
cigar.
Bald, okay.
Well, kind of pear-shaped.
But hell, he did go to 10 straight NBA finals and won 9 championships.
There were 6 teams.
Pass it over here.
Yeah.
Chest pass. Little crisper. Come on, let's go.
We send the ball to one unathletic white guy who sends it to the next unathletic white guy who's getting prepared to go to his day job first thing in the morning.
Number 8, Don Shula.
Oh, yeah.
Steak place is really good. Good steak place.
Really? Better steak than better coach.
So, man, he was a great coach, but his Shula Steakhouse is really good.
Steak.
Yeah.
Better than the Sizzler.
I don't know about that.
I know your affinity for the Sizzler.
We know where the Sizzler is, too. We drove by one. It's by SoFi.
We did. We sure did.
Next time we need to stop off before we head to Oxnard.
I was so amazed how the Western Forum looked.
Me too.
I've never. I was like,
it did
wow,
look good.
That was kind of crazy.
Looked inviting.
Pretty cool they kept it up.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
The lights still look good outside. It's neat.
Yeah.
Number 7, Scotty Bowman of the Detroit Red Wings.
Detroit Red Wings, loaded teams.
All-time leader in games coached. Number 6, we got Nick Saban.
Yeah.
7 national championships.
One win at LSU.
Yep. Past Bear Bryant. He's got 6 titles at Alabama.
Dang.
Number 5, Coach K, Mike Krzyzewski. I think a lot of people would disagree with this one. Some call him overrated.
I think he's the greatest college coach in any sport of all time. He did things with integrity.
Absolutely. 13 Final Four
Are you
appearances.
being serious over there?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, you're not.
He wouldn't cheat. John Wooden, Nick Saban, cheaters. Coach K. Coach K didn't even want one and dones for like 10 years. He fought it.
He had to get out of the game. Couldn't handle it.
Number 4.
Calipari braced it.
Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick. What
number 1? Yeah.
Number 4.
NFL salary cap era.
Yeah.
All the parity, he just cut right through it.
Tom Brady for 20 years.
Yeah.
No days
Tom
off.
might have helped a little.
One day at a time.
No days off. Yeah.
Been a lot of great quarterbacks.
Day to day.
No days off. Day to day. No days off.
Gosh.
Day to day.
Yeah. Banger.
Here's the top 3 greatest coaches of all time on National Coaches Day. Number 3, Phil Jackson, the Zen Master.
Oh, come on. Belichick greater than signed Phil Jackson.
Agreed.
Had all the goats.
But
hey, can I have 2 of the top 5 players in the game? Plus Dennis Rodman and Horace Grant.
Those teams.
That's why he's getting love. He did it with the Bulls and the Lakers.
Sure.
Number 2.
Cherry picked his situation. Yeah. I'll let all the players smoke weed.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of love from Mike McCarthy now.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy's got my vote.
Yeah.
Wait, which list is he on here?
Not for the coaching. I think for the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's got Broadus' vote for the coaching.
Yeah, we got combo platter there.
Yeah.
He's all about the combo
I'll take
platter.
the combo platter.
For the plus size. Number 2, Vince Lombardi.
We're gonna run the ball here.
No
Put a
comment.
seam.
But number 1, the greatest coach of all time on this list.
Oh, the Woodman.
It is John Wooden.
Yeah.
UCLA Bruins.
He got every top player in the nation that he wanted.
Is that disappointing?
He just played ignorant to his boosters running around paying these kids huge cash. Oh yeah, I never heard any of it. These players just magically appear. I barely have to recruit them. Okay, there it is, the top 10 at 420 every single day with Zach Wolchuk. Okay, when we come back, Nation, it's time to go around the NFL. We'll get you the top stories from pro football and more here in the G-Bag Nation 105 through the Fan.
Rams Sunday. Pre-game with us at 12:30 with the Specs kickoff at 3:25. Your home for the best Cowboys coverage is 105.3 The Fan. History was made right here. One of the many reasons to turn it on. Leave it on. The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
All right, thank you very much, Lucius. It is time now for the DeMarcus Lawrence Show here on 105.3 The Fan. The Premier Player Show is brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. As Tank joins us now here in the G-Bag Nation. Good afternoon. How you doing, sir?
What up, Tolo Nation?
Hey, buddy. Congrats on 3 in a row. How are you guys feeling on that side of the ball?
Oh, man, we're feeling great. You know, we still understand it's a long season to go, but you know, just feeling good. You know, just want to emphasize on the good that we, you know, did for the first 4 games. So, you know, we had after the first quarter of the season, you know, we look back and we see it's a lot of things we can still get better at. So we're looking forward to it.
It sounded like from the sounds of the sideline clips that we got that maybe teams are scared to pass on you guys now. Is that the story?
Somewhat. You know, we got another opportunity this week against LA. You know, hopefully we get some passing situations.
Hey, Tank, you know, when you go on the road and play these games, and, you know, you were there last year, you know, with the Chargers and stuff, those fans in Southern California take over those stadiums. I mean, do you feel that, hear that when you guys are lining up and playing at these road stadiums?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. You know, especially, you know, when the Cowboys make a big play. You can see the momentum shift inside the stadium. You can hear our crowd, see our fans, and it's a beautiful thing to see, you know, the Dallas fans wherever we go.
Tank, I've wanted to ask you about the cross chop, and that is such a dominant move for you. How did you gravitate towards the cross chop as kind of your signature pass rush move? I'm just interested why you chose that, or when did you add that to your arsenal, and how that works for you.
Yeah, you know, really, I'd say about 5 years ago, I was out working with D-Ware, Charles Haley, and they always tell me about the windshield wipers, how you always got to cover your chest. Offensive linemen are taught to put their hands on your chest, so you always want to be wiping your hands down your chest to, you know, cover it so they don't be able to grab you. And, you know, I was doing it one day, and, you know, every time the offensive lineman tried to grab my chest, I keep crossing over with my inside hand and chopping it down. So I go back and look at film, and I'd be like, wow, like the move is actually working. Now I need to, you know, complete it, you know, with the cross chop, back shoulder grab, and into the rip to clear myself. So, you know, I just been working it for a long time, and it just became a part of who I am.
I wonder what advice you'd have for a guy like Micah. We were watching, and it seemed like Washington, and this was something Brian pointed out, started kind of going low, blocking him, going at his legs. What advice would you have for a pass rusher to counter that when linemen start to go low on you? I
mean, it's a part of the game. I ain't see a play where they went low without it being a screen. So we practice for those type of situations. We understand them. You know, we just got to make sure we're covering all our details when we're out there.
Do you ever like, is the most disrespectful thing an offense can do is like line up just a tight end one-on-one with you, and you're just like, okay, watch this?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I don't understand why, but you know, it'd be different situations where it happened, and you know, shoot, we love when it does.
Is there any tight ends throughout time that you've played against that you actually do respect for their blocking, or is it just night and day difference between a tight end and a lineman?
Yeah, I don't know too many tight ends that, you know what I'm saying, stand out for their blocking. Yeah, it actually is night and day. You get a smaller guy, someone that's not focused on that type of technique day in and day out. So, yeah, it's definitely way easier to, you know, oppose your will on tight ends versus tackles.
We saw Farniak actually get out there and run a route from the fullback position. And yeah, you're laughing because we were shocked at it too. Now, Kellen Moore's talked about Micah has been saying, hey, I want to line up and I want you to give me the ball as a running back. Have you been giving Kellen Moore any suggestions? Do you want to get out there and maybe run a route as a tight end or anything?
No. D-Law accepts his role. I'm a rusher, and that's what I'm going to stay.
You got self-awareness, bro. Kudos to you. Now, you mentioned Jaron Kearse being the biggest ball buster on the team. I got to imagine Kearse was riding Farniak a little bit for that route running.
I don't know. I don't even know if he seen what went down, between Farniak. So, yeah, I don't know if he got on him about that.
It's the DeMarcus Lawrence Show here on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, Tank, when you play that, they shift you inside in that under tackle or that, that 3 technique, is that something, do you have to have a completely different idea of how you want to attack that gap or that guard as opposed to what you're looking at on the outside?
You want to elaborate on that for me?
Well, like when you play on the shoulder, like is there, Zach was asking about the cross chops and stuff like that. Is it a different plan or a different mindset when you're playing inside there? It's like, okay, I've got to try and get my shoulder, underneath here. Are you thinking about different, with the way you're dealing with those hands and stuff for those guys, for the guards?
Oh yeah, most definitely. When you're playing inside, the game is sped up. It's shorter space inside. Outside you can just run the hoop. Nobody's out there but you in that tackle. So, but inside, you got somebody outside of you plus inside of you. So, you just really want to, get it in the phone booth and, have quick, tight hands and power moves so you can, win your up.
It's Tank Lawrence here with you. Now, you said we're focused on the positive and the things we're doing, and it's exciting, and we're with you on that. And there's so much good stuff going on. Now, the run defense is at 5 yards per attempt allowed, and that's a pretty healthy number. Probably going to be way lower by the time we get to the end of the season, just 4 games in. But what are you thinking about how we get a handle on this run defense, and what are you guys saying in the meetings and all that?
Yeah, I think we feel as a defense, rule number 1 is don't beat yourself. And at times last week, I feel like we put ourselves in positions where we weren't able to set the edge. And, that's all about, going in at halftime, making your adjustments, seeing the things that you're doing wrong and being able to correct it. And that's why I feel like, what's most important about our team is, we understand, if we do have a flaw in our game, how to go in and correct it and, get better from it.
How are you feeling about getting ready for the Super Bowl champs here? Does the energy go up against these guys? Or are you ready for that next challenge?
Yeah, most definitely. Ready and prepared for the next challenge. The Super Bowl was last year. So they have a whole new team, and we have to go for it again this year. So. I don't really, go off of, who won the Super Bowl last year because it's a whole new season.
Tank, the way football has evolved, there's so many different ways that we can measure production, and I'm curious how much you focus on some of these things. Like you were 3rd over the weekend in terms of pass rush win rate. Like, have you even heard of that term, pass rush win rate, before?
Yeah, I heard of it before, but I don't really pay no attention to it. It is what it is. It's just I'm trying to be the best at, doing my job and, winning in my position. So, that's all I really care about.
Is there a metric that you look at to just see? Is it just like, hey, what were my pressures? What were my hits on the quarterback? And what were my sacks? Is that pretty much kind of the way that you look at the way you measure your own play outside of just the way you felt and rewatching the game and knowing that you did your job well?
I really think about it as, only person that can beat me is me. So, I should win every rep, but, your win only counts unless you get a sack, you know what I'm saying? Or unless you actually touching the quarterback, putting that, pressure on them. But, it's really, all about just finishing, man, and, trying to finish each and every rep.
Tank, it is National Coaches Day. I'm sure you've had a lot of coaches along the way that have helped you get to where you are today. Do you have anyone that stands out to you?
Yeah, my D-line coaches are, near to me, man, and, You know, I want to start all the way back to high school. Coach Hofstetter, you know, shout out to you, you know, Silver Bluff High School. Go to JUCO, Coach Bratt, you know, Butler Community College. You know, you definitely changed my game a lot. And going to Boise State, Coach K, Coach Kukowski. You know, I think you at Texas now, University of Texas. And, you know, you definitely showing me how to play the 4-eye and the 3-tech. So shout out.
Love it, Tank. Appreciate your time so much. Good luck out there in Los Angeles. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Most definitely, boys. Take care.
There he goes. Tank Lawrence with you every Thursday afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan, and he is absolutely killing it this year. The pressures, the win rate, obviously the 3-sack game, and we look forward to see what he can do against this Rams offensive line that is not the same. You know,
no.
He said you know, he doesn't go by who won the Super Bowl last year, but if you do, it's time to reevaluate who these Rams are, and it feels very good. You know, to have a chance going into this weekend to maybe get a win against the Rams and be sitting there at 4-1. That would, I think, send Cowboy Nation to the next level. We got to run. When we come back here on 105.3 The Fan, not sure who's going to win, but I guarantee it'll be this kind of game. Plus, we have some fast facts about Rams, Cowboys, and head-to-head matchups to look at next here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go to Twin Peaks, though.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Have a G-Bag Nation presents You Make the Call. Then I want to talk Cowboys-Rams with you as we approach tomorrow's Football Friday. We're going to be live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield partying. And, of course, we will have our predictions formulated at the start of that show. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, of course, and Carter Freeman coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation. Here's the G-Bag Nation presents You Make the Call. Does the invader have a case? He's filing charges against Bobby Wagner and the Rams. I sure hope not. But yeah, the fan who ran onto the field, invaded the field during the Rams' loss to the Niners Monday night, filing a police report against Wagner. Yeah, Tack McKinley was there first. Wagner stepped in and laid him out with a big hit. Santa Clara Police Department confirming to ESPN that the police report has been filed. The individual is apparently an activist, trying to get as much attention as possible for his California-based animal rights group, Direct Action Everywhere. And he is trying to raise awareness for a trial involving the alleged theft of pigs from a factory farm. You can't make some of this stuff up. I don't know. You know, I think here we have our Texas sensibilities, and any judge would laugh his ass out of his courtroom. But in California, who knows? You know, that's like one of those states you can, like, burglarize somebody's home, be snooping around in their kid's room. You walk in and hit them with a frying pan, and they'll send you, you know, to court for assault.
That's right. That's right.
I sure hope not.
Man, no. I don't think anything's going to happen. And we already had some statements made from Bobby Wagner. He's talking about one of the security guards looked like he hurt himself. I think we did have like an ACL issue, an Achilles issue by one of them across. And then there was another guy he said that looked like he was struggling. Bobby Wagner's needed to make the play. And he did. All right? Maybe he shouldn't be a putz and run onto the field like that.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Like, once you trespass on somebody else's property, reasonable levels of violence should be at least tolerated, maybe encouraged. I'm not one of these people that says kill the guy on your front yard. Now, maybe if he is a porch pirate who's also smearing poop on your home, I would shoot him, right? But that's like trespassing plus I'm really doing super disrespectful stuff to your castle, right?
Right.
So yeah,
not crapping on my house.
You know, if you wanted to Bobby Boucher, the guy that's come onto your lawn, he's like dancing, like trolling you, like doing Bullwinkle ears at you. You want to spear that guy? Go ahead. So I don't know. Hopefully this case does not generate much momentum. We shall see. Speaking of Bobby Wagner, he was asked this week, what do you think about Cooper Rush's success against the blitz so far? And is that a concern for the Rams? Here's Bobby.
I mean, just because a guy's been good at blitz so far doesn't mean that he'll be good, you know, on that Sunday. You know, everybody, you know, we do our blitzes differently and things of that nature. So, you know, he's done a really good job of just picking, you know, where the blitz is coming from. I think he's an older guy, so he's been in the league for a little bit, so he's able to kind of recognize some of the blitzes. And so, you know, you never want to like steer away from running those things, but, you know, you just be smart when you use them, you know, how you use them. And just understand as the, you know, the coverage side that, you know, if he does recognize it, he's going to try to throw it most quarterbacks replace the blitz. So he's going to try to do that and just make the tackle.
Sounds like they have a pretty good plan. They have a pretty good team on defense. You know, I think whatever the Rams bring to the table as far as a strategy, it's probably going to work. They're allowing under 4 yards per attempt, Brian. Yeah. So I think the win for the Cowboys would be you hold them down as much as they're going to hold you down.
Yeah, that's the thing about it, though. And to Bobby's point, every team blitzes differently. This is a team, if you look at metrics, that blitzes quite a bit and does not get pressure. You know, so that's even with even with Aaron Donald and Floyd and the guys that they have that have the ability to rush, they've brought pressure. They just haven't gotten guys home. Now, on the flip side of that, their team gives up sacks. I think they're the top 4 in the league in sacks. I think 15 or 16. But yeah, that he's probably a little bit frustrated too by saying that, you know, because Cooper Rush, he's right about that. Cooper Rush is not going to make a mistake as far as trying to read a coverage. Yeah. You know, I mean, can he get the ball to where he needs to? Maybe, you know, sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. But, you know, that's the one thing about him is he sees the field pretty well and is able to make the right read and the right throw. But Bobby Wagner, and he's right, hey, who knows what's going to happen with the Rams when they blitz, because they just haven't had a whole hell of a lot of success doing it.
Maybe they'll decide not to blitz. Maybe they'll decide not to put guys up, and hopefully the Cowboys can get some sort of success going. I think if the Cowboys get to 20, though, they're going to have a good chance to win it. 469. So running on a field to spread awareness about animal abuse means the guy is a putz and deserves to be tackled by an NFL player? I would say yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
is that a serious text?
Yes.
I don't know. That might be a troll.
Come on.
We're not
You're not allowed to do that.
We're not. Yeah,
there's other ways you can go ahead and protest animal abuse.
It's criminal.
Don't run onto an NFL field.
Trespassing.
You
Criminal trespassing.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not talking about having a sniper, which some people will say, oh yeah, put a sniper up there and shoot him. No, you don't deserve to die. But I would say if you're committing a crime, you should be willing to accept violence of like an equal crime back.
What about like
misdemeanor trespassing, misdemeanor assault?
Maybe instead of like the sniper, it's just like some level of like tranquilizer blow dart.
Yes.
I like that idea of just like a bunch of like blow dart specialists hanging right at the top in the nosebleed seats of any stadium. And then they're just ready to. So then guys like Bobby Wagner, it's like, we don't have to worry about this. Like, Bob, you can focus on your job. You don't have to worry about doing the security guard's job.
Put Mimi Siku up there from jungle to jungle.
Though, Bob, you were in the right. Yeah, we got to get the jungle to jungle guy for sure.
Whoever just texted that deserves to be tackled. Okay, thanks for your feedback, G-Bag Nation. And I love the blow dart idea. I would also like an interview while they're in the state of descending into being unconscious. Like, what were you thinking when you decided to run on the field? Right there. That's gold. You get to go.
Gold.
Now you're providing TV ratings. If you want to be a part of the show, then you get to be interviewed while the trank dart is kicking in. Here's Wolchuk with some more details about Rams Cowboys.
Yeah, so we got some fun facts courtesy of Blogging the Boys, and this is from Pro Football Reference. Thank goodness it's not Pro Football Focus. But the Cowboys and the Rams, believe it or not, their offense is just about on the same level to this point this year when you look at the numbers as far as scoring points. Cowboys 28th in the league. They're averaging just under 18 points per game. The Rams, 29th, averaging 17.5 points per game. Seems interesting when you have Matthew Stafford and Cooper Rush that have been quarterbacking both teams. Some of the keys to the Rams' problems on offense, though, turnovers and sacks. Meanwhile, for the Cowboys, they've had just 2 turnovers the entire season. That's tied for best in the NFL. A big reason why the Cowboys have been successful. Rams tied for the second most turnovers with 9. So the Cowboys have to be feeling very opportunistic on the defensive side of the football. Cowboys have been sacked 6 times. That's the third fewest in the league. Rams have been sacked 16 times. That's tied for the second most in the NFL. So we've talked all day about how the Rams have a leaky offensive line. You add that to the fact that they're also turning the ball over at a high rate. You got to feel really good about this Cowboys defense heading into this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. 100%, man. 100%. I mean, the only thing that scares me is the idea that the Rams do have a really good coaching staff. So, like, can McVay, can Raheem Morris dial something up here schematically that could be a little bit troubling? But, like, otherwise, when you look at their offense, you feel really, really good about it. And last year, they had the same 5 offensive linemen on the field like 70% of the time last year. And this year it's 40% of the time. Like they're worse there, but then they're also banged up there. So like their offensive line is just in absolute shambles right now. And you would think it would be a perfect time for the Cowboys to be able to take great advantage of this. And the Cowboys have been really good at holding teams to a really low like yards per play. And the Rams averaged in now 2 of their 4 games, they've averaged under 4 yards per play.
Yeah.
Which is like disgustingly bad.
See, it's just begging to pick the Cowboys.
No, yeah, their pass rush has been fantastic. They lead the league in pressures with 55. The Rams are last in pressures with 17.
Wow.
Last. And you would not expect that from the Rams, but they are struggling to generate pressures from anybody not named Aaron Donald. In
Shouldn't
fact,
let Von Miller go.
Bobby Wagner is their second leading pressure player, and that's only when he blitzes, and he is an inside linebacker, and they're having to drop him into coverage quite a bit. Cowboys also tied for second in the league in sacks with 15. Rams are tied for 4th worst. They only have 7 sacks this year. Cowboys also have the edge when it comes to running the football. They're an average running team this year. They've run the ball 104 yards per game, but the Rams are 3rd to worst in the league, 30th. They average 68.5 rushing yards per game.
And it's horrible yards per attempt.
It is.
Yeah.
It's bad. But, Brian, I know that's something that you are a little bit worried about, as am I. Maybe that's an area where they try and attack the Cowboys.
There's two areas I'm really worried about is, if as an advanced scout, I would say, listen, I know we don't run the ball particularly well, but we need to try against this team. We need to try and figure out a way to capture edges and make them play with that corner and that safety and all those guys that have struggled really when the ball's gone to the outside. Perimeter runs have been the worst thing the Cowboys defensively done. Let me throw something else that you need to worry about. Today in practice, Matt Overton, the snapper, got opportunities to snap during field goal period. Brett Maher missed all 3 kicks.
That's weird.
Yeah. So
is there an injury with McQuaid?
Well, he's out.
Yeah, he's
McQuaid's
out.
done. McQuaid's done. They're going to have to determine, like, Tucker.
Is there a weird timing thing from the long snapper? Is there any causation there?
There's something that when you get to the operation is super important when it comes to snap, hold, kick, and you get a little bit of a rhythm. The ball sometimes where you have to spin the ball, you don't have to spin the ball. Overton is a veteran center, 10 years in the league, and he got the first opportunity today, but I was told that your kicker missed 3 field goals with him snapping today.
Man, I was just starting to feel good about Brett.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, maybe, like I say, maybe it's about going on the other field and
Get
kind of
the reps down,
kind of figure some things out.
Try to be optimistic here.
But that's Matt Overton is a veteran snapper. Has been with a lot of teams and stuff like that. But we'll see if that affects how the Cowboys on special teams. I think have been outstanding, especially with Brett Maher. And if this is a close game, that's something you need to keep an eye on.
Very important. No, you're 100% right. What when you look at matchups to watch, do you think that this is Aaron Donald against Connor McGovern?
This is Aaron Donald versus everybody on that offensive line.
You don't think that they're going to try and go away from Martin? I mean, we saw last week Zach Martin struggled at times against the interior defensive lineman for Washington.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to move him all over the place. They play him at end. They play him at that, the defensive tackle spot, and they play him on both sides. They do the same thing with Ramsey as well. He's going to play right corner, left corner. He's going to play in the slot a little bit. They're just going to look. It might not be, it might be different down in distances too. You might not be able to get on third down, you're going to get Aaron Donald over here. There's a lot of times when they go nickel that he plays like as a defensive end. So, I think the Cowboys need to be alert for that.
I feel like we would all say Vegas is making a mistake at 5.5 points. Isn't that begging some Cowboys action? I might even go money line on this if the value's right.
Well, I think they're saying that because we talk about, and it's my theory, the desperate team theory. This is one of those things you go out and you lose to, you go out and you lose and Matthew Stafford looks bad and all that. And then now you have to start answering all those questions again about, is something wrong with his elbow? I think he's not. I don't think he's physically well.
There's so many ways this is going bad for them, and they're nearly a touchdown favorite against a 3-1 team.
I know. I'm feeling like am I getting got here because it's going to be my BetQL lock of the week. Well, Chuck,
let's go.
Trying to put money in people's pockets here.
I think Vegas probably feels like that this is where the bubble bursts for.
Right.
For
that is what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
You got lucky on 2 interceptions last week. Cooper Rush did versus Washington. At what point does this whole thing just kind of bottom out on you? Like, at some point you feel like you're due for one of these just stinker kind of games from Cooper Rush. You get it from every quarterback, great or not, and like Cooper Rush is not in the great category. Like, at what point does it just like things don't go your way? Last week, all the penalties, they went your way, and that saved you in a massive way, not only gaining yards on those Michael Gallup plays, but also saving 2 interceptions for you. And you just wonder, when does that change?
It does seem like also, there's a sleeping giant that's waiting to be awoken with this Rams offense, and maybe the offensive line is the reason that's holding them back. But Sean McVay is just one of those offensive coaches that he's not going to be held back for this long. And you wonder if a guy in Dan Quinn in this defense is just the kind of challenge that he's been waiting for. And he comes out and you get the best kind of play calling effort that we've seen all year from a McVay.
I could totally see that. So I think there's a ton of reasons, but those are the things in the back of my head. Like, you can't pick Cowboys to win this game. I mean, come on. How the Rams played horrible football for a month last year. I think it was November into December. It was 3 or 4 game stretch, horrible, and then boom, they figure it all out. And I would bet on them to do that again eventually. But they've only scored over 20 points once. This is a great Cowboys defense. If the Rams do win, it's going to be something like 20-19 or 17-14 or something. I think the Cowboys are going to have a chance come down to who executes best in the fourth quarter. We got to run the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. There have been a number of big stories throughout the day, including 2 on college football starting quarterbacks here inside these borders. We'll get you the deets on that and more coming up next and get to Bobby Belt. But you know what, D&M Leasing, they know enough.